Do you love novels, but don't have time to read thousands of chapters? Imagine listening to your favorite stories anytime, anywhere, while driving, working, or relaxing. Here, you'll find premium audiobooks from Pocket FM, Audible, Webnovel, Wuxia, and more, all in one place. Every novel is a one-time payment, no subscriptions, no monthly fees, lifetime access. The full novel list and prices are in the description below. Once you choose a novel, just DM me on Telegram, WhatsApp, or Discord. After payment via PayPal, Ko-fi, or Patreon, you get permanent access to the audiobook on Telegram. And if the novel is ongoing, all future updates are included. Check the description, pick your story, and start listening today. Before we start the video, make sure to like, subscribe, and hit the notification button. Enjoy, and let's go.
Chapter 501. Chapter 501, 501. Chapter 501, Ancestral Bloodline is nothing special. With a loud bang, Lin Moya's axe collided with Tatar's greatsword. The air vibrated violently, and the space slightly distorted. Lin Moya was sent flying backward, completely overpowered in terms of strength. Lin Moya wasn't surprised. Even though he used the power-gathering skill, his strength was capped at 1 million due to his level of 53. The opponent was an 88-level Dragon Clan Knight with Ancestral Bloodline, with total attributes slightly higher than his own. The opponent's profession meant that their attributes couldn't be evenly distributed, with strength and constitution likely exceeding 1 million. They might have reached 1.2 million or even 1.3 million. Moreover, with the activation of the Ancestral Bloodline and the synergy with the Iron Scale Dragon, it was natural for Lin Moya to be sent flying. If the Berserk Strike skill were still active, the one sent flying would definitely be the opponent. But for now, Lin Moya roughly understood the opponent's strength. The opponent's strength was very close to that of a Dragon King. Just close, but not quite there. They hadn't yet acquired some of the Dragon King's traits. Such an opponent wasn't difficult to deal with. "You're dead," Tatar shouted excitedly, instantly catching up to the airborne Lin Moya. The two clashed again. Although Lin Moya's strength was inferior, his combat skills were not lacking. Without direct confrontation, Lin Moya had enough ability to entangle with Tatar. Finding a worthy opponent, Lin Moya fought with enthusiasm. After dozens of seconds, the effect of the power-gathering skill faded, and Lin Moya quickly retreated, adding a layer of skeletal armor to himself. Tatar flashed forward to attack, but before he could strike, he was suddenly bombarded. Simultaneously, countless arrows rained down on him, creating a dense clanging sound. The undead army had intervened, interrupting Tatar's attack. Tatar saw that Lin Moya's face showed no panic, but rather a smile. It was a mocking smile. Tatar felt belittled, his pride wounded. When had he ever been looked down upon? Dare to underestimate me? I'll kill you. Lin Moya always knew that the Dragon Clan wasn't very bright, and it seemed that even those with Ancestral Bloodline were no exception. Tatar's attack strength was slightly weaker than the formations, not even at the pseudo-god level, and he thought he could kill Lin Moya. He couldn't even hurt Lin Moya, let alone kill him. Damage transfer and the Lich General's healing were not just for show. Doesn't this guy understand? Lin Moya found it strange and casually pointed his finger. Skill, Aging Curse. Skill, Poison Star Explosion. Both skills exploded simultaneously, causing Tatar to momentarily freeze, his speed slowing due to the curse. The change in rhythm made him very uncomfortable. A massive amount of energy surged from within him, dispelling the curse. The Dragon Clan had a natural resistance to curses, and with his level far higher than Lin Moya's, the curse would be dispelled in a few seconds. But a few seconds were enough for Lin Moya to kill him. Tatar didn't realize that during his battle with Lin Moya, the undead army had already surrounded him. When Lin Moya made his move, it was a killing blow. Six-colored light flashed, and Tatar was suddenly engulfed in flames, with lightning striking down from above like a storm. What is this? Tatar was stunned, not knowing where the attacks came from, why he was on fire, or what the lightning was. Although the damage wasn't significant, the continuous burning and the paralysis from the lightning made him very uncomfortable. The undead army's feet glowed with various auras, creating a colorful and beautiful scene. The skeleton berserkers, already fast, became even faster with the auras, quickly surrounding Tatar. With Lin Moya's thorough preparation, everything was done in the blink of an eye. The killing began. Lin Moya treated Tatar as a world-class boss, a very high standard. After all, Tatar's vitality was far inferior to that of a world-class boss. The soldier rune on the back of Lin Moya's left hand activated. Skill, Strong Soldier. Standing behind, Tasher shouted, "Be careful, he's using the primordial rune." Tatar laughed wildly. Primordial rune? I have one too. A light shone on the back of Tatar's hand. Lin Moya was slightly surprised, not expecting the opponent to also have a primordial rune. It made sense, as 9 primordial runes appear every century. Not only humans but also demons and the Dragon Clan could obtain them, so it was normal for Tatar to have a primordial rune. Lin Moya didn't know the effect of Tatar's primordial rune, as it was a secret not shared with outsiders. Even Tasher probably didn't know. Tatar activated the primordial rune, his entire body glowing brightly, and his size increased. Originally about 3 meters tall, already towering over humans, Tatar now grew to 30 meters. Not only did he grow, but the Iron Scale Dragon beneath him also expanded. The Iron Scale Dragon, now over 200 meters long, had grown tenfold. Tatar laughed wildly. "My body has grown tenfold, and my attack power has increased tenfold. How will you fight me now? With these skeletons? They're nothing. Lin Moyo underestimated Tatar's intelligence as he revealed his skill. There's no saving that brain. Lin Moyo didn't bother speaking further. The skeleton berserkers unleashed their skills, axes glowing red as they attacked. Previously, Tatar's smaller size limited the number of skeleton berserkers that could attack simultaneously. But now, with his massive size, the skeleton berserkers could attack freely. Axes glowing with skill-enhanced red light fell. Tatar, full of disdain, swung his greatsword, creating a wave of sword light that collided with the skeleton berserkers' axes. Tatar laughed arrogantly, but his laughter was cut short. The skeleton berserkers' power was astonishing. Even with Tatar's tenfold attack power, he could only slightly overpower them. Some skeleton berserkers were knocked away, but that was all. The sheer number of skeleton berserkers surrounded him densely. He blocked some attacks, but many more axes landed on him. His defense was instantly broken, and Tatar screamed in pain. Not only that, but the iron scale dragon beneath him was also attacked by the skeleton berserkers, its flesh torn away, exposing bones. Elemental explosions and violent blasts followed. Arrows rained down, turning him into a pincushion. Lin Moyo observed, his strength and size increased, but his defense didn't change. This primordial rune isn't that great. Primordial rune skills are generally strong, and a tenfold increase in attack power is considered very powerful. As the saying goes, strength overcomes skill, and a tenfold increase in attack power should give Tatar overwhelming combat power. Who would care about defense? But to Lin Moyo, it was nothing special. Lin Moyo had too many summoned creatures, and the primordial rune's effect in his hands far exceeded that of other professions. For example, the strong soldier skill in the hands of other summoners would only enhance a few summoned creatures. Most summoners have no more than 3 summoned creatures. But Lin Moyo's undead army was like an army, with combat power increased many times over. Lin Moyo always knew that it wasn't the primordial rune that transformed his profession. It was his profession that unleashed the unimaginable power of the primordial rune. His profession was the foundation, and everything else was just icing on the cake. Impossible, this is impossible. Tatar swung his greatsword, knocking away the skeleton berserkers. But that was all. Not a single skeleton berserker was killed, and they continued to inflict damage on him. The skeleton mages and archers' ranged attacks were relentless, causing him great pain. The iron scale dragon beneath him roared in pain, clearly suffering. Tatar was going berserk, trying to charge at Lin Moyo, but he couldn't break through. Such vitality. Whether dragon clan or demons, their attributes are strong, but their vitality is far inferior to that of bosses. Tatar's endurance surprised Lin Moyo, who thought he could kill him quickly. Flames burned in Lin Moyo's hand, and the soul flame fell silently. Tatar let out an earth-shattering scream, almost dropping his greatsword. Not only him, but the iron scale dragon also trembled and screamed. So that's it. The so-called ancestral bloodline is nothing special. Lin Moyo understood why Tatar was so resilient. It wasn't his own vitality but the iron scale dragon sharing the damage. When the soul flame hurt Tatar, the iron scale dragon also suffered. Knowing this, there was nothing new. Just keep fighting. Chapter 502. Chapter 502, 502. Chapter 502, The Dragon Emperor's Palm, Law Crystal. The iron scale dragon's vitality was strong enough to also enhance Tatar's vitality. Combined with Tatar's powerful attack and the tenfold attack boost from the primordial rune, it would be difficult for other professions to suppress him if they encountered him instead of Lin Moyo. Now, Lin Moyo had the upper hand, and the only thing to be cautious about was not letting him escape. After all, his level was high, and if he wanted to escape, it wouldn't be easy to stop him. This had happened many times before. This time, Lin Moyo wanted to keep them permanently in this secret realm. Tatar was in a bitter struggle, with no chance of winning. In his anger, he finally recognized the reality. He roared, "What are you still standing there for? Come help me." Tasher was now quite frightened. It wasn't that he didn't want to help, but what could he do if he did? He felt that even if he joined, they wouldn't be a match for Lin Moyo. He knew very well how strong Tatar was. If even Tatar was in such a state, what could he do? But since Tatar called for help, he couldn't just stand by. Wielding his sword, he unleashed all his power and charged forward. Lin Moyo noticed that his aura was much weaker than the last time they met, likely due to the damage from repeatedly activating his ancestral bloodline. Such damage wasn't easy to recover from. As Tasher charged, Lin Moyo only symbolically attacked a few times, allowing him to easily break through. By the time Tasher realized something was wrong, he was already surrounded. Lin Moyo thought that dealing with the dragon clan seemed easier than dealing with demons. These guys really weren't very bright. The strong soldier skill could only last for 30 seconds. Now, only 15 seconds remained, and there was no time to delay. The remaining skeleton berserkers who hadn't yet used their skills charged forward, unleashing all their remaining skills. Some of the skills were aimed at the newly arrived Tasher. At the same time, the skeleton mages and archers focused their attacks on him. Without the iron scale dragon to share the damage, Tasher was severely injured. "I can't hold on any longer." Tasher cried out in alarm. Tatar frowned, "Useless. Let's activate our ancestral bloodline and break out. You go first." Tasher glanced at him, wondering why he had to go first. He had already activated his ancestral bloodline twice in the past few days, and doing it again would damage his foundation. But he didn't dare disobey Tatar. He had been following orders for so many years. A dragon's roar echoed through the sky, and a divine dragon phantom appeared, knocking away the skeleton berserkers. The two brothers tried to escape using their ancestral bloodline. Tatar shouted angrily, "You win this time, but I'll kill you next time." Lin Moya shook his head, "There won't be a next time." Having experienced Tasher's escape once, Lin Moya wouldn't make the same mistake twice. He had already prepared the essence blood of the poison god. The poison lich responded to the call. Seeing the green light, Tasher's face changed dramatically. "No, this poison is too strong." Tatar also realized the danger. He knew how toxic the poison at the secret realm's entrance was. He didn't hesitate any longer and activated his ancestral bloodline. His bloodline was stronger, and the divine dragon phantom became more solid, scattering the skeletons. The two brothers fled quickly. They were fast, but the poison lich was faster. A green streak of light shot through the air, instantly hitting them. Silently, the poison spread. A crystal amulet suddenly appeared on Tatar's body, emitting a dragon's roar and exploding in mid-air. Golden light enveloped the two brothers, blocking the poison. A space-time passage opened before them, and a large hand reached out, grabbing them and pulling them in. However, the iron-scaled dragon didn't escape. It was contaminated by the poison and howled in pain. After the large hand grabbed the two brothers, the space-time passage didn't close. An eye appeared, and a terrifying voice echoed, "Human, you seek death." The giant hand reached out again, aiming for Lin Moyo. A massive dragon claw appeared in the sky, spanning thousands of meters, and flew towards Lin Moyo. The terrifying power swept over, and Lin Moyo felt a chill. He realized who the owner of the giant hand was. It was the Dragon Emperor, the strongest being in the Dragon Clan. The Dragon Emperor not only saved the two brothers but also wanted to kill him. At this point, Lin Moyo had two choices: either withstand the attack or teleport away. He could use the Abyss Teleportation Stone to go to the Abyss World, activate Antares' Dragon Pearl to return to the upper space, or use the Shengxia Ancient City's Mark to return to the Ancient City, all of which could help him avoid the attack. But Lin Moyo wanted to try. He wanted to see how big the gap was between him and the Dragon Emperor. If it didn't work out, he could still escape. Once this thought took root, it grew uncontrollably. Lin Moyo felt a surge of excitement. Since his job transfer, there had been few battles that truly excited him. Even when facing the Angelic Spirit and the Flame Demon King, he remained calm. But now, he was facing the Dragon Emperor, a being comparable to a half-step supergod. Lin Moyo was completely fired up. The undead army gathered around, shielding Lin Moyo. The strong soldier skill had 5 seconds left, during which the undead army's attributes were increased by 200%, putting them in their strongest state. The skeleton mages and archers launched attacks at the giant hand. The 33 Lich generals shielded Lin Moyo, fully protecting him. Lin Moyo took out a crystal. As soon as the crystal appeared, lightning flashed, and the sky was filled with electric serpents, illuminating the entire secret realm. Law crystal, electric, mythical grade material, containing the power of electric element laws. Mythical grade material, Lin Moyo didn't know how strong the Lich summoned with it would be, but it would definitely be stronger than the essence blood of the poison god. This was Lin Moya's strongest move, aside from detonating the poison god's corpse. The Dragon Emperor's giant hand ignored the attacks of the skeleton mages and archers, charging into the undead army. The skeleton berserkers were the first to be hit, shattering under the giant hand's power. Lin Moyo had anticipated this. The Dragon Emperor's attack was too powerful, and the comprehensive connection talent couldn't fully mitigate it. Lin Moyo sensed a strange power within the giant hand, similar to the power of the law crystal. Is this the power of laws? Lin Moyo wondered, unsure. With a flash of lightning, a 2-meter-tall elemental lich appeared before Lin Moyo, shrouded in lightning. Its aura was extremely chaotic, as if it could explode at any moment. As soon as it appeared, a terrifying purple lightning bolt struck the Dragon Emperor's giant hand. The giant hand paused, its aura weakening significantly. The lightning auras under the undead army's feet turned purple, and the electric light intensified. Countless lightning bolts fell on the giant hand, continuously weakening its power. The skeletons continued to die, but the giant hand, though weakened, was still powerful enough to kill them instantly. In the next moment, the chaotic elemental lich streaked through the air like a lightning bolt, appearing before the spacetime passage. The poison gas around the spacetime passage was neutralized by the lightning, having no effect on the lich. It dove into the spacetime passage, and in Lin Moya's mental world, the elemental lich reached a distant place in an instant. Then, the elemental lich exploded. Lin Moyo felt a flash in his mental world, and an angry voice echoed from the spacetime passage. Although he couldn't see it, Lin Moyo could imagine the power of the explosion. The elemental lich's aura had far surpassed that of ordinary god-level experts. Lin Moyo even felt it was stronger than Meng Anwen and Bai Yaiwan. The powerful lightning transmitted back through the spacetime passage, quickly dissipating the surrounding poison gas. The spacetime passage twisted and closed. The power of lightning easily neutralized the poison of the poison god, showing its strength. After the elemental lich's self-destruction, it returned to its lich space, waiting to be summoned again. With the spacetime passage closed, the Dragon Emperor's giant hand lost its source of power. Though still strong, it was much weaker than before and continued to weaken. The undead army sacrificed themselves, wearing down the giant hand's power. Finally, after the death of over 10,000 skeletons, the giant hand dissipated. Truly powerful. Lin Moyo clenched his fist, realizing he had actually withstood the attack. Chapter 503. Chapter 503, 503. Chapter 503, Tool Brothers, Derivative Blood Pool. The Dragon Emperor's strike came through the spacetime passage, already weakened significantly. It was still not something that could be easily resisted. If it weren't for the self-destruction of the Lightning Lich, which destroyed the spacetime passage and cut off its power source, Lin Moyo estimated that he would have had to teleport to escape in the end. There was no danger to his life. Lin Moyo was very clear about this, which is why he dared to boldly try. Otherwise, he would have escaped at the first moment. The losses are quite significant. Lin Moyo sighed softly. The loss of over 10,000 skeletons reduced the undead army by a third. The cost was high, but it was worth it. Lin Moyo was experiencing the aura of a half-stepped super god-level powerhouse. Such an opportunity was too rare. Moreover, using the Law Crystal to summon the Lightning Lich allowed Lin Moyo to feel that special power. The power of the Dragon Emperor and the power of the Lightning Lich had commonalities. Although Lin Moyo didn't fully understand it now, he firmly remembered this feeling. Subtly, it would definitely be helpful in the future. The Iron Scale Dragon had already died from the poison. Its body was too large, and even the Dragon Emperor couldn't take it away. Without the Iron Scale Dragon, the so-called ancestral bloodline Dragon Clan warrior was even less significant. Lin Moyo's current target was no longer those below god level but the god level Demon Kings. The level was completely different. I believe it won't be long before I can fight the Demon Kings and Dragon Kings head-on without relying on external objects. He began summoning skeletons to replenish the undead army. At the same time, Lin Moyo reviewed his gains and summarized his experiences. This was something he had always done. Every battle experience was precious and could eventually become a great asset. In the Dragon Realm, a palace shaped like a divine dragon floated in mid-air. Terrifying and violent power enveloped it year-round, and from time to time, dragon roars could be heard from within. It looked like a giant mountain range floating in the air, awe-inspiring. This was the Dragon Emperor's palace, a sacred place in the hearts of many Dragon Clan members. But just a few minutes ago, accompanied by a similarly terrifying lightning bolt and a thunderous roar, the Dragon Emperor's palace was blown open with a large hole. The explosion occurred at the dragon head of the palace, blowing off half of it. Then came the Dragon Emperor's angry voice. Lin Moyo, I will kill you. The explosion of the Lightning Lich was far beyond Lin Moyo's imagination. As a being only half a step away from a high-level god, the Lightning God condensed all its divine power into 10 law crystals after its fall. Each law crystal contained unimaginable power. Lin Moyo used such an item to summon the Elemental Lich, unleashing all its energy at once. Even the Dragon Emperor couldn't stop it. The explosion of the Dragon Emperor's palace was a great humiliation for the Dragon Emperor. The Dragon Emperor's anger was understandable. Tatar and Tasher, who had narrowly escaped death, were now charred all over. They had been affected by the explosion, and if the Dragon Emperor hadn't protected them, they would have died. The two brothers trembled, filled with fear of Lin Moyo. If Lin Moyo had used such a skill from the beginning, they would have been reduced to ashes. A cold snort came from the front, and the two brothers immediately knelt down neatly. They kept their heads down, not daring to look up. Tatar's pride as an ancestral bloodline was long gone. In front of them was the Dragon Emperor, the unquestionable ruler of the Dragon Clan. This time, they had escaped thanks to the Dragon Emperor's protective amulet. The Dragon Emperor, still filled with anger, said, "You two are useless." The two brothers didn't dare to speak, their heads almost touching the ground. The Dragon Emperor's gaze was cold and merciless. Heal your injuries and return to the Wind and Thunder continent to regain control of the secret realm. Hearing the Dragon Emperor's words, the two brothers shivered simultaneously. They still had to go back? If they encountered Lin Moyo again, they might really die. At this moment, a crystal amulet was thrown in front of Tatar. Take this amulet. If you encounter Lin Moyo again, activate it immediately. Do you understand? Tatar took the amulet, understood. The Dragon Emperor waved his hand, go. The two brothers didn't dare to stay a second longer and quickly left. After they left, the Dragon Emperor's gaze became thoughtful. I didn't expect Lin Moyo to have the law crystal of the Lightning God. It seems the one who fell a few days ago was the Lightning God. What did the gods encounter back then? Why did most of them die? Judging from the law crystal, the Lightning God had already half-stepped into the high-level god realm, yet even it didn't survive. What happened back then? Lin Moyo should be the last person to see the Lightning God. Maybe he knows something. I hope those two can encounter Lin Moyo again. I need to capture him and ask him face to face. The Dragon Emperor's self-talk gradually faded, and the Dragon Emperor's palace fell silent. After leaving the Dragon Emperor's palace, Tatar and Tasher looked relieved. Tatar said, "Fortunately, the Dragon Emperor still trusts us." Tasher was also relieved. "Yes, I didn't expect this level 53 human to be so powerful. Next time, we must be careful. As soon as we meet, activate the Dragon Emperor's crystal and let the Dragon Emperor kill him." Yes, let the Dragon Emperor personally take action and kill him. The two brothers didn't realize they had been used as tools by the Dragon Emperor. The Dragon Emperor wanted to capture Lin Moyo but couldn't go himself, so he had to use others. In the secret realm, Lin Moyo had already replenished the undead army. He then began to study the pool. Earlier, he had seen the Iron Scale Dragon's flesh fall into the pool, followed by the emergence of many level 70 Iron Scale Dragons. These level 70 Iron Scale Dragons were not very strong and were much smaller in size, but their aura was identical to that of the real Iron Scale Dragon. Lin Moyo knew the secret lay in this pool. To the naked eye, the pool looked ordinary. Apart from the slightly murky water, it seemed no different from a regular pool. He cast a detection spell into the pool. Derivative Blood Pool, Advanced, a blood pool formed from the blood of derivative creatures, capable of replicating living beings through blood and flesh. Seeing the information, Lin Moya couldn't help but feel curious. The pool in front of him was actually a blood pool. It was formed from the blood of a creature called a derivative. Lin Moya immediately thought of an answer. The native creatures in this secret realm were likely derivatives. The Dragon Clan discovered this place and the secret of the derivatives' blood. So the Dragon Clan conquered this place, killed many derivatives, and used their blood to create a blood pool. This explained the Dragon Clan's war fortresses seen in the mountains when entering the instance. It showed that a great battle had indeed taken place here. In the end, the Dragon Clan won. The mystery was finally solved. The Dragon Clan didn't have new puppet technology. They had control over this derivative blood pool. Killing creatures and draining their blood was cruel. But Lin Moya knew the Dragon Clan was capable of such acts. The derivative blood pool can replicate Dragon Clan puppets and iron scale dragons. I wonder if it can replicate me. Lin Moya dropped a drop of his own blood into the blood pool. The blood entered the pool without causing much reaction. Does it not work? Lin Moya was still puzzled when the blood pool suddenly began to boil violently. Then, a person who looked exactly like Lin Moya appeared in the pool. Lin Moya was amazed. It can really replicate. Can it replicate my skills? Before he could finish his thought, the replica exploded, leaving no trace. Lin Moya was stunned. It exploded. If it can replicate a level 70 Dragon Clan warrior, why can't it replicate me at level 53? Even if there are limitations, it should at least work below level 70. Lin Moya knew that if there were no limitations, the Dragon Clan would have mass-produced higher-level beings. For example, replicating tens of thousands of god-level experts would be enough to sweep through the three realms, wiping out demons and humans. Lin Moya tried several more times, but the result was the same. The replicas appeared briefly and then quickly exploded. But the iron scale dragons didn't disappear. Lin Moya couldn't figure it out and eventually had to give up temporarily. He took out a large barrel and filled it with the blood pool's water. He planned to show it to Meng Anwen when he returned. Maybe he would know something. He might also ask Antares, who claimed to know everything. It should know something. After leaving the secret realm, Lin Moya looked at the entrance. The poison still hadn't dissipated and didn't seem likely to disappear anytime soon. With the poison present, it would be difficult for outsiders to enter the instance. Even the Dragon Clan would have a hard time returning. Using items to leave the instance was easy, but entering was difficult. Lin Moya couldn't stay here forever. He had other things to do. Such tasks should be handed over to the military. It's time to go back. Chapter 504. Chapter 504, 504. Chapter 504, you haven't passed my test yet. Antares was drowsy, its eyelids still trembling. It had just awakened, but didn't have any morning grumpiness. Instead, its eyes showed joy. Not far from it, a spacetime passage was forming. The aura of the Dragon Pearl transmitted from the spacetime passage. Lin Moya had returned, bringing back its Dragon Pearl. Seconds later, Lin Moya walked out of the spacetime passage. At this moment, Antares closed its eyes again, pretending to be indifferent. But its trembling eyelids betrayed it. Lin Moya found it somewhat amusing. This being that had lived for who knows how many years and was unfathomably strong, was now acting like a child. How could it not know he had returned? It just wanted to tell him the Dragon Pearl wasn't actually that important. Was it afraid he would ask for too much in their deal? But this method was a bit too childish. Antares, wake up, I'm back. Lin Moya played along with Antares, deliberately raising his voice. Antares still had no reaction. Lin Moya laughed inwardly. It's acting quite seriously. Antares, wake up, I'm back. He used an even louder voice and called twice more. Antares finally stirred, slowly lifting its eyelids to reveal dragon eyes much larger than Lin Moya's entire body. Oh, you're back. Lin Moya took out the Dragon Pearl. I've brought back the Dragon Pearl you wanted. Antares made a sound of acknowledgement and casually inhaled, sucking the Dragon Pearl into its mouth. Though it looked unconcerned, Lin Moya could tell it was actually very anxious. The Dragon Pearl was clearly very important to it, but for some reason Lin Moya couldn't understand. It couldn't retrieve it itself and had to entrust others. This had been going on for many, many years. Jiang Yi had once helped Antares obtain a Dragon Pearl too. As for whether anyone else had made deals with Antares, Lin Moya didn't know. This creature was too proud beyond measure. The vast majority of people weren't worthy in its eyes. Even Yan Guangxing, who used to be on par with Bai Yaiwan, wasn't regarded highly by it. Naturally, the same went for Bai Yaiwan and Meng Anwen. Antares snorted lightly. Lin Moya felt a gust of wind nearly blow him away. Then, many solidified fire god blood essences flew over in an orderly line, landing neatly in front of Lin Moya. Antares said, "This is the final payment for our deal." Lin Moya didn't stand on ceremony and directly collected the fire god blood essences. A full 100 pieces, not a small amount. Using them, Lin Moya could summon the Flame Lich 100 times, unleashing 100 pseudo-god level attacks. Previously, Lin Moya had valued the fire god blood essences highly. But now, with the poison god's corpse in hand, containing large amounts of poison god blood essence, the need for fire god blood essence wasn't as high. Antares said softly, "We've completed our first deal. You've passed my test. Now we can discuss a real deal." Before Antares could state the contents of the deal, Lin Moya interrupted. "Antares, before we discuss the deal, I have some questions." "More questions?" Antares said, "If you want my answers, there's a price. My answers can be considered a down payment for our second deal." Lin Moya shook his head. "No, that's not acceptable." Antares suddenly exhaled a violent aura, its huge dragon eyes staring fixedly at Lin Moyo. It wanted to see where Lin Moyo got the courage to speak to it like this. Antares' breath was much fiercer than the wind on the Wind Thunder continent. You brat, do you know who you're talking to? No one has ever dared to bargain with me. Lin Moyo wasn't afraid at all, there wasn't before, but there is now. You say I passed your test, but you haven't passed my test yet. The angry Antares suddenly froze, then burst into laughter. Your test? What test of yours? Lin Moyo said, don't you claim to be all-knowing? Antares said proudly, of course. There's nothing in this world I don't know. Lin Moyo shook his head. During our first deal, I asked you a question. Your answer was wrong. So, you haven't passed my test. I can't judge whether your answers are right or wrong, so I need to consider whether we can proceed with a second deal. Antares suddenly let out a dragon roar. Impossible. I've never been wrong. Seeing Antares' reaction, Lin Moyo knew it had taken the bait. He immediately pressed on. What if you were wrong? Antares brought its head closer, saying very seriously, if I was wrong, then from now on I'll answer any questions you have. If you dare deceive me, I'll eat you. It's a deal, no going back on your word. It's a deal, I'll never go back on my word. Antares was full of confidence. It had lived for countless years. Though its main body had never moved from the center of the core area, it had countless avatars and had witnessed the passage of history and changes of time. It existed even before the Divine Summer Empire was established. It was confident there was nothing it didn't know. The answers from its mouth couldn't possibly be wrong. At this point, Lin Moyo took out a bottle containing black powder. You should know what this is, right? Antares' dragon eyes stared at the bottle. The next second, its head suddenly retracted and it roared, corpse poison. Though its huge body didn't move, its eyes were full of wariness. Even it was very wary of corpse poison. Lin Moyo knew Antares would certainly recognize corpse poison. This bottle of corpse poison powder was obtained from Shuyeishin. Taken from the wound of Dong Fangeo's mother, it was low-grade corpse poison. Last time you told me corpse poison had no cure, right? Lin Moyo asked. Antares answered without thinking. Corpse poison comes from a very terrifying forbidden skill. It indeed has no cure. Lin Moyo opened the bottle. This action made Antares retreat quite a distance again. It asked warily, what are you trying to do? Lin Moyo smiled, just watch. Saying this, he poured some of the corpse poison onto his hand. Antares' eyes widened. What Lin Moyo did was beyond its imagination. Its big head could no longer comprehend. Are you trying to die? Lin Moyo shook his head, just watch. After a while, Lin Moyo frowned. Why isn't it working? At this point he realized he was not only immune to all abnormal states, but now also 100% immune to poison elements. Whether corpse poison was considered poison or an abnormal state, it had no effect on him at all. Antares was also dumbfounded. How are you not poisoned? Is this corpse poison fake? Impossible. I'll tell you in a moment. After figuring it out, Lin Moyo helplessly summoned a skeleton and poured the corpse poison on it. He originally didn't want to use a skeleton to test the poison. Now with the focus skill, he could inherit the Lich General's skills and use them on himself. He could also detoxify that way. Unfortunately, he still ended up using a skeleton. After being sprinkled with corpse poison, the skeleton was immediately poisoned. Black smoke characteristic of corpse poison emerged from its entire body. Lin Moyo said, my skeleton is now poisoned with corpse poison, right? Antares was completely confused by Lin Moyo now, nodding instinctively, that's right. At this point Lin Moyo summoned another Lich General. With a flash of white light, the corpse poison on the skeleton directly disappeared. The skeleton was deathly white, showing no signs of corpse poison at all. Antares blinked repeatedly, unable to believe what it was seeing. This is impossible. This isn't right, it's impossible. It kept repeating itself, simply not believing what it was seeing. Lin Moyo said, the facts are right before your eyes. The supposedly incurable corpse poison, I can neutralize it. I originally wanted to experiment on myself, but I can't be poisoned anymore. Antares immediately looked over. That's right, why aren't you afraid of corpse poison? Lin Moyo said, my passive skill makes me immune to all abnormal states, and my poison immunity has reached 100%. Antares let out another strange cry. Impossible, there can't be such a skill, and humans' elemental immunity upper limit is 90%, how can there be 100% immunity? Lin Moyo spread his hands. See, there are things you don't know again. Chapter 505. Chapter 505, 505. Chapter 505, asking and answering like old friends. Antares was speechless. It realized that it truly didn't know everything. Lin Moyo's nearly unreasonable passive skills, 100% elemental immunity, ability to neutralize corpse poison, each one exceeded its knowledge. But the reality was before its eyes, and it couldn't deny it. Its pride wouldn't allow it to deny it either. Antares finally reluctantly bowed its head to Lin Moyo. Fine, I admit there are things in the world I don't know. Since that's the case, you can ask me anything in the future. I'll tell you what I can. Antares lowered its head again, lying listlessly on the ground. This was exactly what Lin Moyo wanted to hear. I have quite a few questions. Prepare yourself. Ask away, let's just chat. Antares gave up resisting, looking at Lin Moyo as if he was a freak. Lin Moyo asked his first question, do you know about derivative monsters? I know, it's this thing. Some light appeared in front of Antares, weaving into the shape of a monster. 4 legs, a slender body, especially the tail which was longer than the body. In Lin Moyo's words, it was a snake with 4 legs. Lin Moya said, the dragon race found a large number of derivative monsters in a secret realm. They killed them all and built a derivative blood pool to replicate dragon puppet warriors. And Terry sneered, I know about that. The derivative blood pool is just a high-grade item, it can only replicate up to level 70 creatures. Not very useful. And I can tell you a secret, the dragon race is courting death by doing this. Lin Moya pressed, why do you say that? And Terry shook its head, I'll tell you what I can. This question is something I can't talk about. Ask something else. Lin Moya didn't insist on Terry's answering. He knew when to stop, firmly grasping the limits. Lin Moya continued asking, alright, I'll ask something else. Why can't I replicate myself? Terry's answered casually, it can only replicate lower races. This time it was Lin Moya's turn to be shocked. He didn't expect such an answer. Seeing Lin Moya's shocked expression, Terry's laughed somewhat neurotically, finally scored a point. Terry's felt very satisfied. It had decided to stop there on this question. No matter how much Lin Moya asked, it wouldn't answer further. Let Lin Moya stew. Terry's thought it had hidden its intentions well, but the smugness in its eyes betrayed it. After the initial shock, Lin Moya didn't continue asking about this question. Instead, he started talking about other trivial matters. This made Terry's depressed instead. It cursed Lin Moya countless times in its heart. When answering questions, it started calling him little bastard with every sentence to vent its dissatisfaction. Lin Moya didn't mind, and also called it directly by name. The two individuals of completely unequal strength were now conversing like friends. Terry's was actually very curious about Lin Moya's career, but out of pride, it was too embarrassed to ask. Now with this back-and-forth Q&A, it finally understood some details of Lin Moya's career, and learned how Lin Moya had raised his poison elemental immunity to 100%. When Lin Moya took out the poison god's corpse and placed it in front of Terry's was shocked again. Little bastard, do you know what you've obtained? Terry's tone became serious, an astonishing aura emanating from its body. Under its aura, the poison god's aura didn't spread outwards. This was a complete god corpse, not just a bone or a limb. Its aura might not even be concealed by the divine summer tower. Lin Moya said, a complete god corpse. By studying and comprehending it, it can help our human race produce more god-level experts, and allow god-level experts to advance. I know I shouldn't let others know of its existence, but since it's in my possession, there will be a day when I have to take it out. Terry snorted, you don't understand shit. What you know is all what that Jiang Yi guy told you, right? Lin Moya nodded. His initial understanding of deities did come from Jiang Yi. When Jiang Yi gave him a fragment of a god's finger back then, he had solemnly instructed not to show it to anyone. Meng Yanwen and Bai Yaiwan also took it very seriously. But a finger fragment couldn't compare to the poison god's complete corpse. Moreover, the poison god was a mid-tier god. Terry said, gods generally don't leave corpses. They are the darlings of the world, aggregates of elements, the ultimate manifestation of a certain element. They are hard to kill, and even if they die, they leave a glimmer of life. Occasionally finding a tiny piece of a god's body is already extremely lucky. For you to get a complete god corpse, I suspect you might be heaven's illegitimate child. Terry's gaze was a bit strange, looking at Lin Moya more like a monster. It had never seen anyone obtain a complete god corpse before. Lin Moya chuckled, let's say that's the case. What exactly is a god corpse useful for? Terry said, didn't I say? Gods are the ultimate manifestation of elements. Don't you understand what that means? I don't. Lin Moya said firmly and honestly. He really didn't understand. He hadn't touched on this area yet. Human education in any era has a gradual progression. Only at specific levels can one learn certain knowledge. Knowing too early isn't beneficial. Terry said, the ultimate manifestation of elements is laws. You should be able to sense the strong aura of laws on it. All gods have some aura of laws. The poison god is a mid-tier god, so the laws are more obvious. The fire god is a low-tier god, so its law aura is much weaker. The reason god corpses are treasures is because of the laws contained in their bodies. By comprehending and studying these laws, your human god-level experts can rapidly improve. Terry's was very generous this time, explaining a lot to Lin Moya. It made Lin Moya understand the true purpose of god corpses. Different gods represent different elements. Human careers all have corresponding elemental skills. To improve, they need to deepen their understanding of laws. Lin Moya understood the importance of god corpses, but had a new question. But as far as I know, there are no human careers that use poison elemental skills. Terry snorted lightly, don't you understand drawing inferences? What about this then? Accompanied by thunder and lightning, an even more powerful aura of laws surged out compared to the poison god's corpse. Lin Moya took out the electric law god crystal. Terry's just glanced at it. Of course law god crystals are useful. And an electric law god crystal is priceless for mages specializing in electricity. Even a full set of legendary equipment can't compare to this little thing. By the way, how did you find the lightning god? Lin Moya recounted how he found the lightning god. Terry sighed a bit, that woman was too foolish. I told her not to go, but she insisted on going. Look what happened, she died. She had a chance to revive, but insisted on maintaining her final true spirit. Gods are all stubborn idiots. So they knew each other, and seemed to have a decent relationship. Lin Moya wanted to ask more, but Terry's interrupted him, don't ask anymore. I won't tell you even if you ask. As it spoke, a beam of light shot from its eyes, hitting the poison god's corpse. The previously rampant divine aura immediately weakened. Terry said, I've sealed its aura. Don't take it out casually in the future. Your human race isn't as peaceful internally as you think. Lin Moyo put away the poison god's corpse and said sincerely, "Thank you." Antares snorted lightly, saying grumpily, "You're welcome." Any more questions? They had been chatting for half a day. Antares thought Lin Moyo had asked everything he wanted to ask. Unexpectedly, Lin Moyo said, "One more, about the Divine Summer Ancient City. I entered the ancient Thunder Tower and saw some scenes." He described the scenes he saw. Antares shook its head. "I know of the ancient city's existence. Its history predates me, so I don't know its past." This was the first time Antares actively admitted there were things it didn't know. Lin Moyo hadn't expected the Divine Summer Ancient City's history to predate Antares. This was unexpected. Lin Moyo couldn't help but feel solemn respect. He felt the ancient city's origins must be extraordinary. Chapter 506. Chapter 506, 506. Chapter 506, Black Dragon Association bastards, come out and die. Lin Moyo and Antares reached a new fair and equitable agreement. Lin Moyo still needed to go to the lower space and enter the Dragon King Palace dungeon. According to Antares, Lin Moyo was currently the only person in the human race who had the qualifications to enter the Dragon King Palace dungeon. However, this dungeon required a minimum level of 70. Lin Moyo couldn't go there yet. Antares had no solution for this. As for the situation inside the Dragon King Palace, Antares said it had never been there and didn't know. There was also a Dragon Pearl in the Dragon King Palace. After entering the dungeon, Lin Moyo needed to find the Dragon Pearl and bring it back to Antares. For the reward, Antares made a grand promise to Lin Moyo. It said it was about the secret to becoming a super god. Lin Moyo couldn't refuse this. Becoming a super god was Lin Moyo's dream. Antares knew Lin Moyo couldn't refuse, and firmly grasped this point. Lin Moyo didn't quibble with it. He had already gained a big advantage this time, but Antares hadn't paid a deposit either, so it was hard to say who was at a disadvantage. In the White God's courtyard, Meng Yanwen was leisurely drinking tea. Bai Yaiwan had just returned, looking annoyed at Meng Yanwen. "Little you is fine, why didn't you tell me? I waited in the Soul Hall for so long. Alone, it was very boring you know. What you did wasn't right." Bai Yaiwan complained and nagged. Meng Yanwen had only sensed Lin Moyo's return to the upper space, then notified Bai Yaiwan. Meng Yanwen chuckled. "I didn't say anything, but couldn't you have asked? You used to ask all the time before." Bai Yaiwan said, "I forgot, but it's good that little you is fine. This kid actually reached 3-star Divine General, that's really impressive." Meng Yanwen laughed lightly. "It is indeed surprising, and he even obtained 2 origin runes. His future achievements will definitely surpass you and me." Bai Yaiwan had an of course expression. "Little Yu's goal is to become a super god, much stronger than us." "Yes, he will indeed be stronger than us." The space rippled slightly, and Bai Yaiwan's face lit up. "Little Yu is back." Meng Yanwen also chuckled. He came back quite quickly. Footsteps sounded as Lin Moyo walked in. "Teacher, I'm back." Bai Yaiwan looked like an old father, his face full of smiles. Under his constant questioning, Lin Moyo recounted everything that happened in the lower space. Meng Yanwen said with a smile, "Little Yu's experiences could be written into textbooks." Bai Yaiwan said, "The giant poison dragon, Crazy Yan, and I encountered it before. We once joined forces trying to kill it, but failed. I didn't expect it would end up dying at Little Yu's hands." Lin Moyo took out the materials from the giant poison dragon's body. "Teacher, I used most of the spinal cord, only these are left. But the vertebrae are still here, and the fascia." Bai Yaiwan and Meng Yanwen looked at each other, both smiling. Such precious things, Lin Moyo took them out without hesitation. These were all legendary materials, no longer of much use to Lin Moyo. After some back and forth, Meng Yanwen accepted the fascia and half of the vertebrae. As for the spinal cord, neither he nor Bai Yaiwan wanted it. At their level, they cared more about their comprehension of laws and power. "Teacher Meng, please activate the Divine Summer Tower and set up the formation." Seeing Lin Moyo so solemn, Meng Yanwen also became serious. He immediately summoned the Divine Summer Tower and brought the 3 of them inside. The interior of the Divine Summer Tower formed an independent space, with layers of formations isolating all auras. Lin Moyo took out the Poison God's corpse. After Antares sealed its aura, the Poison God corpse's aura had weakened by over 10-fold, but it still far exceeded a god's severed finger. Meng Yanwen and Bai Yaiwan both gasped. Bai Yaiwan's voice trembled, his whole body excited. "This is a god's corpse." He unconsciously reached out to touch it. Lin Moyo hurriedly shouted, "Don't touch it, the corpse is extremely poisonous." As Lin Moyo warned, Meng Yanwen shot a beam of light from his fingertip onto Bai Yaiwan, blasting him back dozens of meters. "How old are you, still so careless?" Meng Yanwen said irritably. Lin Moyo also said, "Teacher, this is the poison god's corpse. It's full of deadly poison. I used its blood essence to kill a god-level demon king avatar." Meng Yanwen added, "The poison god is a mid-tier deity, not inferior to you and me in strength, and its poison is very troublesome. If you're poisoned, it takes a lot of effort to detoxify." Bai Yaiwan's old face reddened at Meng Yanwen's words, and he didn't argue back. He had indeed been too careless just now. Lin Moyo said, "Teacher, can you comprehend the laws on it?" Meng Yanwen shook his head. "Though the corpse is good, it's useless to us. We know nothing about poison elemental laws, too little experience. It's hard to even draw inferences." though Antares said they could draw inferences, that was from its high perspective. At Meng Yanwen and Bai Yaiwan's level, it wasn't easy to do. Unlike the god's finger fragment Jiang Yi gave last time, which had weak but somewhat familiar laws they could utilize, Lin Moyo could only put away the corpse, then took out an electric law god crystal. Teacher, what about this? After examining it, joy appeared in Meng Yanwen and Bai Yaiwan's eyes. Bai Yaiwan said, goodness, a law god crystal. This is really a good thing. In our entire human race, only the old man's side has a wind elemental law god crystal, right? Meng Yanwen said, in our eyes, this law god crystal is even more valuable than the god corpse. Old Bai and I both have electric elemental skills. We can gain some comprehension through this law god crystal. That's good. Lin Moyo was also happy to be able to help Meng Yanwen and Bai Yaiwan. Lin Moyo then took out another law god crystal, one for each of them. He would also keep one for Yin Guangxing. Lin Moyo wouldn't touch these 3. One had already self-destruct, leaving 6 that could be used. Used well, a law god crystal was equivalent to a high-tier god's full power attack. Plus he still had 105 solidified fire god blood essences, and the poison god corpse with who knows how much blood essence left. And the poison god corpse is the ultimate trump card. Lin Moyo realized he had an absurd number of trump cards. If he went all out, even god-level experts like Bai Yaiwan might be killed by him. Half a day after Lin Moyo's return, a teleportation array suddenly appeared in Cherry Blossom Garden's airspace. Lin Moyo and Bai Yaiwan walked out of the teleportation array, then quickly flew towards the capital of Cherry Blossom Country. Killing intent emanated from both of them. This time, they had come to kill. The Black Dragon Association colluding with Abyss Demons had crossed the bottom line for both Lin Moyo and Bai Yaiwan. Neither would show mercy for this. Bai Yaiwan had said before, anyone who colluded with demons deserved death. The Black Dragon Association was located in Cherry Blossom Country's capital, East Cherry City. Cherry Blossom Country wasn't large. After leaving the teleportation array, it only took them an hour to reach the skies above East Cherry City. Black Dragon Association bastards, get out here. Black Dragon Association bastards, get out here. Black Dragon Association bastards, get out here. Shouting 3 times, Bai Yaiwan's voice full of killing intent echoed throughout East Cherry City. The entire East Cherry City trembled under Bai Yaiwan's angry shouts. East Cherry City immediately erupted in chaos. Large numbers of top career holders rose into the sky, quickly surrounding Lin Moyo and Bai Yaiwan. As the capital of Cherry Blossom Country, East Cherry City not only had the country's strongest career holders, but also an equally powerful guardian army. The army was already assembling. Before those career holders could speak, Bai Yaiwan angrily shouted again, all of you get back down, this doesn't concern you. God-level aura erupted, pressing down all the high-level career holders who had just risen into the sky. Hundreds of top career holders fell to the ground miserably, expression shocked. The one who came was actually a god-level expert. Lin Moyo's eyes showed slight surprise. He didn't expect Bai Yaiwan to be this strong. From the looks of it, he was very close to level 96, just half a step away from high-tier god level, able to break through at any time. Bai Yaiwan wasn't this strong before. Lin Moyo guessed it was the god's finger fragment Jiang Yi gave that allowed Bai Yaiwan to progress so much. White God's esteemed presence, forgive our lack of welcome. A deep voice slowly sounded as someone rose from the city. Bai Yaiwan's arrival had finally alarmed the god-level experts in Cherry Blossom Country. Chapter 507. Chapter 507, 507. Chapter 507, Abu Mikey, sending 2 on their way. Shu Lin Moyo looked at the newcomers with a solemn and murderous expression on his face. Old man Yamamoto, no need for courtesy here. Today, I'm not looking for trouble with your Cherry Blossom Nation. Hearing Bai Yaiwan say this, Yamamoto Nozomi couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief in his heart. It's good that he's not here to cause trouble for the Cherry Blossom Nation. Who would dare provoke this killing god? The incident with the Cabbage Nation was still fresh in his mind. Bai Yaiwan had almost single-handedly destroyed their nation, establishing his reputation as the killing god. The Cabbage Nation incident solidified Bai Yaiwan's title as the killing god and made him a taboo among the divine-level experts of various nations. The 2 craziest people in the Shangxia Empire were the killing god Bai Yaiwan and the mad god Yin Guangxing. Whoever provoked them would face misfortune. But no one dared to call Bai Yaiwan the killing god in front of him. They all addressed him as the White God. Yamamoto Nozomi asked, may I ask what the Black Dragon Society has done to offend the White God? I'll have them apologize and make amends. Bai Yaiwan merely glanced at Yamamoto Nozomi. No need. They didn't offend me, and there's no need for apologies. The Black Dragon Society has colluded with the Abyss Demons, and they must die. Yamamoto Nozomi trembled. He didn't expect this to be the reason. Bai Yaiwan had a deep hatred for the Abyss Demons. The incident with the Cabbage Nation was also due to the Abyss Demons. He didn't expect the Black Dragon Society to collude with the Abyss Demons. White God, do you have any evidence? Yamamoto Nozomi asked, clinging to a last shred of hope, trying to reason with Bai Yaiwan. Bai Yaiwan sneered, do I need evidence? Yamamoto Nozomi's expression turned extremely ugly, his last hope shattered. Bai Yaiwan told all the people of the Cherry Blossom Nation in an absolute and domineering manner that he didn't need any evidence. Even if the Cherry Blossom Nation disagreed, they had to accept it now. In all matters, he spoke with his fists. Yamamoto Nozomi didn't say anything. Bai Yaiwan didn't have the patience to wait any longer. I'll give you 3 seconds. If the Black Dragon Society doesn't show up, I won't be polite. No matter how impolite he was, Yamamoto Nozomi knew very well. If Bai Yaiwan went crazy, he wouldn't listen to reason. This wasn't the Shangxia Empire, and the people here weren't from the Shangxia Empire. Bai Yaiwan could act without restraint. Yamamoto Nozomi didn't even wait a second. He pointed in a direction. The Black Dragon Society's manor is over there. Without any consideration, between the people of the Cherry Blossom Nation and the Black Dragon Society, Yamamoto Nozomi instinctively chose to sell out the Black Dragon Society. Bai Yaiwan merely laughed. He had already expected this. The direction Yamamoto Nozomi pointed to was outside Sakuragi City, beneath the mountains, where there was a manor of considerable size. The Black Dragon Society's headquarters was not in Sakuragi City but outside the city. The mountains were covered in white snow, while the area below was filled with the sounds of birds and fragrant flowers, a pleasant place. They certainly know how to pick a location. Bai Yaiwan's eyes were filled with killing intent. Yamamoto Nozomi felt slightly relieved. At this point, whether the Black Dragon Society had colluded with the Abyss Demons or not was no longer important. What evidence or lack thereof didn't matter anymore. Bai Yaiwan, filled with chilling killing intent, flew towards the Black Dragon Society's headquarters. The snow-capped mountains shook and trembled incessantly. Large swaths of accumulated snow avalanched down the mountains. 3 figures shot up into the sky, each emanating a divine-level aura. Although the Cherry Blossom Nation was a small nation, it still had a few divine-level existences. However, their auras were far inferior to Bai Yaiwan's, at most reaching levels 91 or 92. They were all low-level divine beings, with only one mid-level divine being. These people clearly recognized Bai Yaiwan, and their expressions changed drastically upon seeing him. Bai Yaiwan merely glanced at them, and that single glance made them not dare to utter a single word. As they approached the Black Dragon Society's headquarters and looked down from above, there were quite a few people in the manor. As the strongest society in the Cherry Blossom Nation, the Black Dragon Society's headquarters naturally had some powerful professionals. Among them, there were more than 20 top-tier professionals above level 80. They were the upper echelons of the Black Dragon Society, usually arrogant and influential. But now, under the oppressive aura of Bai Yaiwan's strength, they were all as timid as cicadas in the cold. "Abe Yamaiki, get out here." Bai Yaiwan glared at one of the buildings in the Black Dragon Society's manor. This building was permeated with a divine-level aura. Abe Yamaiki, the leader of the Black Dragon Society, was inside. Lin Moya's brows furrowed slightly. "Teacher, there's more than one divine-level being inside." Bai Yaiwan didn't seem to care. "Indeed, there's more than one bug." A mocking laugh echoed, and the door opened, with 2 people walking out side by side. Both of them were divine-level experts, and their appearances were identical. Bai Yaiwan laughed coldly. "Abe Yatsuki, you're here too." Abe Yamaiki and Abe Yatsuki were twin brothers. Their appearances, heights, body shapes, and even temperaments were identical, making it difficult to distinguish between them. Abe Yatsuki looked at Bai Yaiwan, his gaze unnaturally cold, not like a human's gaze should be. Abe Yatsuki laughed softly, revealing a pair of sharp fangs. "Bai Yaiwan, didn't expect to see me again, did you?" Lin Moya's heart skipped a beat. "Something's not right, he's not human." He whispered to Bai Yaiwan, "Teacher, there's something wrong with this guy." Bai Yaiwan nodded. "Indeed, there's something wrong. This guy is already dead, and now he's become Abe Yamaiki's Shikigami." Lin Moya finally understood. Abe Yatsuki had been killed by Bai Yaiwan in the past, but the killing wasn't thorough enough, and Abe Yamaiki turned his own brother into a Shikigami. After becoming a Shikigami, he was no longer human but a half-human, half-soul existence. Onmyoji have a skill that allows them to turn recently deceased souls that haven't dispersed into their Shikigami. This way, they can control the other party for eternity. Many Onmyoji deal with their enemies in this manner, a highly toxic method. Generally, after becoming a Shikigami, one wouldn't retain their memories or thoughts from when they were alive. But Abe Yatsuki was different. Abe Yatsuki still retained his memories and hatred from when he was alive, and he resented Bai Yaiwan to the core. Abe Yatsuki said coldly, "The grudge from when you killed me, Abe Yatsuki will never forget. Today, Abe Yatsuki will return it tenfold." Seeking fresh flowers. Bai Yaiwan laughed loudly. "You've become a Shikigami, have you lost your mind too?" "Just you." Abe Yatsuki didn't say anything more, only continuing to laugh coldly. Next to him, Abe Yamaiki said in a low voice, "You're the youngest divine general in the Shangxia Empire, Lin Moya, right?" Lin Moya was now a famous figure, and few didn't know him. Abe Yamaiki continued, "My son Abe Yoshino sent some information before his death. You were the one who killed him, right? General Lin, you have quite the method to completely erase my son's soul." Abe Yoshino was Abe Yamaiki's son. As Bai Yaiwan had told him on the way, Abe Yoshino alone wouldn't have ha. Chapter 508. Chapter 508, 508. Chapter 508, Targeted. Abe Yamaiki began to act, and 8 divine-level Shikigami simultaneously pounced on Bai Yaiwan. The highest level of a Shikigami cannot exceed that of the Onmyoji. As a 93-level Onmyoji, Abe Yamaiki's 8 Shikigami were all cultivated to level 92. Among them, the special Shikigami Abe Yatsuki had already reached level 93. Moreover, it retained its memories from life, making its combat power surpass that of the other 7 Shikigami. Even Bai Yaiwan dared not be careless when facing 8 opponents. "Xiao, be careful." Bai Yaiwan shouted, his body erupting with powerful energy. Lin Moya said, "The best way to kill a Shikigami is to eliminate the Onmyoji. Teacher, I'll go kill Abe Yamaiki." "Good." Bai Yaiwan trusted Lin Moya's strength and said no more. Bai Yaiwan moved like a meteor, colliding with the Shikigami. One Shikigami named Ting Snake was sent flying, while another, named Amaterasu, shaped like a wolf and covered in flames, bit at Bai Yaiwan. Baiyuan swung his iron fist, sending it flying. Once Baiyuan started fighting, he was fully engaged, his iron fists creating gusts of wind and electric snakes flying. He wielded his skills effortlessly, displaying immense power. The space trembled violently, and shockwaves swept out. Many buildings collapsed, turning the manor into a mess. If not for the barrier, the shockwaves could have destroyed half of Sakuragi City. As Baiyuan fought with enthusiasm, Lin Moya didn't remain idle. He quickly flew towards Abumaiki. Everyone knew that the Onmyoji profession was very similar to the summoner, with most of their combat power concentrated in their summoned creatures. Without their summoned creatures, they had little combat power. But Lin Moya didn't think so, especially when facing a 93-level Abumaiki. He remained cautious. At Abumaiki's level, even without Shikigamai, he possessed formidable combat power. Abumaiki looked at Lin Moyo, the youngest divine general of the Shangxia Empire. Your potential is strong. You are qualified to become my 9th Shikigamai. He pointed at Lin Moyo, and a beam of light shot towards him. The light was incredibly fast, far exceeding Lin Moya's reaction time, and hit him instantly. The skeletal armor glowed and shattered after half a second. The light then struck Lin Moyo. Abumaiki smiled, hit by my soul-fixing curse, you should surrender. Before he could finish, he choked on his words. Lin Moya stood unaffected, not influenced by the soul-fixing curse. Impossible, how can you be fine? Abumaiki screamed. He didn't know that Lin Moya's passive skills were so abnormal, making him immune to any abnormal status. This skill would shock even Antares, and Abumaiki couldn't comprehend it. Lin Moya chuckled, soul attacks? I can do that too. Flames danced in his hand, and the soul flame descended. Abumaiki screamed, casting another skill, and runes appeared all over his body. These runes, called Onmyoji runes, increased with the Onmyoji's level. At this moment, Abumaiki's body was covered in runes. The runes formed an invisible armor, protecting his body and soul. Lin Moya wasn't surprised. As a divine-level expert, Abumaiki naturally had protective skills. The undead army appeared, swarming towards Abumaiki. Elemental explosions erupted densely. Abumaiki, shocked, continued casting skills. Runes flew from his hands, illuminating the entire manor. There were over 100 Black Dragon Society members in the manor, including more than 20 top-tier professionals above level 80. They were stunned by the battle, not knowing what to do. This divine-level battle was beyond their reach. At this moment, runes appeared under their feet. Skill, Onmyoji Fate Lock. Abumaiki shouted, and the runes locked everyone in place. The Black Dragon Society members panicked, screaming and struggling. President, what is this? President, what are you doing? President, why are you locking us up? Their screams turned to terror as the chains absorbed their power. In the next moment, more rune chains shot into the sky, sweeping away the skeletons like whips. The Black Dragon Society members grew weaker, while the rune chains grew stronger. The skeleton berserkers swung their axes, trying to break the chains, but they were incredibly tough. At the same time, runes on Abumaiki's body formed a shield, blocking the attacks of the skeleton mages and archers. Divine-level experts are never easy to deal with, especially a 93-level expert. Even without Shikigamai, Lin Moya didn't underestimate him. The Black Dragon Society members were about to be drained, and the rune chains grew stronger. The chains wrapped around Abumaiki, isolating his aura and making it difficult for the skeleton mages and archers to attack him. The chains not only protected Abumaiki but also entangled many skeleton berserkers. More chains flew towards Lin Moyu, trying to bind him. It's useless, you can't break my Onmyoji Fate Lock. Even with so many summoned creatures, they are too weak. No matter how many, they are just ants. I will soon tear your summoned creatures to pieces and turn you into a Shikigamai. Abumaiki's hateful voice echoed. Lin Moyo had killed his son, and he hated him deeply. Only by turning Lin Moyo into a Shikigamai could he avenge his son's death. Lin Moyo didn't speak. He had already calculated the power of the rune chains. Their defense was greater than their attack power, making them incredibly tough. The chains were strengthened by the lives of the Black Dragon Society members, making them even stronger. As for their attack power, it wasn't impressive. Thinking he could kill Lin Moyo with such weak attacks was a dream. Lin Moyo pointed his finger, casting 2 large area skills. Skill, Aging Curse. Skill, Poison Star Explosion. The barrier was bathed in red and green light. Under the Aging Curse, the Shikigamai's movements slowed, and the damage they took increased significantly. Baiyuan laughed heartily, his attacks becoming more ferocious. The Shikigamai and Abumaiki were enveloped in green light, suffering continuous damage from the poison. Abumaiki said, curse skills are useless. He cast several seals, forming a complex rune, skill, Dispel. The skill exploded, dispelling the curses on him and his Shikigamai. Indeed, against divine-level experts, curses were almost ineffective. Lin Moyo wondered if his curses would be stronger after reaching the divine level. However, the Poison Star Explosion still worked. After dispelling the curses, Abumaiki took a potion, quickly neutralizing the poison on him and his Shikigamai. Abumaiki said, I've mastered all your skills. Curses and poison, though rare, can be countered. It's useless, surrender now. Lin Moya chuckled, I've been targeted. His fame had led to his skills being well known and countered. But not all his skills were known. For example, elemental liches appeared. Auras appeared under the skeleton's feet. The poison returned, stronger than before. This time, it was the poison from the poison lich, stronger than Lin Moya's Poison Star Explosion. Lightning flashed, striking the Shikigamai and Abumaiki. Abumaiki was shocked. What skill is this? I don't know it. The rune chains seemed afraid of the lightning, quickly breaking under its attack. Abiumike said coldly, using lightning against an onmyoji? You're seeking death. He quickly cast seals, and runes flew out, summoned Susanoo. Susanoo is a powerful Shikigami in Cherry Blossom Nation's legends, known for controlling lightning. A giant shadow appeared in the sky, a Shikigami with a lightning mark on its forehead. It only had an upper body, resembling a human. In Cherry Blossom Nation's legends, Susanoo's lower body is a snake. Susanoo appeared, looking at Lin Moyu, and cast lightning at him. Chapter 509. Chapter 509, 509. Chapter 509. If there is a next time, Sakura country will be erased from the world. The book was bathed in lightning. Lin Moya's expression remained unchanged, calm and composed. He glanced at Susanoo with a hint of disdain. This guy, compared to the god of thunder, he's 100,000 miles away. Susanoo seemed provoked, angrily unleashing lightning. But it was useless. Lin Moyu was 100% immune to the electric element and completely ignored the attack. Susanoo disappeared into the air with a hint of helplessness. Abiunri was once again shocked, so shocked that he was numb. What kind of monster is this? He felt that Lin Moyu was full of mysteries, difficult to fathom. For the first time, he doubted whether his plan to kill Lin Moyu and turn him into a Shikigami would succeed. He had made various arrangements targeting Lin Moya's skills, but Lin Moya still shocked him time and again, rendering his arrangements ineffective each time. Suddenly, a deep voice from Baiwan echoed in the air, "Brat, have you had enough fun? Hurry up and finish it." Lin Moya glanced over and found that Baiwan was not under any pressure at all. Above the divine level, each level is a world of difference. Baiwan was only half a step away from level 96, dealing with these level 91 and 92 Shikigami was a piece of cake. Lin Moya knew that Baiwan was purely playing around. But he had seen enough. He had a rough understanding of the onmyoji's skills. The reason Lin Moya dragged it out until now was to see the onmyoji's skills. Now that he had seen what he needed to see, it was time to end it. His palm suddenly glowed. Dealing with a divine level expert required due respect. The primordial rune shone brightly. Abiunri immediately became alert. He knew that Lin Moya possessed the primordial rune, but he didn't know the specific effects of the skill. But every primordial rune was powerful and not to be underestimated. Not knowing the effect, he couldn't counter it and could only respond as it came. The strong soldier skill activated, and the undead army instantly became several times stronger. The skeleton berserkers, originally bound by rune chains, now swung their axes and easily broke the chains. Not only the skeleton berserkers, but the chains that could withstand elemental explosions and arrows were also broken. This attack has increased at least fivefold. Abiunri's face changed dramatically. Breaking the chains meant they had the power to harm him. Onmyoji belonged to the mage class, with weak physical attributes and far less defense than warriors. Facing the charging undead army, Abiunri quickly formed numerous hand seals. A huge rune flew out from his hand, and the 8 Shikigami attacking Baiwan simultaneously disappeared, instantly appearing beside Abiunri. Skill, Shikigami Fusion. Final summon. The rune transformed into a massive formation, with the 8 Shikigami standing at each corner. Abiunri stood at the center of the formation. The center of the formation seemed to open a passage to another dimension, exuding a terrifying aura. The undead army attacked the formation, but it was incredibly sturdy and unshakable. Even the skeleton berserker's explosive skills only caused slight tremors, unable to destroy it. Interesting. Baiwan approached Lin Moyu. I've heard that the ultimate skill of the onmyoji in Sakura country can summon the legendary Shikigami, Yamata no Orokai. Lin Moyu had heard of Yamata no Orokai, a legendary Shikigami like Susanoo. But Yamata no Orokai was far stronger than Susanoo. Summoning it was the ultimate pursuit of onmyoji. In the history of Sakura country, only 2 onmyoji had mastered this skill. Apparently, Abiunri had become the third. The aura of Yamata no Orokai grew stronger. Abiunri said, once the summoning begins, it cannot be stopped. Baiwan, Lin Moyu, prepare to become Yamata no Orokai's food. A blue eye appeared at the center of the formation, followed by a giant snake head slowly emerging. Lin Moyu frowned, I don't like this aura. The aura of Yamata no Orokai was not only cold but also carried a stench, reminding Lin Moyu of the smell of the corpse realm. The blood of the god of poison appeared in his hand, emitting a green light, and the poison lich responded to the call. Baiwan had already fled far away when Lin Moyu took out the blood of the god of poison. This poison was no joke. The poison lich, upon appearing, turned into a green light and rushed to the summoning formation, silently exploding. The half-emerged head of Yamata no Orokai let out a miserable scream and quickly retracted. The summoning skill was instantly interrupted. Abiunri was once again shocked. How could this happen? All thoughts ended there, with no one to answer his questions. He was already surrounded by poison, his body rapidly decaying. Although he was a level 93 mid-level god, his mage body was too weak. Unlike other divine mages who could raise shields and possibly escape, he began to decay upon contact with the poison, screaming in agony. His hands turned to bones, which then began to dissolve. The poison of the god of poison was no joke. Even Baiwan would have trouble dealing with it, let alone him. Not only was Abiunri consumed by the poison, but his 8 Shikigami were also enveloped in it. The Shikigami screams were endless, clearly in great pain. Lin Moyu glanced over, knowing the outcome was decided. Teacher, sorry I couldn't let you see Yamata no Orokai. Baiwan laughed heartily, I've already seen it. It's just a level 95 monster, not as good as the bloodthirsty snail. It's nothing. Baiwan, having experienced countless battles, had a keen eye. He could see at a glance that the so-called ultimate Shikigami of the Onmyoji was just a level 95 monster, not worth his attention. In his eyes, the Onmyoji's trump card was nothing special. As the poison gas dissipated, Lin Moyo immediately ordered the undead army to attack the barrier. Bai Yaiwan also turned around and shattered the barrier with a few punches. Outside the barrier, Yamamoto was anxiously waiting. The moment he saw the barrier, he knew that the Black Dragon Society had indeed colluded with the Abyss Demons. Normally, as a human, he should have broken the barrier immediately to help Bai Yaiwan destroy the Black Dragon Society. But inside was the Black Dragon Society, the strongest guild in Sakura Country. He was also a divine-level expert of Sakura Country. As he hesitated, the barrier shattered. The battle was over in less than 5 minutes? Too fast. Bai Yaiwan glanced coldly at Yamamoto. Old man Yamamoto, Abe Yinri is dead. From today, the Black Dragon Society is officially disbanded. If there is a next time, it won't just be the Black Dragon Society that is erased from the world, but also your Sakura Country. After saying this, Bai Yaiwan and Lin Moyo flew away. Yamamoto looked at the Black Dragon Society manor surrounded by poison gas, his face changing dramatically. At this moment, 3 divine-level experts of Sakura Country flew over and asked Yamamoto about the situation. Their faces showed a hint of humiliation. Bai Yaiwan had come, killed, and left, and they didn't dare to make a sound. But in reality, their strength was far inferior to Bai Yaiwan's, and they indeed didn't dare to act. Seal this place. Don't let anyone approach. The poison here is too terrifying. When did Bai Yaiwan start using poison? And such a powerful poison at that. Who knows? The name Killing God isn't for nothing. Tell everyone not to provoke Bai Yaiwan or Lin Moyo. Disband the Black Dragon Society and find out who colluded with the Abyss Demons. Kill them all and send the list to the Divine Summer Empire. Chapter 510. Chapter 510, 510. Chapter 510, Divine Stone Dungeon, Matchmaking Event. The news of Bai Yaiwan and Lin Moyo forcefully breaking into the capital of Sakura Country and destroying the headquarters of the Black Dragon Society quickly spread, causing a huge uproar. Some people thought Bai Yaiwan was too overbearing, acting without presenting any evidence, which was seen as a slap in the face to Sakura Country. They even escalated Bai Yaiwan's actions to the level of the Divine Summer Empire, accusing the empire of being equally domineering and unreasonable. However, many others supported Bai Yaiwan's actions, believing that anyone colluding with Abyss Demons deserved no mercy. Ultimately, everyone had to admit that might makes right. Bai Yaiwan had the power, and so did the Divine Summer Empire, leaving no one daring to voice opposition. Even Sakura Country itself did not dare to protest, clearly choosing to swallow this loss silently. Being weaker, they had no other choice. In the White God's courtyard, Lin Moya continued to serve tea to Bai Yaiwan and Meng Yanwen. Teacher, about the relationship between Sakura Country and our Divine Summer Empire. Bai Yaiwan interrupted Lin Moyo. Don't worry, nothing will happen. Meng Yanwen added, Sakura Country wouldn't dare to go to war with us. Bai Yaiwan said, those guys have limited strength. If I get annoyed one day, I could wipe them out by myself. Lin Moya knew Bai Yaiwan indeed had that capability. Meng Yanwen laughed, stop boasting. You can't destroy Sakura Country unless the old man steps in. Lin Moyo looked puzzled. Are there hidden experts in Sakura Country? Meng Yanwen explained, there is one. In the ancestral temple of Sakura Country, there is a deity of thought. Once awakened, it can exert the power of a level 98 deity for a short time, just a step below a half-step transcendent deity. Lin Moyo was slightly surprised, then why have they never used it? Meng Yanwen chuckled, it's their trump card, not to be used lightly. Moreover, each activation requires at least 10 years to recover, and that's assuming the ancestral temple and Sakura Country remain intact. Lin Moyo asked, how long can it stay awake each time? Bai Yaiwan replied, each awakening lasts only 24 hours. 24 hours is quite long, enough to accomplish many things, such as causing massive destruction and casualties in the Divine Summer Empire. In the Divine Summer Empire, only the half-step transcendent deity could stop it. This was Sakura Country's confidence. Despite Bai Yaiwan's harsh words, he couldn't actually destroy them. Lin Moya didn't expect such a small country to have such a trump card. However, this card would only be used in a desperate situation. The deity of thought was similar to the angelic spirit Lin Moyo encountered in the Wind and Thunder Sea, formed by the convergence of vast thoughts. The strength of such deities depended on the quantity and quality of thoughts. Angelic spirits were among the weaker deities of thought. Sakura Country had at least hundreds of millions of people, far more than the Holy See. Centuries of accumulation had made their deity of thought increasingly powerful. Lin Moyo asked, do we have a deity of thought? Meng Yanwen shook his head, no, our Divine Summer Empire doesn't believe in such things. Bai Yaiwan said, we tried it once, but an ancestor left a message saying it was detrimental to the Divine Summer Empire, so we stopped. Even the statues we had were dismantled. Lin Moya found it strange but didn't dwell on it. He had more questions to ask Antares next time. Suddenly, their communicators rang simultaneously, and they received a message. Lin Moya read it and murmured, Divine Stone Dungeon, what is that? Meng Yanwen sighed, time flies, it's been 10 years already. Bai Yaiwan sipped his tea, the Divine Stone Dungeon opens every 10 years. The military invites people to conquer it, and the rewards are good. Lin Moya showed interest. The Divine Stone Dungeon sounded impressive. Bai Yaiwan laughed, patting Lin Moya's shoulder, don't get your hopes up. This dungeon isn't for you. Meng Yanwen explained, the rewards are secondary. The dungeon is complex and the battles intense, serving as a real combat test for newcomers. It's a competition. You, however, are invited as a guest, not to conquer the dungeon. Lin Moyo asked, who will participate? Meng Yanwen replied, mostly military personnel, as the dungeon is controlled by the military. Besides them, each major family can recommend 1 or 2 members. Lin Moyo wondered, how do they form teams? The participants were all geniuses, proud and unyielding. Forming teams might be challenging. Bai Yaiwan smiled, it's a solo dungeon, no need for teams. By the way, Yi might participate. Lin Moyo's eyes lit up. He hadn't seen Ning Yi for a long time. He had tried to contact her but couldn't. He knew she was likely undergoing special training, a common occurrence in large families. Meng Yanwen agreed, Yi is likely to go. Ning Taran has long coveted the final reward of the Divine Stone Dungeon. Lin Moyo was curious, what is the final reward? Meng Yanwen said, half a talent Divine Stone. You already have a complete one, so this half is useless to you. Can half a stone be used? Lin Moyo was puzzled. A complete stone had miraculous effects, but half. Meng Yanwen confirmed, yes, but the effect is greatly reduced, with only a 30% chance of awakening talent. A complete stone guaranteed talent awakening. Half a stone had only a 30% chance, even with supplementary methods. It seemed unfair, but even a 1% chance was valuable. Bai Yaiwan grinned, besides the rewards in competition, the dungeon serves another purpose. He looked mysterious, it's also a matchmaking event for young people from major families. Lin Moyo was stunned. He didn't expect that. The young participants weren't just the dungeon conquerors but also many others from major families. These young people, usually proud and aloof, would interact and sometimes form friendships or even romantic relationships. Over time, the event evolved from a gathering to a matchmaking event. There were 10 days until the dungeon opened. The 3 of them, as invited guests, weren't in a hurry. The dungeon was near the 4th fortress on the original battlefield. Meng Yanwen could teleport them there in minutes. They decided to leave in 7 days. The dungeon hall at Xiaojing Academy was always bustling. Hundreds to thousands of people gathered outside, forming teams or selling items. Students spent most of their time here, besides resting and attending classes. Lin Moyo arrived through the teleportation array, drawing everyone's attention. The hall fell silent. Lin Moyo felt helpless. Fame had its downsides. Lin Jr. A pleasant voice called out. Lin Moyo turned and smiled, hello, Senior Shu. Chapter 511. Chapter 511, 511. Chapter 511, Kunlun Divine Palace, Hidden Dungeon. Shu Han was as elegant as ever, smiling faintly and exuding a noble aura. Shu Han came from a very good family background. Her grandfather was the medicine god. There was only one god-level pharmacist in the entire human race, with an extremely high status. Her brother was also the vice dean of the Pharmacist Academy at Summer Capital University, a genius pharmacist. He was very likely to become the second medicine god. With the 2 of them, Shu Han's status was actually very high. Lin Moyo still didn't understand why Shu Han wanted to be a guide and commentator. She shouldn't be short of points. Or was Shu Han just doing it for fun? Shu Han didn't explain, and Lin Moyo naturally wouldn't ask more. Little brother Lin is famous again. Shu Han smiled like a flower, seemingly teasing, but without any hint of unpleasantness. The slight unpleasantness from meeting the medicine god last time had long disappeared. Lin Moyo was never petty and wouldn't hold such things in his heart. Lin Moyo said softly, hello senior sister Shu. Are you here for a mission again? Shu Han smiled, yes, does little brother Lin need a guide? She spoke casually, and Lin Moyo responded casually as well, sure, I actually have some questions. I want to find a dungeon suitable for me to level up. Could senior sister Shu recommend one? Shu Han looked at Lin Moyo, little brother Lin is already level 53 now. Leveling up becomes very slow after level 50. With little brother Lin's skills, you need a dungeon with many monsters but not too complex. Whether it drops good equipment or not isn't important. Listening to Shu Han analyze his needs word by word, every point was very fitting and accurately hit his thoughts about dungeons. And Shu Han could even tell he was level 53, while he couldn't see Shu Han's level and career without using detection. Obviously Shu Han's level wasn't low, at least 10 levels higher than him, but Shu Han had never shown it outwardly, or even mentioned it. Out of respect for a friend, Lin Moyo had never asked either. After analyzing all of Lin Moyo's needs, Shu Han came to a conclusion, based on your requirements, there isn't a suitable dungeon for you in the dungeon hall. Lin Moyo immediately felt both amused and exasperated. He didn't expect such an answer. Among the hundreds of dungeons in the dungeon hall, there wasn't one suitable for him. His requirements didn't seem that high. In Shu Han's analysis, most dungeons focused on good equipment first, with experience as secondary. Many dungeons in the dungeon hall had testing characteristics, carefully selected and brought back by the predecessors of Summer Capital University. They also put experience as secondary, with equipment as the priority. For students, a good piece of equipment was far more important than some experience. Levels would increase with time anyway, but equipment was hard to come by. But Lin Moyo was exactly the opposite. Lin Moyo wanted experience and didn't care about equipment at all. Shu Han said, there's no suitable dungeon for you in the dungeon hall, but there is one in the outside world. Lin Moyo didn't speak, quietly listening to Shu Han. Shu Han said, in the northwest of the Divine Summer Empire, there's a mountain range called Kunlun. There's a special dungeon there called Kunlun Divine Palace. Little brother Lin should know about the special nature of Kunlun Divine Palace, right? Lin Moyo nodded, I know, it's a 3-stage dungeon. The Kunlun Divine Palace dungeon was very famous and had special meaning in the hearts of career holders. Lin Moyo had seen it in textbooks before his transition. The special nature of this dungeon lay in its 3 stages. At the foot, middle, and top of Kunlun Mountain were 3 dungeons, collectively called the Kunlun Divine Palace dungeon. Only after passing the dungeon at the foot could one enter the middle dungeon, and finally the top dungeon. Shu Han said, the dungeon at the foot is level 55, the middle dungeon is level 65, and the top dungeon is level 75. They connect seamlessly, and the Kunlun dungeon has many monsters and lots of experience, very suitable for you. Her voice gradually softened, her whole face leaning close, whispering in Lin Moya's ear, actually, behind the top dungeon, Kunlun Divine Palace has a hidden dungeon. That dungeon corresponds to God level, but the entry requirements are very high. Ordinary people can't get in. Lin Moya was slightly stunned, not expecting there to be a hidden dungeon. This wasn't recorded in any books. Perhaps only some big families knew about it, while ordinary people couldn't find out. There were always many secrets in the world unknown to ordinary people. Shu Han's breath was like orchids. I believe little brother Lin will definitely be able to meet the requirements. Lin Moyo also lowered his voice. What are the requirements? Actually, it's quite simple, just achieve a 100-point rating in each of the 3 stages. The rating is judged based on various factors like dungeon clear time, monster killing efficiency, number of people entering the dungeon, etc. So this dungeon is very suitable for little brother Lin. Shu Han was a bit playful, deliberately blowing a breath on Lin Moya's ear after speaking. The warm wind blew on Lin Moya's ear, making it slightly itchy. Shu Han seemed to be doing this for the first time, her pretty face also blushing as she pulled back. Lin Moya nodded. Thank you, senior sister. Shu Han's willingness to tell him this information showed she trusted him a lot. The importance wasn't in the information itself, but in this trust. Lin Moya took out 2 bottles of toxic dragon spinal fluid. Senior sister Shu, please give these to Elder Medicine God. The toxic dragon spinal fluid in the crystal bottles emitted a soft glow, like 2 perfect gems. Shu Han looked at them dazzled. What is this? Spinal fluid from an 85-level world boss. It can cure most poisons. Let Elder Medicine God try making it into a potion to see if it can neutralize corpse poison. Hearing it was from an 85-level world boss, Shu Han knew these were very valuable. But she didn't refuse. Thank you, little brother Lin. Then you don't need to pay the 500 points. Let's use this as payment instead. Lin Moya smiled. Sure. The Kunhua mountain range was located on the border of the Divine Summer Empire, covered in snow year-round, with stronger winds and snow closer to the peak. At the foot of the Kunlun Mountains was Kuan City. Many people going to the Kunlun Divine Palace dungeon would stay in Kuan City, making this border town exceptionally lively. Especially at night, many career holders gathered to chat. The city was brightly lit, rivaling some big cities in the Divine Summer Empire. The teleportation array in the city lit up, and Lin Moya teleported out. The biting wind hit his body, but he didn't feel much. Career holders generally weren't afraid of cold or heat. Even though the temperature in Kuan City was close to 0 degrees Celsius, Lin Moya still wore clean and neat casual clothes. The military badge on his shoulder had been removed. Walking on the streets of Kuan City, he looked different from many other career holders on the road. Almost all combat career holders wore their career's standard uniforms. Only some life-type career holders who didn't need to fight dressed like Lin Moyo. In many people's eyes, Lin Moyo looked like a life-type career holder. Lin Moyo felt the atmosphere of life, his gaze lingering on the shops lining both sides of the street. There were general stores, shops selling various tools for career holders, as well as bars and restaurants. Lin Moyo felt somewhat out of place. Since his transition, he had been constantly fighting, with very little leisure time. He had been to several cities but had never strolled around in them. The life of ordinary career holders seemed very distant from him. It was already night when Lin Moyo arrived. Many career holders had returned to Kuan City, eating meat and drinking at the city gates. The restaurants and bars were bustling with noise and excitement. Looking up, one could see the distant Kunlun Mountains outside the city. The majestic Kunlun Mountains were 10,000 meters high. The mountain range extended for over 1,000 miles, one of the largest mountain ranges in human territory. There were many dungeons and secret realms in the mountains. Among them, the Kunlun Divine Palace dungeon was the most famous. Looking from Kuan City, the Kunlun Mountains were hidden in clouds and mist from the middle up, invisible to the naked eye. To see the whole view, one had to go there in person. Lin Moyo felt very small in front of the Kunlun Mountains. It seemed there was a strange aura in the Kunlun Mountains, somewhat familiar. Lin Moya thought for a long time, then muttered in a voice only he could hear, the aura of gods. Lin Moya sensed this aura and realized there were gods in the Kunlun Mountains. At least there had been gods before. Suddenly a voice came from beside him. Little brother, do you find the Kunlun Mountains majestic? Chapter 512. Chapter 512, 512. Chapter 512, Gao Yang had an accident. Lin Moya turned to look. In a nearby tavern, a middle-aged man by the window was waving at him. He held a jug of wine and gestured to Lin Moyo. Young brother, come have a drink with me. The middle-aged man had a cheerful smile, his face flushed, clearly drunk. Lin Moyo originally wasn't going to respond, but then he noticed the emblem on the man's clothes and changed his mind. It was the emblem of Jiangning University. Lin Moyo thought of Gao Yang. During his time at West Sea First High School, Gao Yang had talked to him the most. Even when Lin Moya didn't say a word, the somewhat goofy guy could ramble on to him like a one-man comedy show for ages. Back then Lin Moyo had no friends, his classmates didn't like to interact with him. Only Gao Yang was an exception. He was also the first friend, good friend, that Lin Moyo acknowledged in his heart. Later during college entrance exams, he got into Summer Capital University, while Gao Yang got into Jiangning University as he wished. Though Jiangning University couldn't compare to Summer Capital University, it wasn't bad, and it was close to West Sea City, so Gao Yang could go home to visit occasionally. I wonder how that guy is doing at university. It had already been a year since he last saw Gao Yang. Too many things had happened in that year. Lin Moyo didn't have much free time. As memories of the past surfaced, Lin Moyo entered the tavern and sat across from the man. Senior, are you from Jiangning University? The middle-aged man said cheerfully. Young brother recognized it. I'm Feng Ziliu. Young brother, what did you feel looking at the Kunlun Mountains just now? Lin Moyo said softly. I felt very small. Feng Ziliu took a sip of wine. That's right, exactly that feeling. I felt very small too when I first saw the Kunlun Mountains. Young brother, I see you're alone. Care to join me for a drink? Lin Moyo smiled. Sure. After a few drinks, Feng Ziliu became more talkative. Young brother, you have an extraordinary aura. How are you a life-type career holder? Feng Ziliu's level was clear to Lin Moyo's eyes. Level 42 Berserker, a high-level career holder. But Lin Moyo's level was not something Feng Ziliu could see. Lin Moyo always wore a concealment badge, so even if Feng Ziliu used detection he couldn't see it. Combined with Lin Moyo's attire, he was naturally assumed to be a life-type career holder. His aura was now contained. Not just Feng Ziliu, but others also couldn't tell Lin Moyo's career. Lin Moyo smiled. Aura shouldn't have much to do with career. Feng Ziliu laughed heartily. Indeed, aura really has nothing to do with career. Anyway, I feel we have a connection. I could tell at a glance you're extraordinary. Even as a life-type career, your future achievements will surely be limitless. Lin Moyo smiled slightly. Brother Feng, does your school have a student named Gao Yang? His career is Sword and Shield Knight. Feng Ziliu thought for a moment, shaking his head. Never heard of him. Lin Moyo's eyes showed slight disappointment. Feng Ziliu added, I'll ask the other classmates when they get back. Thank you. Feng Ziliu was very generous. Don't mention it. They chatted casually for a while, then 5 people entered the tavern in succession. They all wore the emblem of Jiangning University. Feng Ziliu waved to them. Over here. The group walked over. Feng Ziliu asked, how was it? Did you all make a move? They all had smiles on their faces. One excitedly said, we all did, boss. We made a big profit this time. Suddenly, he shut his mouth. Boss, who's this? Feng Ziliu said, a new friend. By the way, let me ask you, have you heard of a Sword and Shield Knight named Gao Yang at our school? Gao Yang? Sword and Shield Knight. They all looked thoughtful, then shook their heads. Lin Moyo sighed lightly in his heart. In a top university, there could be thousands or tens of thousands of students. It was normal not to have heard of an unremarkable Gao Yang. Suddenly someone exclaimed, I think I've heard of someone like that. Lin Moyo looked up. The speaker was a female healer, just level 40. The aura of her second transition was still present, indicating she had completed it less than 10 days ago. She said, I heard my dorm mates mention a Sword and Shield Knight named Gao Yang who had an accident during a freshman trial. Lin Moyo raised an eyebrow, asking urgently, what accident? I'm not sure of the details, but apparently he was badly injured. Even the best healers at the university couldn't help. Normally healers could quickly heal minor injuries. Even if limbs were severed, a god-level healer could regrow them. And the freshman trial Gao Yang participated in was generally very safe, with teachers supervising. Accidents shouldn't really happen. Then what? Didn't the university invite better healers? Lin Moyo asked patiently. She shook her head. I don't know about that. Feng Ziliu said softly, I know a bit about this. The university's best healer is already level 85. If even he couldn't help, then only a god-level healer could. But god-level healers aren't easy to invite. There are only a few in the empire, and ordinary people can't move them. Lin Moyo suppressed his anxiety. Can you help me find out where Gao Yang went? His tone had changed, no longer asking but more like commanding. The others looked displeased, but Feng Ziliu gave them a look. Go ask. They still gave Feng Ziliu face and used communicators to inquire. Feng Ziliu asked Lin Moyo, Brother Lin, is Gao Yang your friend? Lin Moyo nodded, he's my high school classmate. Feng Ziliu smiled, no wonder Brother Lin is so young. You just transitioned. Youth is good. He didn't look down on Lin Moyo for being newly transitioned, but the others looked impatient. They all felt a mere life-type career holder had no right to order them around. Now seeing he was not only a life-type career holder, but also a freshman. What level could he be? He was nothing. If not for Feng Ziliu's face, Lin Moyo had no right to sit here. A moment later, they finally got a response. We found out. The university couldn't treat Gao Yang, so they gave him some money and sent him home. His home seems to be in West Sea City. As soon as the female healer finished speaking, Lin Moyo vanished before their eyes. Only his thank you lingered in their ears. The group was stunned. What just happened? How did he disappear just like that? Is he human or ghost? So scary, did we just see a ghost? Could it be a wandering spirit who died in the Kunlun Mountains? Seconds later, Feng Ziliu suddenly exclaimed, I know who he is. Who? Boss, tell us quickly. Feng Ziliu said, if I'm not mistaken, he should be Lin Moyo. Ah, everyone was in disbelief. Lin Moyo's name had been too famous in the past half year. Especially a few days ago, when Lin Moyo went to Cherry Blossom Country with Bai Yaiwan and forcefully wiped out the Black Dragon Association. Lin Moyo had become legendary. But how could such a legendary figure appear here, even talking to them? Shouldn't he be high above? Boss, could you be mistaken? Someone thought it unlikely. Phonezilla shook his head. I'm 80 to 90% sure. Divine General Lin only transitioned a year ago, so his classmates are all freshmen. And Divine General Lin's hometown is West Sea City. Didn't you say Gao Yang's hometown is also West Sea City? His surname is Lin, he's classmates with Gao Yang, and he has almost ghostly speed. How could there be such a coincidence in the world? After Phonezilla's analysis, they felt it really was the case. Phonezilla drank heavily. No wonder I felt his aura was so extraordinary earlier. No wonder his tone suddenly became so lofty. We were really blind. Chapter 513. Chapter 513, 513. Chapter 513, returning your son to you intact. In West Sea City, the teleportation array glowed brightly, and then Lin Moya rushed out from the teleportation array, disappearing instantly at the end of the street. The two city guards watching over the teleportation array were both shocked and looked at each other. Did someone just pass by? Probably, but I didn't see clearly. Me neither. Could it be a ghost? Unlikely. The teleportation array did light up, so it must have been a super strong person, just too fast for us to see. Should we report this to the city lord? Forget it, let's just pretend it didn't happen. After a brief discussion, they decided to act as if they had seen nothing. Such matters were beyond their control, so it was better not to get involved. Lin Moya rushed back from Kunlun City at the fastest speed, using multiple teleportation transfers, and returned to West Sea City in just 2 minutes. He then headed directly to Gao Yang's house as quickly as possible. The night in West Sea City was extremely quiet, in stark contrast to the brightly lit Kunlun City. Gao Yang's house was still lit. Lin Moya could sense the presence of healing magic. Only long-term, continuous use of healing magic could leave such a strong residual aura. In this small house, there were 3 people. One person lay on the bed, extremely weak. It was Gao Yang. The other 2 were Gao Yang's parents. Gao Yang's parents were both ordinary professionals with relatively stable jobs. Their income wasn't substantial, but it was enough to get by. Originally, with Gao Yang becoming a sword and shield knight, their family's life should have improved and gotten better. Lin Moya knocked on the door. The door opened, and a middle-aged woman with a worried expression came to answer. Child, who are you looking for? The middle-aged woman did not recognize Lin Moya. Lin Moya politely said, Hello, auntie. I am Gao Yang's classmate from West Sea No. 1 High School. I heard he had an accident, so I came to visit. Upon hearing that he was Gao Yang's classmate, the middle-aged woman quickly stepped aside. Oh, you're Yang Yang's classmate. Come in. It turned out that Gao Yang's nickname was Yang Yang. The tall and strong Gao Yang had such a cute nickname, which Lin Moya found amusing. When Gao Yang recovered, he could use this to tease him. Entering the house, Lin Moya saw Gao Yang's father. Gao Yang's father bore a resemblance to Gao Yang. Since Gao Yang's accident, both parents had been having a hard time. Gao Yang's father's hair had turned gray, which was not typical for his age. Lin Moya entered Gao Yang's room. The door opened, and Lin Moya saw Gao Yang lying on the bed. Gao Yang was awake, staring at the ceiling with lifeless eyes. Both his legs were severed at the thighs. His hands were also completely atrophied, skin and bones, looking terrifying. His breath was extremely weak, as if he was on the verge of death. Hearing the door open, Gao Yang did not react. It wasn't until Lin Moya appeared in his line of sight that a glimmer of light appeared in Gao Yang's eyes. With a hoarse voice, he said, Why are you here? Seeing Gao Yang in such a state, Lin Moya felt a pang of sorrow. Why didn't you tell me? Lin Moya knew that Gao Yang could have found a way to contact him. For example, through the principal of West Sea No. 1 High School, through the city lord of West Sea City, or by sending someone to Xiajing Academy to find him. Even if they couldn't find him, they could have contacted him through Xia Shui. There were always ways. Gao Yang struggled to speak. It's useless. Lin Moya snorted. How do you know it's useless? Gao Yang said, the Academy's level 85 healers couldn't help. They said even divine level healers might not be able to. Lin Moya scoffed, level 85? I've killed several divine level beings. Did they say if you were poisoned or something? Gao Yang shook his head. I don't know. Not knowing was the most troublesome part. Jiangning Academy was a reputable institution with plenty of healers and alchemists. Yet, they couldn't figure out the problem. They even said that not even divine level healers might be able to help, which plunged Gao Yang into despair. Gao Yang recounted what had happened. They were in a secret realm for a trial, and it wasn't him who had the accident initially, but someone else. As a knight, Gao Yang instinctively went to save the person. But he couldn't save the person and ended up getting trapped himself. I remember pulling him out, but then I fell in. It was a small swamp pit. Half of my body was stuck, and I couldn't get out. When my classmates pulled me out, my legs were gone. Strangely, my legs didn't bleed, the wounds had already healed. Gao Yang's voice grew weaker. In just this short time, Lin Moya noticed that his breath had weakened significantly. His life force was draining away. Lin Moya could clearly sense that Gao Yang's life force was constantly draining. Isn't it poisoning? Lin Moya asked. Gao Yang shook his head. No, I took antidotes, but they had no effect. The Academy's alchemists also tested for toxins and confirmed I wasn't poisoned. Lin Moya asked, did you feel anything at the time? Gao Yang shook his head again. No, no pain, no itch. Not then, and not now. Lin Moya used his mental power to sense Gao Yang but found nothing unusual. Let's try this first. Lin Moya thought for a moment and took out the spinal fluid of the venomous flood dragon. He opened the bottle, and a fragrant aroma filled the room. Drink this. Gao Yang trusted Lin Moya completely and drank it without asking what it was. After drinking the spinal fluid, a flush of color appeared on Gao Yang's face. Lin Moya sensed Gao Yang's life force rapidly recovering. In no time, it reached its peak. The spinal fluid of the venomous flood dragon not only detoxified but also had strong life force properties. Moreover, after drinking the spinal fluid, Gao Yang's immunity to poison elements would also improve somewhat. However, just as Gao Yang's life force peaked, it suddenly plummeted. It was like falling off a cliff, straight to the bottom. Lin Moya frowned. It seemed slightly better than before, but not much. Gao Yang was used to it. I've taken many things to boost my life force. It's always like this, useless. His eyes were filled with despair. Lin Moya said, don't lose hope. I'll take you to get treated. Gao Yang said, don't bother. It's really useless. It's already good enough that you came to see me. Don't waste your time and energy. The pain had turned a once cheerful and sunny person into this state, making Lin Moya feel very sad. Stop talking and listen to me. Lin Moya saw a wheelchair at the corner of the bed and directly placed Gao Yang in it. He pushed Gao Yang out. Uncle, auntie, I'm taking Gao Yang to get treated. Gao Yang's parents were stunned. This young man suddenly said he was taking Gao Yang for treatment. Child, where are you taking him? We've already sought help from many people, but it was useless. Yes, child, it's not that we don't believe you, but ordinary healers and alchemists couldn't help. Gao Yang's parents were kind-hearted. They didn't distrust Lin Moya but felt that Gao Yang's injury was difficult to treat. Lin Moya said, don't worry, the person I'm taking him to will definitely cure Gao Yang. Gao Yang said softly, Dad, Mom, trust Moya. Then I'll pack Gao Yang's things. Gao Yang's mother chose to trust Gao Yang and Lin Moya. Lin Moya said, no need to pack. Everything we need is there. We must hurry, so I'll take Gao Yang now. I'll return your son to you intact in a few days. With a thought, Lin Moya opened the door with a gust of air. Then, with a flap of his lightning undead wings, Lin Moya lifted the wheelchair and flew away. We're leaving. In the shocked gaze of Gao Yang's parents, Lin Moya took Gao Yang and left. The two were stunned. This child can fly. If he can fly, he must be a top-level professional. How does Yang Yang have such a powerful classmate? Do you remember what Yang Yang called him just now? Moyu, Moyu, Lin Moyu. The two simultaneously opened their mouths wide, shocked to the core. Who hasn't heard of Lin Moya's name by now? It's actually General Lin. It's actually General Lin. Gao Yang's father muttered, trembling all over. Gao Yang's mother was overjoyed. That's great, our Yang Yang is saved. That's great, our Yang Yang is saved. She kept repeating, and tears started to fall uncontrollably. Chapter 514. Chapter 514, 514. Chapter 514, The Culprit, the Soul Eater. Lin Moya chose not to use the teleportation array. Given Gao Yang's current condition, which was somewhat similar to Han Dong'er's poisoning situation, and even worse, he couldn't withstand the tearing force of the teleportation array. Lin Moya had no choice but to fly with him, and he also couldn't fly too fast. Using his own power to envelop Gao Yang, he shielded him from the cold wind in the air as they flew towards Xiajing Academy. Before they could even leave Westsea City, someone rose into the air and blocked Lin Moya's path. The Empire has regulations that forbid flying over the city, said the person, dressed in armor, appearing to be a soldier. Judging by the military insignia on his shoulder, he was a 5-star lieutenant. Lin Moya didn't want to waste time with him and directly placed his own military insignia on his shoulder. The purple insignia of a divine general, shimmering with a noble light under the night sky, and its 3 stars were particularly dazzling. The person immediately saluted. Westsea City Garrison, 5-star lieutenant, Xian Dong, greets the divine general. Lin Moya acknowledged with a hum, step aside, I'm in a hurry. Xian Dong wouldn't dare to obstruct a divine general. The difference in their statuses was like heaven and earth. Without saying another word, he stepped aside. Lin Moya continued flying with Gao Yang towards Xiajing Academy. Seeing Lin Moya leaving, Xian Dong had just breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Lin Moya stopping again. Because he was carrying Gao Yang, Lin Moya couldn't fly too fast, maintaining a speed of about 100 kilometers per hour. It would take about 20 hours to reach Xiajing Academy from Westsea City at this speed. Passing through many cities along the way, they might encounter obstructions. Moreover, for Gao Yang to endure a 20-hour flight was also not ideal. Lin Moya turned to Xian Dong. I remember, the garrison should have a flying warship, right? Xian Dong replied, yes, but it's not in Westsea City, it's with the provincial military. Lin Moya instructed, go now, with my order, bring a flying warship here. Humanity also possessed flying warships. Although not as advanced as those of the dragon race, they were more than sufficient for transportation. A divine general's order was the highest command in the military. Xian Dong immediately accepted the order and went to the provincial military through the military's teleportation array. Soon, a flying warship ascended and headed towards Westsea City. Gao Yang, with a weak voice, laughed, Moyu, you're becoming more and more powerful. Lin Moya replied, no matter how powerful, I'm still your classmate. Once your injury is healed, I'll send you to Xiajing Academy. You'll definitely become a powerful professional in the future. Gao Yang, inspired by Lin Moya, seemed to have regained some hope for life. Can someone like me enter Xiajing Academy? Lin Moya confidently stated, if I say you can, then you can. He believed that as long as he spoke up, Xiajing Academy would definitely give him face. Even if it required some sacrifice, Lin Moya had made up his mind to send Gao Yang there. 10 minutes later, a warship appeared in the night sky. Lin Moya boarded the warship with Gao Yang. As a 3-star divine general, he naturally became the highest commander on the warship. The warship's protective shield was activated to block the fierce winds. Traveling at the warship's maximum speed, they would reach Xiajing Academy in less than an hour. Lin Moyo had already contacted Shu Han on the way, intending to meet Shu Medicine God. Regarding the treatment, only Shu Medicine God was capable. Moreover, Shu Medicine God knew divine-level healers. His request would be more effective than Lin Moyo's. Even if it required some sacrifice, Lin Moyo was determined to save Gao Yang. An hour later, the warship stopped outside Xiajing City. Xi Dong explained, "Sir, we can't proceed further. Military warships are not allowed to enter the capital during peacetime." Lin Moyo understood this principle. "Thank you for your efforts." Xi Dong was flattered and quickly shook his head. "It's not hard at all. It's an honor to serve Divine General Lin." Lin Moyo nodded, "Thank you." After saying this, he took Gao Yang and flew towards Xiajing Academy. As soon as they entered Xiajing City's airspace, the city's garrison came to greet them. Flying over Xiajing City was forbidden for anyone, except for divine generals like Lin Moyo. Divine generals were the highest commanders in the Godsummer Empire, with the same status as divine-level powerhouses, enjoying many privileges. Flying freely over the city was one of those privileges. Lin Moyo arrived at Xiajing Academy without any obstructions and landed at the academy's entrance. Shu Han was already waiting there, and together with Lin Moyo, they headed to the Medicine God's residence. Inside the Medicine God's residence, Shu Medicine God was already waiting, having received Shu Han's message. Not only Shu Medicine God, but Meng Anwen had also come. It was Lin Moyo who informed him. Lin Moyo recounted Gao Yang's situation, which piqued Meng Anwen's interest. "Greetings, teacher." "Greetings, Medicine God." Lin Moyo pushed the wheelchair forward. Gao Yang's face showed an abnormal flush, clearly excited. He was meeting real big shots, the only medicine god in the human race, and the legendary god. This was something he had never dared to dream of. Gao Yang even felt a sense of contentment as if he could die without regrets. Lin Moyo recounted Gao Yang's situation, just as Gao Yang had described it himself, without any discrepancies. Shu Medicine God and Meng Anwen began a thorough examination of Gao Yang after listening. Gao Yang's severed legs had already healed, leaving only a layer of scars that looked somewhat ferocious. According to Gao Yang, it was like this when he was injured. After the examination, Meng Anwen said softly, "From the surface, there doesn't seem to be any problem." As he spoke, he released a light from his fingertips that fell on Gao Yang. Gao Yang's life force immediately increased significantly. But just like before, after reaching its peak, it plummeted as if falling off a cliff, deep into the valley. Shu Medicine God also gave Gao Yang a potion to drink. Gao Yang's life force once again increased rapidly, followed by a rapid decline. "It's really strange." Meng Anwen couldn't figure it out for a moment. Shu Medicine God said, "It's as if there's a bottomless pit inside him, constantly devouring his life force. No matter how much life force there is, it can be absorbed in an instant." Meng Anwen nodded. "If we look at the speed of its devouring, it's enough to turn Gao Yang into a dry corpse in an instant. But why has it kept Gao Yang alive until now? Could it be planning to devour slowly?" As they spoke, Meng Anwen and Shu Medicine God looked at each other, both coming to the same conclusion. Shu Medicine God said, "If that's the case, then let's draw it out." Meng Anwen smiled, "All right, let's bring it out and see what it is." Meng Anwen's hand glowed, and a tower appeared in mid-air. The God Summer Tower emitted light that enveloped Gao Yang. Lin Moyo clearly felt that Gao Yang's soul seemed to be leaving his body. The God Summer Tower was extracting Gao Yang's soul. Since Gao Yang wasn't dead, his soul couldn't be easily extracted. At this moment, Shu Medicine God gave Gao Yang another potion to drink. "Sleep, child. When you wake up, you'll be fine." After drinking the potion, Gao Yang's body trembled slightly, his eyes closed, and he fell into a deep sleep. Not just a sleep, but his breathing also stopped. To outsiders, Gao Yang appeared to be dead. If Lin Moyo couldn't feel Gao Yang's soul, he might also think Gao Yang was dead. Shu Medicine God said, "This potion can put Gao Yang into a state of suspended animation." Lin Moyo knew Shu Medicine God was explaining for his benefit and immediately said, "I understand." Just as Gao Yang entered a state of suspended animation, a strange force suddenly appeared. As soon as it appeared, it rushed towards Gao Yang's soul, intending to devour it just like it devoured life force. Meng Anwen had been waiting for this moment and shouted lightly. The God Summer Tower buzzed and directly extracted Gao Yang's soul. Gao Yang's soul was transparent and small, only the size of a fist. Under the illumination of the God Summer Tower, Gao Yang's soul left his body and flew into the tower. Immediately afterward, another transparent object flew out. This thing looked like a small dog, also palm-sized. Its entire body was ethereal, and its appearance was ferocious. "Freeze!" Meng Anwen shouted, and the God Summer Tower shot out another light, freezing the small dog in mid-air. The small dog screamed continuously, struggling frantically. But under the light of the God Summer Tower, its struggles were futile. Although Lin Moyo didn't know what this was, he knew it was this thing that had caused Gao Yang's current state. This creature was the culprit. Shu Medicine God said softly, "What is this? I've never seen it before." He was about to take a closer look when Meng Anwen warned, "Shu Elder, don't get close." Shu Medicine God was startled, "And God, do you know what this is?" Meng Anwen's expression was very grim. "If I'm not mistaken, this is a soul eater. I didn't expect it to still exist in the world." Hearing the word soul eater, Shu Medicine God's expression also became extremely grim. Chapter 515. Chapter 515, 515. Chapter 515, this could be a catastrophe. Shu Medicine God's face turned extremely grim, swallowing hard. "And God, are you sure you didn't see it wrong?" Meng Yanwen's expression was equally serious, shaking his head. I shouldn't be wrong. Lin Moya saw the expressions of both men and knew this matter was definitely not trivial. He had never heard of the Soul Eater before, but seeing Meng Yanwen, who was always calm, turn pale, it must be something extraordinary. Lin Moyo had read a lot of information and even browsed through many documents in the Royal Secret Library. He knew many events in human history that had been buried and forgotten, but he had never seen or heard of the Soul Eater. Even the Shu family, with its deep heritage, had only heard of it but never seen it. It seemed that the secret of the Soul Eater was deeply hidden. From Lin Moya's perception, this Soul Eater wasn't strong, just somewhat peculiar. It was the first time he had seen a creature that could exist solely as a soul without a physical body. It was the complete opposite of the creatures in the corpse realm. The creatures in the corpse realm had bodies but no souls, neither dead nor alive. The Soul Eater had a soul but no body. It seems to be another secret. This Soul Eater is indeed peculiar. Just as Lin Moya was thinking this, a breeze from a detection spell blew past. In an instant, both Meng Yanwen and Shu Medicine God's expressions changed. The detection spell was cast by Shu Han, who was also extremely curious about the Soul Eater. After the detection spell was cast, the Soul Eater seemed to have found a new target, its gaze fixed on Shu Han. Shu Han felt a chill all over, becoming paralyzed and unable to move. She was locked onto by the Soul Eater. The Soul Eater let out a sound that only souls could hear, instantly breaking free from the God Summer Tower's restraint. It seemed to enter another dimension, rushing towards Shu Han. Shu Han's face turned pale, but she couldn't move at all. Meng Yanwen and Shu Medicine God looked anxious. At this moment, a flame flickered in Lin Moya's palm, and the Soul Eater let out a miserable scream. Just a finger's width away from Shu Han, the Soul Eater burst into flames. Its entire ethereal body turned into a ball of fire, quickly burning to ashes. So weak. Lin Moya's immediate reaction was that the Soul Eater was very weak, not even level 20. It could be burned to ashes with soul flames. As soon as the Soul Eater died, Shu Han felt as if she had been released from a lock. She couldn't help but let out a cry, taking several steps back before falling to the ground. After this incident, both Meng Yanwen and Shu Medicine God were completely convinced that the dog-like creature was indeed a Soul Eater. Meng Yanwen's voice was low. I didn't expect that the Soul Eater still existed in the world. After so long, who knows how many people it has infected. Shu Medicine God was even more anxious than Meng Yanwen. We must immediately seal off the entire Jiangning province. No one from Jiangning province should be allowed to leave. Lin Moyo asked, is it that serious? Meng Yanwen nodded, yes, very serious. Shu Medicine God added, it's even more serious than you think. If not handled properly, it could be a catastrophe. Lin Moya was also made nervous by their words. Shu Han, still trembling with fear, asked, why couldn't I move just now? Meng Yanwen explained, because you used a detection spell on the Soul Eater, creating a connection between you and it. Your soul was locked by it, so you couldn't move. And it used the connection between you and it to open a unique soul channel, breaking free from my restraint. If it weren't for Lin Moya's soul attack killing it, you might have been possessed by it. Shu Han's face turned pale. What would happen if it possessed me? Shu Medicine God said in a low voice, there are many possible outcomes. Gao Yang's current state is one of them. If it finds a better host, it might kill you and switch to another soul. It might also find you suitable and eat your soul, taking your place. Shu Han let out a cry, her body trembling. She almost ended up like Gao Yang, which would have been a fate worse than death. Lin Moya said, I felt it was very weak, but it surely can't be that weak. What exactly is it? If it were truly that weak, Meng Yanwen wouldn't be so wary, and it wouldn't be considered a catastrophe. Meng Yanwen explained, over 1,000 years ago, before our Divine Summer Empire was established, there was a Soul Eater disaster that almost wiped out the entire human race. Very few records from that time have survived. Perhaps the royal family knows more. The Soul Eater itself has no physical body. Before finding a host, it is very fragile. But once it possesses someone, it's very hard to eliminate. It hides in the host's soul, absorbing everything from the host: life force, blood, soul power, anything. The reason Gao Yang is still alive might be because the Soul Eater hasn't found a better host. Or it might think that even if it eats Gao Yang, it won't gain much. This was entirely possible. After all, Gao Yang was still very weak, and eating his soul wouldn't yield much benefit. The soul is the most mysterious existence, something most people can't even touch. Lin Moyo only came into contact with souls because of his soul flame skill. If the Soul Eater hides in the soul, it would indeed be very secretive. Is there no way to eliminate it? Meng Yanwen shook his head. There must be a way. I need to search the royal archives for information. Maybe I can find something. The last Soul Eater disaster occurred before the establishment of the Divine Summer Empire. Very few records from that time have survived, and Meng Yanwen only knows a little. Only the royal family might still have more detailed records. Meng Yanwen pointed his finger, and the God Summer Tower emitted light that fell on Gao Yang. Gao Yang's soul flew out of the God Summer Tower and returned to his body. Shu Medicine God then gave Gao Yang another potion. With his soul back in his body and the potion administered, the two worked seamlessly, completing the process almost simultaneously. Meng Yanwen cast another light on Gao Yang. Gao Yang's life force quickly recovered significantly. This time, it didn't weaken again, and Gao Yang's face turned rosy. Lin Moyo breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that Gao Yang was now fine. With the root cause resolved, external injuries like severed limbs were not a problem. Meng Yanwen said, Shu Elder, please take care of Gao Yang. I need to go to the royal palace. Lin Moyo added, I'll go with you. He was also very curious about the Soul Eater. What kind of creature could nearly wipe out the human race? 1,000 years ago, although humans weren't strong, there were still divine-level experts. Shu Han said softly, I'll go too. Shu Medicine God waved his hand, you all go. I'll take care of Gao Yang and make sure he gets treated. Lin Moya thanked Shu Medicine God, thank you, Medicine God. If you need anything in the future, just let me know. Shu Medicine God chuckled, you're too polite, General Lin. The venomous flood dragon spinal fluid you brought is priceless. This small matter is nothing. Meng Yanwen made a hand sign, and the God Summer Tower enveloped the three of them, teleporting them directly to the entrance of the royal palace. Meng Yanwen's voice rang out, echoing through the palace, Meng Yanwen has come uninvited. Please, King Dongfang, come out to meet us. Meng Yanwen's voice was neither too loud nor too soft, but it enveloped the entire palace. Everyone in the palace could hear it clearly, even those in their sleep. Within seconds, a figure flew out from the palace, landing in front of Meng Yanwen. King Dongfang greets and God and General Lin. Meng Yanwen greets King Dongfang. Lin Moya greets King Dongfang. The three exchanged greetings. King Dongfang knew that Meng Yanwen's sudden visit at night must be urgent, and God, what brings you here? Meng Yanwen immediately explained the situation with the Soul Eater. Forgive my ignorance, but I have never heard of the Soul Eater, King Dongfang said, looking puzzled. However, seeing Meng Yanwen so tense, he knew it was no small matter. Meng Yanwen got straight to the point, I know your royal family has a secret archive. I need to search for information on the Soul Eater. The secret archive Meng Yanwen referred to was not the one Lin Moyo had seen before. Those were just the most superficial documents, somewhat secretive but not truly classified. Meng Yanwen was referring to the most confidential records. Chapter 516. Chapter 516, 516. Chapter 516, Blessing in Disguise, it could also be an opportunity. Dongfang Yi did not dare to directly refuse Meng Yanwen's request. However, wanting to access the most confidential information of the royal family was a significant matter, and even he did not dare to rashly agree. Dongfang Yi said, my uncle, Dongfang Li, is in charge of the secret archives. I will ask him if he knows anything about the Soul Eater. Meng Yanwen nodded, thank you, your majesty. It's my duty. Dongfang Yi responded politely, without any airs. Dongfang Yi led them to a living room, served the best tea, and then went to the secret archives himself. Not long after, Princess Dongfang Yao arrived. She was a close friend of Shu Han, and the two started chatting immediately upon meeting. Hearing Shu Han recount the recent events, even Dongfang Yao was taken aback. Sister Han, is the Soul Eater really that terrifying? Dongfang Yao asked, visibly tense. Shu Han nodded, it should be very terrifying. My grandfather's face changed drastically, and he was very tense. And God was the same. Fortunately, General Lin saved me. Shu Han was still shaken, unable to recover from the helpless terror she had felt. The key issue was that the detection spell had not provided any useful information and had almost cost her life. She couldn't imagine how such a terrifying creature as the Soul Eater could exist in the world. Dongfang Yao glanced at Lin Moyo and then hummed softly to herself. She hadn't forgotten that Lin Moyo had refused to lend her a skeleton. Although Lin Moyo had agreed to save her mother and she had almost caused his death, she still held a grudge. Girls' thoughts are often incomprehensible to outsiders, and sometimes even to themselves. Shu Han noticed Dongfang Yao's expression, don't blame General Lin. If he has the ability, he will definitely help. This time, General Lin even brought 2 drops of the venomous flood dragon's spinal fluid, asking my grandfather to make a potion to see if it can neutralize the corpse poison. That's the spinal fluid of an 85th level world boss, a priceless treasure. Dongfang Yao whispered, really? Shu Han nodded, why would I lie to you? Of course, it's true. Meanwhile, Lin Moyo was talking to Meng Yanwen. Teacher, do you think the royal family has information on the Soul Eater? Meng Yanwen said, the Divine Summer royal family has been around for over 1,000 years, weathering many storms. Many families have risen and fallen, but the royal family has remained steadfast. If even they don't have information on the Soul Eater, then no other family would. And to deal with the Soul Eater, we must also mobilize the royal family's power. Lin Moyo understood Meng Yanwen's point. To seal off a province and lock down a city, military power alone wouldn't suffice. Local administrative power, which was controlled by the royal family, was also needed. Without orders from the royal family, even if they managed to seal off a province or city, it would cause significant chaos. Lin Moyo whispered, everything in nature has its counter. There must be a solution. If the royal family doesn't have the information, I can ask it. It? Meng Yanwen was startled. You mean the one in the core area? Lin Moyo nodded, it has lived for countless years and should know something about the Soul Eater. Meng Yanwen nodded, although I haven't spoken to it, I know some legends about it. It's said to be omniscient. Lin Moyo chuckled, not entirely. Footsteps approached, and Dongfang Yi and Dongfang Li walked in together. Dongfang Li, who managed the royal archives, had seen almost all the documents in the archives. Meng Yanwen asked directly, what did you find? Dongfang Li took out an ancient book. This contains all the information on the Soul Eater. The information is very old and disorganized. Our royal family revised it 800 years ago, compiling all the information on the Soul Eater into one book. Meng Yanwen quickly skimmed through the book. With his ability, memorizing it was a trivial task. After reading, he handed the book to Lin Moyo. Dongfang Li asked, and God, are you sure it's the Soul Eater? Meng Yanwen nodded, it's undoubtedly the Soul Eater. The information in the book matches perfectly. Dongfang Yi furrowed his brows, this is a major disaster. And God, what do you plan to do? Meng Yanwen said, I have a strategy in mind, but I need to discuss it with your majesty. Initially, I thought this would be a disaster, but after reading the information, I realized it could also be a great opportunity. Dongfang Yi raised an eyebrow. A great opportunity? How so? He hadn't read the information, only heard about the Soul Eater's horrors from Dongfang Li. Could the information contain something different? Dongfang Li had read the information but hadn't seen any great opportunity. Please explain, and God, Dongfang Yi urged. Lin Moya finished reading the book and exhaled, blessing in disguise. It could indeed be an opportunity. Meng Yanwen's words were convincing enough, and now Lin Moya's agreement solidified it. Dongfang Yi also skimmed through the information but didn't see anything significant. Dongfang Li said solemnly, I have read the information on the Soul Eater before and didn't find anything special. How are you so sure it could be an opportunity? Meng Yanwen glanced at Lin Moya. Xiao, you explain. Their answers were likely the same. Lin Moya nodded. Let's start with human history. Lin Moya had read many non-confidential documents in the royal archives and a lot of information in the academy, combined with his own experiences and friendly exchanges with Antares. His understanding of human history and high-level knowledge far exceeded that of ordinary people. Even many divine-level experts couldn't match his knowledge. Conversely, he lacked basic knowledge, like where certain dungeons were located. 8,000 years ago, humans were divided, and within the Divine Summer Empire alone, there were hundreds of states. Some were as large as a province or two, while others were as small as a city. Other countries were similar, with some even smaller, consisting of just a few villages and 1,000 people. Although there were many divine-level experts, internal strife was constant, making them a scattered force. Lin Moya's voice was like musical notes, ethereal and distant, as he recounted the history buried in time, known as the Age of Chaos. Shu Han listened, finding Lin Moya's voice pleasant. She became somewhat entranced, thinking, why didn't I notice before that Junior Lin's voice is so nice? Dongfang Yao watched Lin Moya speak eloquently, recalling how he had protected her in the corpse realm. For some reason, Lin Moya's image seemed to grow taller. As Lin Moya described, during that chaotic era, the Soul Eater initially went unnoticed by humans. By the time it was discovered, it was too late. The Soul Eater had grown powerful enough to rival divine-level experts. In the ensuing years of war, humans paid a great price but ultimately triumphed. Nearly all divine-level experts perished. After the Soul Eater disaster, abyss demons and dragons descended. If not for the sudden emergence of a group of geniuses among humans, they would have been exterminated by the abyss demons and dragons. These geniuses quickly rose to prominence, becoming divine beings within a decade. They supported humanity, buying time for recovery. This was a history buried in time, known to few. Those geniuses were born because of the Soul Eater. The Soul Eater hides in the soul, devouring it and all physical strength. But if it is destroyed before it fully forms, its soul power will merge with the professional soul. The enhanced soul will also boost attributes, increasing the chances of awakening talents and elevating professions during job changes. Those geniuses were born this way. The origin of the Soul Eater is unknown, nor how it is born. It can reside deep within the human soul, devouring everything. It can choose to devour slowly, as with Gao Yang, or kill instantly and consume the soul. Ultimately, it will break out of the body. Chapter 517. Chapter 517, 517. Chapter 517, what kind of luck do you have? After listening to Lin Moya's analysis, everyone felt that this possibility was real. Lin Mengen said, there are many benefits to having a strong soul, not just the improvement of attributes and qualifications, but more importantly, the enhancement of comprehension. The enhancement of comprehension is crucial. If comprehension is insufficient, no matter how strong the attributes are, awakening talents will be useless. Everyone present, except for Dongfang Yao, knew about the hidden attribute of comprehension. The strength of comprehension is very important, but it is closely related to the strength of the soul. Dongfang Yi pondered for a moment, but how can we eliminate the soul devourer in its infancy? Under normal circumstances, if the soul devourer does not expose itself, it is difficult for us to detect it. I'm afraid that if time drags on, it will give the soul devourer enough time. Lin Mengen chuckled, I had the same concern before, but I was worrying too much. After the soul devourer parasitizes, its growth cycle is not short. We have enough time to make arrangements. Lin Moya said, most soul devourers use a relatively gentle growth method. We have 3 to 5 years to prepare, which should be enough. After parasitizing, the soul devourer will have 2 growth methods. One is more violent, as demonstrated by Jie Yang. The other is very gentle, and people will not feel anything. The soul devourer will lurk in the soul, slowly absorbing soul power, cultivation energy, and experience gained from killing monsters. In short, everything that a professional can obtain is its food. It only eats a little bit, not much, making it difficult to detect. The growth period for these 2 methods can be as short as 6 months or as long as 3 to 5 years. Jie Yang's soul devourer is an example of violent growth, but unfortunately, Jie Yang's own strength was not strong enough. If it were a high-level professional with a second transfer or above, the soul devourer parasitizing in their body would be much stronger. According to historical records, there have been god-level soul devourers. There were even god-level powerhouses who were parasitized and eventually had their souls devoured by the soul devourer, with even their god-level bodies being controlled by the soul devourer. Seeing Lin Mengen and Lin Moya so confident, Dongfang Yi knew they must have corresponding countermeasures. What do we need to do? Lin Mengen said, this matter is of great importance and involves many aspects. The arrangements will be extensive. Perhaps after this arrangement is completed, in the coming years, the Shangxia Empire will produce many geniuses. Lin Moya said, first, we need to control the situation and not let the soul devourer spread to other countries. This opportunity must remain within our own borders. Dongfang Yi immediately became excited. As the ruler of the Shangxia Empire, if he could achieve such a feat during his reign, he would definitely be remembered in history. He seemed to see the Shangxia Empire producing many geniuses, standing proudly among the human race. The group began to discuss how to make arrangements. First, the information about the soul devourer must not be leaked. Jie Yang was not the first, nor would he be the last. There must be others who have experienced similar situations to Jie Yang, not necessarily from Jiangning Academy. It could be someone who had contact with Jie Yang or someone living near Jie Yang in Zihai City. No one knows how many soul devourers came out with Jie Yang. If someone experiences a situation similar to Jie Yang, they must be found and quietly controlled. Lin Mengan said, I need to go to the place where Jie Yang and his team were tested. According to records, the things needed to deal with the soul devourer should be there. Lin Moya said, I will go to the ancient battlefield to have a chat with it. Lin Mengan summoned the Shangxia Tower. I will send you there. Countless runes intertwined in the air, forming a teleportation array. This time, there was no need to find a safe location. The teleportation array was set up in an instant. Setting up the array was a small matter for Lin Mengan, but in the eyes of others, it was astonishing. As the only dual god-level existence in alchemy and array formation among the human race, Lin Mengan's strength was shocking. Lin Moya flew into the teleportation array and headed to the ancient battlefield. Lin Mengan said, Emperor Dongfang, just follow our plan. The outside matters are up to you. Dongfang Yi cupped his fists, rest assured, in Shin, we will handle it properly. Lin Mengan also left, heading to the place where Jie Yang had an accident to look for clues. At this time, the sky in the east was beginning to brighten, and a dazzling light pierced through the sky. Dongfang Yi and Dongfang Li were both excited. Dongfang Yi felt that he was about to be recorded in history, ranking among the top emperors of the Shangxia Empire. Dongfang Yao, with a puzzled look, asked, Father, Lin Moya said he was going to the ancient battlefield to have a chat with it. Who is it? Dongfang Yao had also been to the ancient battlefield and couldn't think of anyone to talk to there. Dongfang Yi and Dongfang Li were also puzzled by Dongfang Yao's question. Yes, who could he talk to in the ancient battlefield? Lin Moya was only level 53 and could only go to the upper space. The upper space. The two suddenly realized something and were shocked. Their expressions were extremely exaggerated, even more so than when they heard about the soul devourer. Dongfang Li shivered, no way, could it really be it? Lin Shen actually has the qualification to talk to it. Dongfang Yi was no better off, perhaps Lin Shen really has this qualification. The two seemed to be playing charades, leaving Dongfang Yao even more confused. Father, Grandpa Li, what are you talking about? Dongfang Li shook his head, I can't say, it's a very terrifying existence. Dongfang Yao was unconvinced, how terrifying can it be? Dongfang Yi snorted, Yaoer, shut up. Dongfang Yao was startled. Dongfang Yi rarely scolded her like this. Dongfang Li smiled, that existence can kill me as easily as killing a dog. It might just take a breath, and I would be gone. Dongfang Yi followed, not just you and me, even killing Lin Mengan and Bai Yaiwan wouldn't be difficult. Dongfang Yi continued, Lin Shen is truly unfathomable. Let's not think too much and just follow the plan. Yes, follow the plan. This might be a great opportunity for our Shangxia Empire. In the ancient battlefield, Lin Moya found himself not far from the core area. Flying at full speed, he could reach the center in at most 4 hours. The lightning undead wings spread out, carrying Lin Moya like a flash of lightning. The ground quickly receded from view, and soon Lin Moya had entered the core area. Half an hour later, a cry came from the sky. The ancient phoenix flew down with intense flames. But this time, the ancient phoenix did not attack Lin Moya, but kept crying at him. It seemed to want a race with Lin Moya. Lin Moya shook his head, I admit defeat, I can't beat you. The ancient phoenix let out a clear, loud cry, looking very proud. Lin Moya chuckled. During the chat with Antares, the ancient phoenix had also come, circling around them. Although there had been some unpleasantness, it was eventually resolved. The ancient phoenix accompanied Lin Moya for a while, seemingly finding his flying too slow. Suddenly, it flew under Lin Moya and carried him. At this time, all its flames were retracted, not burning Lin Moya. Lin Moya was surprised, you actually let me ride on your back. The ancient phoenix cried twice, as if saying, you're too slow. Then it sped up, leaving a black flame trail in the sky. The journey that originally took 4 hours was completed in just 30 minutes by the ancient phoenix. Antares lifted an eyelid. Why are you here again? Lin Moya said, something happened in the human world, I came to ask you a few questions. What questions? Antares did not refuse. Lin Moya said, a soul devourer was found in the human world, I want to ask. What? Antares interrupted Lin Moya, what kind of luck do you have, to even encounter a soul devourer? Lin Moya was stunned, encountering a soul devourer is considered good luck? And what is dog luck? Chapter 518. Chapter 518, 518. Chapter 518, the human race needs top-tier experts. Antares' emotions became agitated upon hearing Lin Moya's analysis, even its usually motionless wings were flapping vigorously, stirring up strong winds. It scolded while speaking, cursing Lin Moya for having such good luck. Lin Moya was somewhat amused by this, wondering what was wrong with this creature. Antares, can you calm down a bit? Lin Moya called out loudly, but his voice was too small. Only after Antares finished grumbling did it finally stop. Antares exhaled heavily, I'm saying, why do you have such good luck, kid? It's one thing that you got a hidden job class that I've never seen before, but your talents are also so strong. You got 2 primordial runes, plus 2 intermediate divine realms and intermediate divine positions. Now you've even encountered the emergence of a soul devourer. Lin Moyo was speechless, as it just kept rambling on without getting to the point. Lin Moyo impatiently said, "Can you explain it clearly?" Antares finally calmed down a bit. The soul devourer is actually a great opportunity, it just depends on whether you can grasp it or not. If you can't grasp it, then it might become a great disaster. Lin Moya said, "Our human race experienced the soul devourer calamity 1,000 years ago, you should be clear about that incident. This time, we definitely won't let the calamity break out again. My teacher and I have already analyzed it, so I've come to ask you if you know the method to deal with the soul devourer." Antares laughed mockingly, "Of course I know the method, but..." Lin Moya slightly frowned, thinking it was going to withhold information again. However, Antares shook its head. "Alright, I won't joke with you anymore. There are 2 ways to deal with the soul devourer. One is to use the soul-fusing elixir and have everyone take it. This way, the soul devourer hidden in their souls will die, and the soul devourer's soul power will become a great supplement for the host. This method has many benefits for your human race, but no benefits for you." Lin Moyo immediately blurted out, "Isn't that good?" "Of course it's good, but there's an issue." Antares brought its head closer. "Tell me, which is more powerful, 100 top 85 level professionals or 190 level divine expert?" The answer was obvious. Naturally, one divine expert is more powerful. Although 100 top professionals working together could cause quite a bit of trouble for a 90-level divine expert, or even confront them head-on when united. But a divine expert is not a wooden stake, standing still without moving. Upon reaching the 90th divine level, all of a divine expert's attributes increase significantly, be it speed, strength, or anything else, far surpassing top professionals. With some effort, they could definitely defeat the top professionals. Antares looked at Lin Moya with its large eyes. For a race, the most important thing is to have a top-tier expert appear. Even if all of your human race became divine experts, it would not be as good as having one supreme expert appear. The higher the level, the greater the gap between each level. You should be able to understand this principle. Lin Moyo pondered the meaning behind Antares' words. "What you said is correct. But becoming a supreme expert is too difficult. The 3 methods you mentioned for becoming a supreme expert are all not easy." Looking at his own reflection in Antares' eyes, Lin Moya seemed to guess what Antares was trying to express. Antares said, "Actually, it's not difficult, nor is it easy. There is currently a very good opportunity, a fateful opportunity for you. If you can grasp it, then..." The implication was self-evident. If he could grasp this opportunity, then there was a chance for him to become a supreme expert. Lin Moya felt excited upon realizing this, as becoming a supreme expert was his pursuit and lifelong dream. Seeing that it had piqued Lin Moya's interest, the temptation of becoming a supreme expert had completely captivated Lin Moyo. Antares couldn't help but reveal a smile in its eyes. The second method of dealing with the soul devourer is to set up a soul-fusing grand formation. Doesn't your human race have a divine formation master? Let him set up the formation, with you as the formation's eye. Once the formation is activated, the soul devourers within will be eliminated. But after they die, their soul power will converge onto you, becoming your nourishment. Lin Moyo understood. Use the soul-fusing grand formation to eliminate the soul devourers, and gather all the opportunities that could have created hundreds or thousands of divine experts onto himself alone, turning it into an opportunity for him to become a supreme expert. In this way, it may be unfair for many people, depriving them of the chance to become divine experts. But for the entire human race, it would be beneficial without any harm. Antares said, "The enhancement from your primordial runes has a limit, right? Deciding this limit is not just your physical body, but also your soul. To become a supreme expert, you need to reach a sufficient level of strength in both your physical body and soul. Originally, you would only encounter this issue after your 3rd job transition, but now, I'll graciously tell you in advance." Antares seemed quite pleased with itself, though only it knew why. However, Lin Moyo had already taken note of its words. Without much thought, Lin Moyo had made up his mind. "Tell me the method to set up the soul-fusing grand formation." Antares glanced at Lin Moyo askance. "What's the use of telling you? You're not a divine formation master." This meant, you don't understand anything, so what's the point of telling you? Seeing that Lin Moyo had taken the bait, Antares finally revealed its true face. "Moreover, for such a precious thing, don't you think you should pay a price? 3 transactions. As long as you agree to complete the next 3 transactions for me, I'll tell you the method of setting up the soul-fusing grand formation. I can even tell you the configuration method for the soul-fusing elixir. Aren't I being very generous?" This was the temptation of becoming a supreme expert. Antares looked at Lin Moyo with a mischievous smile, not afraid that Lin Moyo wouldn't take the bait. Lin Moyo pondered for a moment. "What you said makes sense. There's no use in telling me, and this thing is quite expensive, I can't afford it." Antares was stunned. "What do you mean?" Lin Moyo said, "Exactly as I said, I can't afford it, so I'll have to give up." "Thank you for telling me the answer." Lin Moyo made a move to leave. "Wait a minute." Antares immediately called out to stop Lin Moyo. This wasn't going according to its expectations. Antares said solemnly, "You don't want to become a supreme expert anymore." Lin Moyo shook his head. "I do, but your price is too high for me to afford." 3 transactions. From the experience at the Burial Lightning Valley, he could tell that Antares' transactions were definitely not simple. For others, they might have to risk their lives to complete them. Moreover, Lin Moya sensed a different taste in Antares' words. In fact, Lin Moya really wanted the soul-fusing grand formation, not just the soul-fusing grand formation, but also the soul-fusing elixir. The human race didn't have any soul-fusing elixir recipe. The ancient texts only mentioned that there was an elixir that could kill the soul devourer, but there was no formula. So Lin Moya was just bluffing Antares. As expected, when he made a move to leave, Antares immediately called him back. From Antares' eyes, he could see a hint of panic that was almost imperceptible. Antares said coldly, 3 transactions should not be difficult for you. Lin Moya shook his head, it's difficult, too difficult. I might even risk my life doing them. If I lose my life, then I can forget about becoming a supreme expert. Antares pondered for a moment, then how about 2 transactions? Lin Moya still shook his head, no need, your transactions are too difficult. I almost died in the burial Lightning Valley last time. 2 transactions is already my bottom line. Antares was still trying to negotiate. However, there was a hint of uneasiness in its words, which Lin Moya keenly noticed. Lin Moya knew that the price could still be negotiated further. The two went back and forth, with Lin Moya repeatedly making moves to leave, but each time being stopped by Antares. Antares' bottom line kept dropping lower and lower. When the two finally reached an agreement, Antares' large nostrils were constantly snorting heavily. Lin Moya obtained the configuration method for the soul-fusing elixir, as well as the method for setting up the soul-fusing grand formation, leaving with great satisfaction. Antares realized that it seemed to have been tricked. Lin Moya clearly wanted these two things very much, but the human race didn't actually have any soul-fusing elixir formula. Lin Moya was just bluffing. Where did I slip up? Where exactly did I slip up? Antares muttered to itself, unable to figure it out. Chapter 519. Chapter 519, 519. Chapter 519, Who really profited? It's hard to say. Antares proposed 3 transactions, but Lin Moya refused. The price kept dropping, and after some friendly and cordial bargaining, they finally agreed on a single transaction as a deposit. Antares provided the Soul Fusion Array and the Soul Fusion Elixir in exchange for Lin Moya's promise to complete a transaction. Lin Moya agreed to go to the Dragon King's palace dungeon after his 3rd job transition to obtain the Dragon Pearl located there for Antares. In reality, Lin Moya only made a verbal promise and didn't give anything else, yet he got what he wanted for free. It wasn't until after Lin Moya left that Antares realized it seemed to have gained nothing. After thinking it through, it muttered, this guy is really shrewd. But I didn't lose out either. The Soul Fusion Array was meant to be given to him anyway. I didn't expect the Soul Devourer to really emerge. This world is really going to produce a supreme expert, and I will soon be free. Antares' eyes sparkled with a gleam. If Lin Moya saw this, he would definitely wonder if he had been taken advantage of. Perhaps even the promise was unnecessary. In the Great Swamp Secret Realm, all the trial secret realms of Jiangning Academy had monster levels below 20, making it a low-level secret realm for new students' trials. This secret realm was very safe and had not had any incidents for over 100 years. However, since Jie Yang's incident, this secret realm had been sealed off. It wasn't until a few hours ago, when Meng Yanwen and others arrived, that the secret realm welcomed new visitors again. Meng Yanwen did not alert anyone at Jiangning Academy and used his own methods to bring everyone directly into the secret realm. The Shangxia Tower possessed many magical abilities, and Meng Yanwen only used a small part of them. Breaking into a mere secret realm was not difficult for him. Jie Yang had already recovered, thanks to a god-level healer found by Shuyeo Shen. After several top-level healing spells, Jie Yang's limbs quickly regrow. Although his strength had not fully recovered, he could move like a normal person. The group quickly advanced in the dungeon. With a point of Meng Yanwen's finger, light clusters appeared on Jie Yang and Shohan, giving them the ability to fly. Lead the way. Meng Yanwen said in a low voice. Yes, sir. Jie Yang immediately flew forward. The secret realm was not large, and they soon arrived at the place where Jie Yang had the accident. Jie Yang pointed to a small swamp below, it's here. At first glance, there was nothing unusual. Meng Yanwen pointed his finger, and the Shangxia Tower appeared in the air. A beam of light fell, causing all the mud and stones in the swamp to fly away. The swamp was only a little over a meter deep, making it extremely safe for a new student's trial. Even if someone fell into the swamp, there would be no life-threatening danger. The main purpose of the secret realm was to cultivate the students' ability to cooperate with each other. The swamp quickly reached the bottom, but nothing was found. Meng Yanwen pondered for a moment, then hummed softly and made a few hand seals. The Shangxia Tower expanded dramatically, unleashing a powerful suction force that emptied the mud and stones from several nearby swamps. Dozens of large and small swamps were exposed to the bottom. This time, Meng Yanwen was more thorough, scraping the bottom several times and removing a large amount of mud and stones. At this point, several people noticed something unusual. Shohan said softly, the bottom of this swamp seems to have another space. The bottom of the swamp was not made of mud and stones. Some areas were semi-transparent, like mirrors. Through these areas, it was clear that there was more space below. Shuyeoshin took out a bottle of elixir, and with a point of his finger, a few drops of the elixir flew to everyone's eyelids. Their vision instantly improved, as if they had X-ray vision, allowing them to see the things underground. Shohan exclaimed, I see them. There are many soul devourers below. Jie Yang also saw them, so that's what it is. His eyes were filled with fear and deep hatred. For the past 6 months, he had been living a life worse than death. He later learned that he had been parasitized by a monster called the Soul Devourer. Meng Yanwen said, that day, Jie Yang must have accidentally broken a hole in the bottom of the swamp, causing the Soul Devourers to escape. Don't touch them for now. I will completely seal this secret realm later, and no one will be allowed in. Let's search first. According to the records, the items needed to deal with the soul devourers should be nearby. Shuyeoshin said softly, in the world, everything has its counter. Near poisonous creatures, there will be things that restrain them. The soul devourers should be no exception. The Shangxia Tower buzzed, and all the mud and stones returned to their original places, as if they had never been moved. The four began to search around, flying in the air without touching the ground. This secret realm had existed for countless years. After being designated as a trial secret realm for new students by Jiangning Academy, several batches of students entered every year. Jie Yang had thoroughly studied the secret realm's records before entering and was familiar with everything inside, but he never expected that the bottom of the swamp was the lair of the soul devourers. After searching for a long time, they seemed to find nothing. Suddenly, Shohan called out, "This thing seems unusual." Everyone flew over to see what Shohan had found. On a protruding rock, there were some pink, shell-like objects. This was not the seaside, so it was very unusual for shells to grow on rocks. Shuyeoshin took some shells from a distance and began experimenting on the spot. He directly took out an experimental table filled with various bottles and jars. Shohan quietly retreated more than 10 meters and signaled Jie Yang to do the same. Jie Yang was puzzled. "What's wrong?" Shohan said, "When my grandfather does experiments, we need to stay far away because it can be dangerous." Dangerous. Jie Yang didn't understand. Shohan pointed to Meng Anwen. Not only them, but even Meng Anwen had retreated far away, even farther than they had. Boom! An explosion suddenly occurred, filling the air with smoke from the elixir. Shohan quickly covered his nose. "Don't breathe, move back." Jie Yang immediately complied and retreated far away. Then, one explosion followed another. The power wasn't great, but each explosion filled the air with smoke. Jie Yang saw with his own eyes that the smoke caused many flowers and plants on the ground to wither and die. Shohan explained, "When my grandfather experiments with elixirs, he often creates some toxic substances. If the experiment fails, it can cause explosions. For safety, we should stay away." Jie Yang understood the reasoning. Not only flowers and plants, but he also saw that monsters in the secret realm would die within 5 seconds of coming into contact with the smoke. This wasn't just a healer, it was a poison master. A healer could cure diseases and save lives, but they could also poison and kill enemies. Whether it was medicine or poison depended on their intention. Jie Yang muttered, "What a powerful poison." Shohan said softly, "My grandfather's poisons are also very powerful." Jie Yang nodded repeatedly, "Indeed very powerful." After a long time, Shuyeoshin finally stopped experimenting and put away the experimental table. "I've tested it. These shell-like things are actually a type of mineral. These substances have a special component that can affect the soul." Meng Anwen's eyes lit up. "Then it must be this." Shuyeoshin said, "Although it can affect the soul, it's still far from being able to kill the soul devourers." Meng Anwen said, "Then it will be up to you to concoct the elixir." Shuyeoshin's eyes sparkled. "I haven't encountered such an interesting thing in a long time. Leave it to me, I will definitely create the appropriate elixir." At this moment, Meng Anwen's communicator vibrated. He glanced at it and smiled. Lin Moyu is back. The Shangxia Tower formed a teleportation array, and the next moment, Lin Moyu appeared in the secret realm. Chapter 520. Chapter 520, 520. Chapter 520, the times have changed, and so have people's hearts. Meng Anwen asked, "How is it?" "What did he say?" He gave a formation, saying that this formation can deal with the soul devourer. Lin Moyo handed a formation diagram to Meng Anwen. This was given by Antares, who said that a god-level formation master could understand it. Anyway, it was full of scribbles that Lin Moyo couldn't understand at all. A formation. Meng Anwen took the formation diagram, which was extremely ancient and exuded a desolate aura. As a god-level formation master, Meng Anwen activated his spiritual power and connected with the formation diagram. In an instant, the formation diagram emitted a brilliant light, dazzling and radiant. A large number of complex and obscure runes flew out, some entering Meng Anwen's spiritual world, while others manifested in the air. The runes intertwined and entangled, revealing a magnificent formation. Meng Anwen was stunned for a moment, taking a long time to absorb all the information about the formation. As for the others, they couldn't understand it at all. They only felt that this formation was extraordinary and, once activated, would be earth-shattering. After a long while, the light on the formation diagram faded, and Meng Anwen regained his composure, exhaling deeply. "What a powerful formation." Lin Moyo asked, "Teacher, can you set it up?" Meng Anwen nodded. "I should be able to, but it will require thorough research." Shuyeoshin said, "I also need to study the elixir. With both approaches, we can definitely solve the problem of the soul devourer." Meng Anwen's eyes flickered as he glanced at Lin Moyo. "Let's go back." He activated the Shangxia Tower, taking everyone out of the secret realm. Meng Anwen casually sealed off the secret realm, prohibiting anyone from entering. Shuyeoshin and Shohan returned to their medicine god mansion. Meng Anwen took Lin Moyo and Jie Yang back to the White God courtyard. Bai Yaiwan was resting and said softly, "Xiao, your friend has recovered." Lin Moyo nodded. "Yes, he's fine now." "White God!" Jie Yang suddenly exclaimed, kneeling on the ground with a thud, almost kowtowing to Bai Yaiwan. He was trembling with excitement. He shouted, "I never thought I would see White God in my lifetime. Even if I die now, it's worth it." This startled Bai Yaiwan. "Xiao, what's wrong with your friend?" Lin Moyo sighed. "He's just like that, don't mind him." Meng Anwen said, "Your friend has just recovered, don't get too excited." Old Bai, take him to stay at the Shijing Academy for now. Xiao and I have something to discuss. Meng Yanwen's serious expression indicated that it was important. Bai Yawan got up and dragged Jie Yang away. Kid, come with me. Lin Moyo also said, you go stay at the Shijing Academy first, I'll handle the rest. Jie Yang, still immersed in excitement, was dragged away by Bai Yawan. After they left, Lin Moyo looked at Meng Yanwen. Teacher, you must have noticed. Meng Yanwen looked at Lin Moyo. I have a rough idea, but you should explain it yourself. Not only did Meng Yanwen have something to say, but Lin Moyo also had something to discuss. Lin Moyo said, besides the soul fusion formation, Antares also gave a soul fusion elixir. Meng Yanwen nodded, go on. Lin Moyo poured him a cup of tea. Antares said that this formation might help me lay the foundation to become a supreme expert. Meng Yanwen's eyebrows twitched violently, but he said nothing. He appeared calm, but his slightly trembling fingers betrayed his inner excitement. Lin Moyo repeated Antares' words, and Meng Yanwen pondered them carefully. When it came to meticulousness, Lin Moyo knew he couldn't compare to Meng Yanwen. Meng Yanwen could always analyze many details from a few words. After thinking for a moment, Meng Yanwen suppressed his excitement and drank some hot tea before speaking. He's right. No matter how many god-level experts there are, they can't compare to one supreme expert. Since he said that the soul fusion formation can help you lay the foundation to become a supreme expert, I will do my best to help you. Moreover, I can sense from his words that he seems very eager for you to become a supreme expert. This soul fusion formation, even if you didn't want it, he would have forced it on you. Lin Moyo smiled bitterly. I already felt something was off. It seems I'm not smart enough. Meng Yanwen chuckled. You're already very smart. But this formation is too complex, and everyone's soul has its limits. You can't use all the soul devourers to enhance your soul. Too much is as bad as too little. So we need to prepare both the soul fusion formation and the soul fusion elixir. Lin Moyo handed the soul fusion elixir formula to Meng Yanwen. This is the formula. I'll follow your lead. Meng Yanwen nodded. Then we'll set up the soul fusion formation within the Shangxia Empire. You'll be the core, absorbing enough soul power. The rest will take the soul fusion elixir, which can also create many geniuses for the Shangxia Empire. As they spoke, Meng Yanwen examined the soul fusion elixir formula. Although he wasn't an alchemist, he knew a bit about related fields. The main ingredient of the soul fusion elixir was a material called redstone. Redstone was the red shell growing on rocks in the secret realm. Lin Moyo said, Teacher, I don't think creating too many geniuses in the Shangxia Empire is beneficial. Meng Yanwen suddenly looked up at Lin Moyo, his eyes questioning, why do you say that? Lin Moyo thought for a moment and organized his words. I believe that for professionals, qualities like perseverance, resilience, and character are more important than talent. I've seen people with average talent but noble character, unafraid of death. I've also seen people with excellent backgrounds but who are cowardly and selfish. Such people are easily tempted. Even if they grow strong, they might become puppets of demons. Meng Yanwen didn't speak, pondering Lin Moyo's words. Lin Moyo continued, I know you hope for everyone in the Shangxia Empire to be like dragons, but times have changed. During the Soul Devourer calamity, demons and dragons hadn't arrived yet. There was no cult of demon worship, and the survival of the entire human race was at stake. In such a situation, the human race naturally united. But now, Lin Moyo didn't continue, knowing that Meng Yanwen would understand. After a long time, Meng Yanwen sighed deeply. Indeed, you're right. The times have changed, and so have people's hearts. What do you plan to do? Lin Moyo said, there are many soul devourers, and I can't absorb all the soul power alone. The excess soul power can be given to specific people, like you, Teacher Bai, Teacher Yin, my sister, Yi, Jie Yang, and others. I know my idea is a bit selfish, but I have to be a little selfish. Meng Yanwen frowned. I'll need to make some adjustments to the formation, and you'll have to control it all. The pressure on you will be immense. Lin Moyo knew that Meng Yanwen had accepted his suggestion, feeling relieved. His idea was somewhat selfish, and he feared Meng Yanwen wouldn't accept it. Fortunately, Meng Yanwen was open-minded. Lin Moyo said, as long as you can modify the formation, leave the rest to me. As for the soul fusion elixir, it can be a backup. Once we're ready, we can give it to the medicine god to develop the corresponding elixir. The two discussed for a while and finalized their plans. The formation was enormous, covering the entire Shangxia Empire. Choosing the formation's nodes required careful calculation. This might involve the military, but with Meng Yanwen and Bai Yawan's status, it shouldn't be a problem. Xu Yaoshin had already started researching the elixir, but Lin Moyo found the formula extremely complex. Developing the elixir would be challenging. Meanwhile, the royal family, which managed the empire's administration, had already taken action. Orders were issued from the palace to various provinces and cities. Many high-ranking officials were mobilized, traveling across the country. Especially in Jiangning province, a silent lockdown was enforced. Many personnel were secretly investigating, identifying everyone with abnormal conditions in the past 6 months. The investigation revealed quite a few such individuals. Especially in Zihai City, where Jie Yang lived, there were several cases. The empire gathered them for centralized treatment. All actions were carried out quietly, with no leaks. Students from Jiangning Academy who were out of town received notifications to return to the academy immediately. No matter what they were doing, they had to drop everything and return. Lin Moyo returned to Kunchinj and met Feng Ziliu and his group again. Chapter 521. Chapter 521, 521. Chapter 521, Miracles always exist. Outside the teleportation array, Lin Moyo once again encountered Feng Ziliu and his group. Lin Moya slightly bowed to Feng Ziliu. "Thank you for telling me about Jie Yang. If you ever need my help in the future, feel free to ask." Feng Ziliu quickly waved his hand. No, we wouldn't dare." The expressions of the group were somewhat tense and unnatural. The person in front of them was not an ordinary person, he was a divine general. The youngest divine general of the human race, possessing combat power comparable to a god at just level 53. Such a person was far beyond their reach. Being able to meet him and exchange a few words was already an immense honor. Lin Moya knew it was difficult to change their mindset, but he still said, "No need to be overly concerned about status. We are all human race professionals with a common goal, so we are comrades." Feng Ziliu nodded vigorously, trying to appear less nervous. "Thank you, Divine General Lin. How is your friend?" Lin Moya replied, "He is fine now." That's good. "We'll head back to the academy then," Feng Ziliu said. Lin Moya nodded. "When you return, follow the academy's instructions and don't overthink things. Everything will be fine." Watching Lin Moya leave, the group was somewhat dazed. Someone whispered, "Boss, what did Divine General Lin mean by that?" "Yeah, I feel like Divine General Lin knows something. This time the academy urgently summoned us back. Did something happen?" Feng Ziliu also sensed the underlying meaning in Lin Moya's words. "Don't think too much. Just follow Divine General Lin's advice and do as the academy instructs." "Do you think the academy would harm us?" Lin Moya knew that after they returned, they would be under strict supervision. At least for a while, they wouldn't have any freedom. But this was unavoidable. The Empire's current priority was to control the spread of the Soul Devourer. They needed to manage the Soul Devourer outbreak in an orderly manner. For ordinary people, the Soul Devourer was difficult to guard against, and the same was true for some low-level professionals. So, they could only be extensively controlled, which was unavoidable. Once the Soul Fusion Array was completed, these control measures could be lifted. Outside the city, the cold wind cut like a knife, making the inside and outside of the city feel like two different worlds. From the city gate, a small path led directly to the Kunlun Mountains. The Kunlun Mountains were filled with numerous secret realms and dungeons, ranging from low to high levels. Therefore, one could see many teams with vastly different levels here. They were either returning to the city from a dungeon or heading from the city to a secret realm dungeon. The path was bustling with activity. The Kunlun Mountains were located in the northwest border of the Shangxia Empire, bordering several countries. Especially around the main peak of Kunlun, it was common to encounter professionals from other countries. Occasionally, conflicts would break out. However, due to the Shangxia Empire's strong national power, other countries usually backed down. Lin Moyu, dressed in simple clothes like a life profession professional, walked alone, attracting attention. Especially with his unique aura of aloofness and nobility, he stood out. Lin Moyu ignored the curious glances, thinking about Jie Yang. Before leaving, he had visited the principal of the Shijing Academy, hoping to have Jie Yang specially admitted. As the youngest divine general with a promising future and 3 top-tier god-level teachers backing him, Lin Moyu had significant influence. Even if it were a pig, the principal would have to find a way to accommodate it. Jie Yang was successfully admitted to the Shijing Academy, and Lin Moyu transferred 10,000 points to him for his expenses at the academy. He didn't give too much. 10,000 points were sufficient. Lin Moyu believed that with Jie Yang's sociable and humorous personality, he wouldn't fare too badly at the Shijing Academy. Snowflakes began to fall, and as he entered the Kunlun Mountains, the temperature dropped further. Many low-level professionals couldn't withstand the cold and started wearing thick coats. Only knights and warriors in heavy armor, with their strong physiques, seemed unaffected. Some mages even activated their shields. At this moment, Lin Moyu stood out even more. People along the way began to take an interest in him, pointing and whispering, "What's his level? I can't tell. Judging by his attire, he should be a life profession professional. What's he doing in the Kunlun Mountains?" Life profession professionals generally don't have much combat power. Isn't it dangerous if he encounters monsters? I think he might be a special type of professional called a herbalist. I've heard of this profession. They say herbalists have the ability to find rare herbs. Yes, because herbalists often venture into various environments, they not only have strong adaptability but can also foresee dangers. Lin Moya's senses were extremely sharp, and he found their conversation amusing. He really seemed to have become a herbalist. However, the herbalist profession did exist. He had read about it in books. In reality, herbalists were rare. But the role of herbalists was indeed significant. They could enter various environments and even secret realms to gather herbs. They also had the ability to foresee dangers, allowing them to retreat safely from dangerous places. The rare herbs they brought back were essential for alchemists. Historical records mentioned a top-tier herbalist who once entered an 85-level secret realm. In the secret realm, he discovered a subrealm and brought back a rare flower. This flower was highly valued by a god-level alchemist at the time and was sold for an astronomical price. The herbalist earned enough gold to last several lifetimes. The god-level alchemist who bought the flower used it to create a miraculous elixir. This elixir could elevate a god-level expert's profession. In human history, this elixir was known as the god-level ascension elixir. Unfortunately, it only happened once in recorded history. The formula was preserved, but the rare flower was never found again. Lin Moyu pondered the content he had read and marveled at the world's wonders. Miracles could happen at any time. He believed that even skills or elixirs capable of resurrecting the dead were not impossible. Just like the corpse poison, which even Antares thought was incurable. Yet, he managed to cure it. Miracles always exist, people just haven't discovered them yet. The smooth path ended, and ahead was the entrance to a secret realm. The secret realm was only level 30, a low-level secret realm and the closest one to Koan City in the Kunlun Mountains. Next to the secret realm was a magic monument that provided detailed information about the secret realm when connected with spiritual power. This secret realm had existed for many years and had been fully explored. Valuable items in the secret realm were long gone, and it was now more of a sightseeing spot. People could enter and explore at their leisure. A place called Icefire Mountain in the secret realm had a unique landscape with fire within ice and ice within fire. A great place for a romantic outing. I should bring Yi here someday. Lin Moyo thought of Ning Yi. Since they met and fell in love, they had spent little time together. When they had more free time in the future, he wanted to travel with her. Ning Yi had also mentioned wanting to take him around the world someday. Lin Moyo had agreed. This world included not just the human world but also the Abyss, Dragon Realm, Ancient Battlefield, and Corpse Realm. Ning Yi was curious about every place and wanted to see them all. Lin Moya decided not to enter the secret realm, planning to save the beautiful scenery for a future visit with Ning Yi. He bypassed the secret realm and entered the Kunlun Mountains. The wind and snow grew heavier, obscuring his vision. The Kunlun Divine Palace dungeon was deep within the Kunlun Mountains, at the foot of the main peak. At Lin Moya's pace, it would take another hour to reach it if he didn't fly. The number of professionals along the way gradually decreased. "Hey, aren't you cold?" A deep voice called out, and a knight in heavy armor greeted Lin Moyo. It was a team of 12, heading towards the Kunlun Divine Palace. Lin Moya noticed the knight's resemblance to Jialan Liang. He looked like a younger version of Jialan Liang. Then he saw the emblem on their armor, confirming they were from the Jialan Guild. What a coincidence! Lin Moyo murmured to himself and asked, "What's your relationship with Jialan Liang and Jialan Yayo?" Chapter 522. Chapter 522, 522. Chapter 522, I hope such days can last long. Upon hearing Lin Moya's words, Jialan Jiafeng was taken aback. "You know my big brother and second sister?" Lin Moya nodded. "Yes, I do." Jialan Jiafeng burst into laughter. "So, we're actually from the same circle. What a coincidence. My name is Jialan Jiafeng, what's yours?" "I'm Lin." Lin Moya did not reveal his full name, to avoid any unnecessary complications in their interaction. Jialan Jiafeng didn't mind and asked loudly, "Brother Lin, aren't you cold?" He was as hearty and straightforward as Jialan Liang, but compared to Jialan Liang, he had a bit more youthful vigor. Lin Moya shook his head, indicating he wasn't cold. With his physique, such coldness was nothing to him. The current temperature was around -20 degrees Celsius. Apart from knights and warriors with high physical attributes, even archers and assassins were starting to feel the cold. Lin Moya's declaration of not feeling cold implied that his physical attributes were not low. Jialan Jiafeng laughed. "Brother, are you here to gather herbs in the Kunlun Mountains?" It seemed Jialan Jiafeng also mistook Lin Moya for a herbalist. Lin Moya replied, "No, I'm not here to gather herbs. Are you guys heading to a dungeon?" Jialan Jiafeng openly admitted, "Yes, the Kunlun Divine Palace dungeon. But Brother Lin, you should be careful if you're going to the Kunlun Mountains recently. There have been professionals from the Asin country active in the mountains, and there have been many conflicts. If there are many people, those Asin guys won't dare to mess around, but if you're alone, Brother Lin, you need to be careful." The Kunlun Mountains are located on the western border of the Shangxia Empire, stretching over thousands of kilometers and bordering several countries. Most of them are small countries and forces that dare not offend the Shangxia Empire. Only a country named Asin often has conflicts with the Shangxia Empire. However, Lin Moya didn't take them seriously. The population of Asin is not less than that of the Shangxia Empire, and they also have many professionals. But their talents are quite average, with only 3 to 5 divine-level powerhouses. Moreover, they are all low-level divine beings, with the highest level only at 92, not even comparable to Fanhua country. Having encountered so many strong individuals, Lin Moya didn't take them into consideration at all. Seeing Lin Moya not responding, Jialan Jiafeng continued on his own. "Those Asin guys are not quite right in the head. Anyway, just be careful if you encounter them, Brother Lin." He kindly reminded Lin Moya, who smiled and thanked him. "Thank you, I'll be careful." As the snowstorm grew stronger, Lin Moya continued forward, with the snow getting deeper. Eventually, the snow was over the ankles. After crossing several snow-covered hills, walking for about an hour, Lin Moya finally arrived at the main peak of Kunlun. Below the main peak, a dungeon entrance was slowly rotating. As it rotated, it generated an invisible force, stirring the surrounding snow into a whirlwind around it. The moment Lin Moya saw the dungeon entrance, his body trembled slightly. He seemed to see a majestic palace's phantom. The palace was thousands of meters high. Standing in front of it, Lin Moya felt as if he was looking up at a new world. That sense of insignificance spontaneously arose. Above the palace, a huge plaque hung in the air. The plaque read Kunlun Divine Palace in 4 large characters. The characters were flying and dancing as if they contained some kind of cosmic truth. Lin Moya was somewhat fascinated by it. This world has the Kunlun Mountains, and in the world he transmigrated from, there was also a mountain range called Kunlun. Plus, some connections in the text made Lin Moya wonder if there was some link between the two. After being stunned for several seconds, the phantom disappeared, and Lin Moya came back to his senses. Jialan Jiafeng came to Lin Moya's side. "How is it? Impressive, right?" Lin Moya nodded. Jialan Jiafeng said, "Everyone who comes here for the first time and sees the entrance to the Kunlun Divine Palace dungeon will see that palace. It's just that no one knows what that palace is called." I'm quite curious, could there really be such a huge palace in the world? That palace is called the Kunlun Divine Palace. But the 4 characters on the plaque were written in an ancient script similar to the Chinese characters, different from the script of the Shangxia Empire. Although it expressed the same meaning, Jialan Jiafeng couldn't recognize it. Lin Moya didn't say anything. Such things were hard to explain, and it was better not to explain. Lin Moya cast a detection spell, and information about the Kunlun Divine Palace dungeon was transmitted back. Kunlun Divine Palace, beginner, level 55, limit 12 people. Jialan Jiafeng said, the Kunlun Divine Palace dungeon is a special 3-stage dungeon. The one at the foot of the mountain, this beginner dungeon, is the easiest one. I brought 12 brothers from the guild this time, planning to achieve excellent results and then directly advance to the middle stage dungeon on the mountainside. The 3-stage dungeons are divided into beginner, intermediate, and advanced stages. Only by achieving excellent results in the lower stage dungeon can one qualify to enter the middle stage dungeon located on the mountainside. The middle stage dungeon requires 24 people, doubling the number of people, but the difficulty increases several times. Compared to the lower stage dungeon, it's much harder, and only a few teams can achieve excellent results in the middle stage dungeon. The advanced stage dungeon requires 48 people, similar to a large-scale dungeon. Therefore, the further one goes, the harder it is to form a team. Even if a team is formed, if the cooperation is not tacit enough, it's still impossible to pass. In Jialan Jiafeng's narration, their Jialan guild didn't have this problem. Many guild members have already completed the challenge of the beginner dungeon, so forming a team was not an issue. Brother Lin, once we're familiar with this dungeon, if you need help, we can take you through. Don't worry, it's all free, we won't charge you. Jialan Jiafeng was generous, making promises before even passing through himself. But Lin Moya knew he was just being his straightforward self, not minding the details. Lin Moya smiled, alright, I'll wait. Jialan Jiafeng laughed heartily, then we're going in first, Brother Lin, you be careful. Saying so, he led the team and teleported into the dungeon. Outside the dungeon, someone rubbed their eyes in confusion. Did I see things? It seemed like someone just went into the dungeon alone. You must be seeing things. This is the Kunlun Divine Palace dungeon, harder than a hell-level dungeon of the same level. How could someone go in alone? Exactly, you must be seeing things. The person frowned. Strange, I clearly saw someone go in alone. An older professional, eating roasted meat, said leisurely, there were indeed people who tried to solo the dungeon before, but without exception, they all failed. Why would someone want to solo such a difficult dungeon? It's very dangerous. That's because of a legend. It's said that soloing can get some special rewards. But for so many years, no one has successfully soloed, so this legend is just a legend, possibly fake. The Kunlun Divine Palace dungeon, with the same snowstorm, had a temperature even lower than the outside. The cold wind was fierce, turning every snowflake into a sharp blade. The skeletal armor was activated, emitting a pale light. Snowflakes hitting the skeletal armor made a sound like striking iron. Here, the snowflakes had considerable attack power. Walking in the snowstorm would result in damage. The temperature here should be over -50 degrees, facing both freezing and snowflake attacks. Freezing belongs to water elemental attacks, while snowflakes, carried by the wind like blades, form physical attacks. This is the first challenge faced upon entering the dungeon, and throughout the entire process, one must constantly endure dual damage. But this had little effect on Lin Moyo. Although the skeletal armor couldn't block attacks from divine-level powerhouses or 80+ level world bosses, it was more than enough to block these ice and snow attacks. Lin Moyo looked up. A towering mountain peak stood before him. Starting from halfway up the mountain, the peak was hidden in clouds. The entire mountain peak was probably tens of thousands of meters high, with a mountain path seemingly leading straight to the summit. In the clouds, Lin Moyo saw a fortress. His task was to follow the mountain path to reach the fortress. Chapter 523. Chapter 523, 523. Chapter 523, words are not as convincing as fists. The books contained a lot of information about the Kunlun Divine Palace dungeon, and Lin Moyo had already learned about it before coming here. This dungeon doesn't have many twists and turns. All you need to do is follow the small path ahead and reach the pass in the clouds. Flying is prohibited in the dungeon. Along the way, there will be many monsters blocking the path that need to be killed. This is the main difficulty of the dungeon, the large number of powerful monsters. But for Lin Moyo, this is simply a place to gain experience. It must be said that the dungeon recommended by Shu Han is very suitable for Lin Moyo. For most teams, passing the initial stage of the dungeon is not difficult. The real challenge is how to achieve a high score and get an excellent rating. This is the basic requirement to enter the middle stage dungeon. After stepping out of the dungeon entrance area, an hourglass will appear in the clouds. As long as you can enter the pass before the sand runs out and kill the boss inside, you will receive an excellent rating. According to the experience summarized by others, the time it takes for the sand to run out is about 10 hours. If you fail to complete the dungeon before the sand runs out, you will not receive a rating. Even if you pass the dungeon, you will not be qualified to enter the middle stage dungeon located on the mountainside. Fortunately, this dungeon can be challenged repeatedly, so most people can eventually pass it. Lin Moya didn't take action immediately but instead looked at the mountain peak. The mountain peak and the main peak of Kunlun Mountain outside the dungeon are exactly the same, as if they were carved from the same mold. But Lin Moyo had a feeling that the Kunlun Mountain inside the dungeon was more spiritual. It was a very strange feeling, and he couldn't explain why. Why do I feel that the Kunlun Mountain inside the dungeon is more real? Lin Moyo muttered to himself, then dismissed this impractical thought. He took a step forward, entering the world of the dungeon. With a soft hum, the clouds parted slightly, revealing a giant hourglass over 100 meters tall in the air, with sand already falling inside. Roars echoed in his ears as the clouds dispersed, revealing numerous black shadows on both sides of the mountain path. Immediately, a gust of wind rushed towards him, and several giant beasts pounced forward. Lin Moya's eyes narrowed slightly. Wolf pack. The approaching beasts were white-furred wolves. Not the mutated wolf-like monsters he had seen before, covered in scales, but the real wolves he had seen in books, pictures, and even zoos. There was a significant difference between the two, so much so that Lin Moya could recognize them at a glance. Others might think these wolves were also some kind of monster, but Lin Moya didn't think so. These wolves were just larger in size and faster in speed. Lin Moya leaped forward 2 steps to avoid the wolves' attacks, while his detection spell flew out. Snow Mountain White-Furred Wolf, Enhanced Elite Monster. Level, 55. Strength, 60,000. Agility, 70,000. Spirit, 30,000. Physique, 60,000. Skill, Lightning Bite. Trait, Damage Reduction, 30%, Life Force Enhancement, Speed Enhancement. Indeed, they are extraordinary. These level 55 monsters had attributes comparable to level 55 Hell difficulty boss level monsters. Although these attributes were insignificant in Lin Moya's eyes, they were considered high among other professionals of the same level. Especially the various traits possessed by the monsters, just the damage reduction, 30%, alone surpassed many higher level world bosses. Generally, world bosses only have 1 or 2 damage reduction traits, but these ordinary monsters already had full damage reduction, 30%. Not to mention the life force enhancement and speed enhancement traits that are usually only found on bosses. Lin Moya could imagine how difficult it would be for other professionals to challenge this dungeon. After dodging several attacks from the Snow Mountain White-Furred Wolves, Lin Moya became more convinced. These white-furred wolves were completely different from the wolf-like monsters he had encountered before. This dungeon is strange, from its name to the characters on the plaque I saw earlier, and now these monsters, they all seem to be related to China. Kunlun Mountain, the same name, what secrets are hidden inside? In China, there are countless legends about Kunlun Mountain. Some say it is the origin of China's mountain ranges, and the Kunlun Mountain range is the ancestor of all mountains. Some even claim that immortals live in Kunlun Mountain. Now, in another world, Lin Moya has also come to Kunlun Mountain and seen many elements related to China. Lin Moya was now convinced that there must be secrets hidden in Kunlun Mountain. He glanced at the hourglass. It seems that to uncover this secret, I must complete all 3 stages of the dungeon. With my current strength, even if I discover the secret, I won't be able to deal with it. Fists are the hard truth, as Teacher Bai said. Although Teacher Bai's words were blunt, they were correct. Especially after witnessing the power of Antares, the Demon Sovereign, and the Dragon Sovereign, Lin Moya became more determined to become stronger. He must become a supreme expert, only then will he have the ability to handle various problems. With a tap of his finger. Skill, Aging Curse. Skill, Toxic Star Burst. First, a red light flashed, covering nearly half of the dungeon. Then, a green light exploded, and more than 1,000 monsters in half of the dungeon were simultaneously cursed and poisoned. These monsters let out furious roars and pounced towards Lin Moya. Among the monsters were wolf packs, lion packs, bear dogs, and some other beast types that Lin Moya couldn't name. Without exception, they showed no signs of special mutations. They looked just like the wild beasts found in China, pure and untainted. The undead army and toxic witches appeared simultaneously. The skeletons trod on the toxic aura, and the toxic damage rained down on every monster at the same time. The toxic witch's aura, combined with toxic star burst, had the property of infinite stacking. All the monsters enveloped by the toxic aura suffered more than 350,000 damage per second. For monsters with only level 55 and a physique attribute of no more than 80,000, this was simply a killing skill. Even with life force enhancement, it was far from enough. The monsters didn't even have a chance to reach the undead army before they perished. Kill. Obtained high-quality fur. Kill. Obtained high-quality fur. A sea of information prompts popped up. The experience points, which had not increased for many days, began to rise again. The undead army advanced forward, and Lin Moya quickly walked up the mountain path. He moved swiftly, covering a third of the distance in less than 10 minutes. As the undead army pushed forward, the toxic aura unleashed its full power. There was no need to fight wherever the undead army went. The monsters died in droves. For a moment, the dungeon was filled with a greenish haze, appearing somewhat eerie. Corpse explosion is an indiscriminate damage. The weaker the monster, the weaker its power. The stronger the monster, the stronger its power. When dealing with low-level monsters, the toxic aura is more effective than corpse explosion. If only the power of toxic star burst could be stronger. Lin Moya thought of the toxic god's corpse he possessed, containing a large amount of the toxic god's essence blood. Apart from being used to summon toxic witches, the toxic god's essence blood could also be used to enhance poison-based skills. It's just that he currently doesn't have the qualifications. Antares told him that he would need to reach the 3rd job transition before the toxic god's essence blood could exert its full effect. Although he is immune to poison, his physical and soul limits have been set. Lin Moya didn't doubt Antares' words and decided to use the toxic god's essence blood to enhance his poison-based skills after his 3rd job transition. By the time Lin Moya reached the pass, less than 1/20th of the sand in the giant hourglass had fallen. It had only taken him 30 minutes to complete most of the dungeon, an achievement that other professionals could hardly imagine. The pass was hidden in the clouds, which were real clouds. It was not located on the mountain path but suspended in mid-air. Beams of formation light hung down, forming a light curtain that blocked Lin Moya's path. Lin Moya leaped lightly, landing on the pass. The pass was not large, and there were no extra monsters inside, only a boss guarding the pass. The boss sat in the center of the pass, motionless as if in a trance. When Lin Moya saw its appearance, his heart skipped a beat, and 3 words came to mind: Ox Demon King. Chapter 524. Chapter 524, 524. Chapter 524, Extra Reward, Kunlun Snowgrass. The thought flashed through Lin Moya's mind and was quickly dismissed. The boss in front of him couldn't possibly be the Ox Demon King, it just looked a bit similar. It had a bull's head, stood upright like a human, and held a long spear in its hand. If it were to play the Ox Demon King, it wouldn't even need makeup, Lin Moya said softly. The undead army stepped onto the pass, and the toxic aura began to affect the boss. The boss let out a low roar as it woke up, and the detection spell fell on it at this moment. Kunlun Demon Bull, Enhanced Boss. Level, 58. Strength, 150,000. Agility, 40,000. Spirit, 40,000. Constitution, 150,000. Skills, Mad Bull Enhancement, Mad Bull Sweep. Traits, all damage reduced by 50%, greatly enhanced vitality, greatly enhanced strength, curse resistance, control resistance. A level 58 boss with attributes just under 400,000, similar to a Lord level boss of the same level, and slightly stronger than a Hell difficulty dungeon boss of the same level. Seeing its traits, Lin Moya was somewhat speechless. Such a long list of traits, even an 85 level world boss didn't have as many traits as it did. With these traits, even though it was only a level 58 boss, it could be considered a world level boss. While Lin Moya marveled at its powerful attributes, the undead army had already charged down. Lin Moya tried casting a curse, but it had no effect. But that didn't matter with the undead army. Whether there was a curse or not just meant a few more swings of the axe. The skeleton berserkers activated their skills, and red light with terrifying attack power fell on the Kunlun Demon Bull. The Kunlun Demon Bull let out a miserable cry, shaking the pass. In just one encounter, it was already severely injured. It wasn't that it was weak, but the undead army was too strong. The sound of elemental explosions rang out, and arrows flew, instantly putting it in a near-death state. One more wave of attacks, and it would be dead for sure. A level 58 boss was already something Lin Moya could easily crush. Boom! With a loud noise, a brilliant light burst from the Kunlun Demon Bull, sending all the skeleton berserkers flying. Its entire body shone brightly, blocking the elemental explosions and arrows. Skill, Mad Bull Enhancement. Lin Moya felt its aura growing stronger. At least a 50% enhancement, almost like a level 60 world boss. A very good skill, but still useless. Its base attributes were too low, even a 50% or 100% increase was still useless. In the brilliant light, the Kunlun Demon Bull not only grew stronger but also fully healed its previous injuries. It swung its long spear, letting out low roars like a mad bull. It began to spin the long spear, creating dense light bands that formed a light sphere. Skill, Mad Bull Sweep. The sound of impacts kept ringing out. The skeleton berserkers were all sent flying. It wasn't that the strength was too great, but this skill had a forced knockback effect. The skeleton berserkers couldn't get close at all. The skill not only knocked back the skeleton berserkers but also deflected the elemental explosions and arrows. The elemental explosions went off wildly, but no matter what, they couldn't break through its skill. Lin Moya had never seen such a skill before, combining offense and defense with a knockback effect. Moreover, the Kunlun Demon Bull showed no signs of stopping, continuing its skill endlessly. Lin Moya frowned. It seems to kill it. I must interrupt its skill. Control skills are mostly ineffective against it, so I can only use combat skills to interrupt. A Knight's Shield Bash, a Berserker's Weapon Counter, an Assassin's Counterkill skill could all do it. As for me, although this skill was very abnormal, it couldn't trouble Lin Moya. Flames danced in his palm, and the Soul Flame was activated. With a miserable cry, the Kunlun Demon Bull's skill was immediately interrupted. Soul attacks were very effective for interrupting others' skills. In most cases, they worked every time. This time was no exception. As soon as the Kunlun Demon Bull's skill was interrupted, the skeletons charged down again. Another round of concentrated attacks. This time, Lin Moya didn't give the Kunlun Demon Bull any chance to counterattack. Under the frenzied attacks of the skeletons, the Kunlun Demon Bull lasted less than 20 seconds before being killed. Killed Kunlun Demon Bull, experience plus 5,800,000. Obtained Demon Bull Long Spear. Obtained Demon Bull Leather Armor. Demon Bull Long Spear, Platinum Level Weapon, all attributes plus 2,500, Berserker Skill Enhancement 80%, with skill, Sweep. Sweep, continuously sweep enemies within a 5-meter range for 30 seconds, blocking most attacks during the sweep, with a 50% resistance to control skills. Demon Bull Leather Armor, Platinum Level Armor, all attributes plus 1,200, all damage reduced by 15%. The two pieces of equipment weren't particularly good. Lin Moya glanced at them and put them away to sell later. When the Kunlun Demon Bull fell, the hourglass in the sky stopped. Lin Moya looked at the hourglass. Only about 1/10 of the sand had fallen. In terms of time, it was about 40 minutes. At this speed, I should be able to get an excellent rating. At this moment, the hourglass turned into a stream of light and flew into Lin Moya's body. Lin Moya knew he had been marked by the Kunlun Divine Palace dungeon. Lin Moya knew that with his speed, getting an excellent rating was inevitable. And his initial purpose for coming here was to level up. He checked his experience and had gained 3%. At this rate, if I grind non-stop for 24 hours, I can clear it about 35 times. One day to level up, not bad at all. With less than 6 days left, barring any accidents, I should be able to reach level 57. Lin Moyo had already calculated the experience increase needed for each level. After level 55, the requirement would increase significantly. By then, it might take 2 days to level up once. Reaching level 57 in 6 days was already the most optimistic estimate. Lin Moya's leveling speed had always been fast, but he had been bogged down by too many trivial matters, so he hadn't had much time to grind levels alone. Just as he was about to leave the dungeon, Lin Moya suddenly saw a small grass sprouting behind the pass. The grass emitted a pure white light, holy and immaculate. The detection spell flew out and landed on the grass. Kunlun Snowgrass, extra reward from the Kunlun Divine Palace Dungeon, beginner. A grass that could increase levels, unheard of. The world actually has such miraculous things. Lin Moya was extremely shocked and immediately went to retrieve the Kunlun Snowgrass. The Kunlun Divine Palace Dungeon has existed for so many years, and I've never heard of anyone finding Kunlun Snowgrass. It's impossible that someone got it and didn't say anything. It must be that no one has ever obtained it. Could it be that to get Kunlun Snowgrass, you must solo the dungeon? Lin Moya thought about the information in his mind. He remembered that historically, there was once a person who soloed the dungeon, but it didn't mention that he got Kunlun Snowgrass. However, that person took more than 10 hours, grinding through it bit by bit. Lin Moya guessed that to get the extra reward, one must meet 2 conditions: solo the dungeon and get an excellent rating. I wonder if I'll get the reward again if I solo it next time. Lin Moya didn't use the Kunlun Snowgrass immediately. In Lin Moya's mind, everything had its pros and cons, and benefits always came with drawbacks. He didn't know what impact using this to level up would have on him. Would it affect his future development? Lin Moya was very cautious, so he didn't plan to use it right away. If he did use it, it would be after consulting Antares to ensure there were no side effects. For him, the temptation of leveling up once or twice wasn't that great. He put away the Kunlun Snowgrass and left the dungeon. But just a few seconds later, Lin Moya had reset the dungeon and entered again. Chapter 525. Chapter 525, 525. Chapter 525, it's not that you can't solo, it's that you're not capable. Lin Moya's presence outside the dungeon didn't last more than 5 seconds. The heavy snowstorm outside made it difficult for most people to notice Lin Moya. However, the person who had previously noticed Lin Moya entering rubbed his eyes again. I saw him again. The people beside him had drunk some alcohol, their faces flushed red. Saw who? That guy who went into the dungeon alone. He came out. Where? He went back in again. His words immediately drew a burst of laughter. You must have had too much to drink. Who would go in? Or maybe you saw a ghost. There's no one there. No one believed him. The idea of someone soloing the 12-person Kunlun Divine Palace dungeon was unheard of. These people's knowledge wasn't as extensive as Lin Moya's, so they wouldn't have gone to the Academy Library or even the Royal Secret Archives to research. In their minds, it was impossible for anyone to solo the Kunlun Divine Palace dungeon, even the beginner stage. A pair of eyes appeared in the snowstorm. It appeared 1,000 meters high in the air, looking down. Its cold gaze swept over the people through the snowstorm. No one noticed its existence. Finally, its gaze stopped at the dungeon entrance, unmoving. Lin Moya entered the dungeon for the second time, and his speed was even faster than the first. The undead army, combined with the toxic witches, was simply the ultimate weapon for slaughtering the small monsters in this dungeon. As many as came, that many died. The experience increased slowly but steadily. A 3% experience gain was already quite good. A level per day was many times faster than other professionals. After level 50, others would take months or even half a year to level up once. Only my sister could probably level up faster than me. Thinking of Lin Moxian, it had been a long time since he last saw her. The last time was in the ancestral lands. Lin Moxian was even busier than him, without a moment's rest. It was indeed not easy to become a disciple of a semi-supreme expert. Thinking of Lin Moxian, Ning Yi, and Mo Yun, each of them was rushing forward without pause. Killed Kunlun Demon Bull, experience plus 5,800,000. Seeing the prompt, Lin Moya remained expressionless. He looked at the place where the Kunlun Snowgrass had appeared earlier at the pass but was disappointed to find nothing this time. I was a bit delusional. Lin Moya chuckled softly, laughing at himself for thinking too much. He left the dungeon and prepared to enter again. Suddenly, Lin Moya frowned slightly and looked behind him. He felt like someone was watching him. His sixth sense was extremely sharp, and he would definitely notice if someone was watching him. But after scanning the area, he didn't find anyone. People by the tents and fires were minding their own business, chatting away. I must have felt wrong. Lin Moya thought to himself as he used a cooldown talisman to reset the dungeon. This time, to level up, Lin Moya brought 3 high-grade cooldown talismans. One was his own, and the other 2 were borrowed from Bai Yaiwan and Meng Yanwen. The 3 high-grade cooldown talismans combined could reset the dungeon 150 times, which was enough for him. Lin Moya repeatedly cleared the dungeon, with his efficiency gradually improving from 40 minutes per run to 30 minutes. In less than a day, Lin Moya leveled up to 54. All his attributes and skills improved. However, Lin Moya's brow became increasingly furrowed. The feeling of being watched grew stronger, occurring every time he left the dungeon. But he couldn't find the source no matter what. It should be in existence at least above level 80, possibly even a professional. Who has their sights on me? Could it be someone from the demon worshippers? Or maybe a dragon or demon has infiltrated? Lin Moya pondered but couldn't find an answer. Over the years, the human race's defense system had become quite robust. For demons to enter, they would have to pay a heavy price, and the strength of those who could make it through wouldn't be that great. The likes of the Flame Demon Sovereign would be the limit, and at most, a Seduction Demon Sovereign could send an avatar. If a low-level deity came, Lin Moya was confident he could make sure they couldn't leave. I can't figure it out, so I won't think about it anymore. When the enemy comes, I'll deal with them, and when the water comes, I'll block it. He stopped worrying about it and focused on clearing the dungeon. After level 54, the experience requirement increased again. Each run could only yield about 2.5% experience, much slower than before, but it was still within Lin Moya's acceptable range. It would take 40 runs to level up, and at his pace of half an hour per run, it wouldn't take a day. Gradually, Lin Moya's presence was finally noticed. The first person who had noticed Lin Moya shouted, "Look, I told you I wasn't wrong, there really is someone soloing the Kunlun Divine Palace. This guy must be crazy, going in and out like that. Is he joking around with cooldown talismans? Look closely, he's using high-grade cooldown talismans, and more than one. How extravagant. What kind of status does this guy have? High-grade cooldown talismans aren't something ordinary people can get. Who knows, but no matter what, why is he going in and out like that?" Everyone was puzzled. Someone tried to call out to Lin Moya and ask, but Lin Moya ignored them and did as he pleased. "I've calculated, he comes out every half hour, almost without fail. What a waste, high-grade cooldown talismans are very costly to replenish energy. Maybe he just doesn't care. Some people are just richer than others." As they were feeling envious and resentful, Lin Moya came out again. This time, his body was glowing, the glow of leveling up. The aura released during leveling up couldn't be fully contained and leaked out, immediately startling everyone. He actually leveled up, he was grinding levels in there. How is that possible, someone soloing a dungeon to level up? What kind of joke is this? Which of you brothers has a high level? Check what level this guy is. At this moment, someone not far away said, he was 54 before, just hit 55. The one speaking was a level 68 professional, just a step away from the third job transition. His words carried weight. He really is leveling up in the dungeon. What a weirdo. After reaching level 55, Lin Moya cleared the dungeon again, but his experience only increased by 1.5%. Calculating this way, he would need to clear it at least 67 times to level up. At his fastest pace, it would take 34 hours, over a day. Checking the remaining uses of the high-grade cooldown talismans, he had 77 left. Just enough for him to reach level 56. I was a bit too optimistic, I didn't expect the experience requirement to increase so much. It will take a day and a half to level up once. Lin Moya muttered to himself, but his actions didn't stop. After leveling up, he continued clearing the dungeon while replenishing his undead army. At level 55, he had 35 witch generals, with a summoning capacity of 1,050, bringing the total number of skeletons in his undead army to 36,750. Still using the average distribution method, each of the three types of skeletons numbered 12,250, not too many or too few. Although the attack power of the skeleton archers and snipers currently paled in comparison to the skeleton berserkers, especially under the strengthen skill, the difference in their offensive power was vast. But Lin Moya believed that since the skill existed, there must be a reason for its strength. He just hadn't discovered it yet, or perhaps its true power would be revealed in the future. Not only did some professions become stronger later on, but some skills did as well. With the talent enhancements, the skeleton berserkers' 4 attributes had reached 312,000, with just one attribute being comparable to a lord-level boss of the same level. If all 4 attributes were added together, even a world boss would pale in comparison to the skeleton berserkers. If one day the skeleton berserkers' vitality increased, they would become existences stronger than world bosses. Lin Moya even fantasized that if he reached the deity realm one day, would the skeletons also reach the deity realm? If he led an undead army of hundreds of thousands or even millions of deity-level undead, what kind of scene would that be? A quantitative change leading to a qualitative change, even facing a supreme expert, Lin Moya would have a sliver of confidence. After using up all the charges of the 3 high-grade cooldown talismans, Lin Moya leveled up again right in front of everyone. He used his actions to tell others that he really was soloing, not just extravagantly wasting resources. Lin Moya also used his actions to tell the world that this dungeon wasn't impossible to solo, it was just that they lacked the capability. This was a slap in the face to all the doubters. Finally, he checked his level. Level 56, 13%. After 56, each run will only yield about 1.3%. The transmission stone in his hand activated, and with a flash of light, Lin Moya disappeared from the spot. At that moment, a streak of light flashed in the sky, landing precisely in a certain space. Lin Moya, in the midst of teleporting, immediately sensed something was off. "I've been waiting for you to make a move." The corners of his mouth curved up slightly, as the enemy hiding in the dark had finally made their move. Chapter 526. Chapter 526, 526. Chapter 526, do you know the significance of a 3-star god general? Lin Moya found himself in a world of wind and snow. Here, each snowflake was as large as a palm. The snowflakes danced in the air with the wind, light and without force, but when they hit the skeletal armor, it sparkled. Lin Moya knew this was a pure elemental attack. It wasn't a skill of any professional but pure elements. Lin Moya had encountered such pure elements before. Gods. This is the elemental world of a god. Every god is the ultimate manifestation of an element, mastering a certain element and becoming its master. Although there is only one god position for each element, multiple gods can control the same element. For example, the water god, who holds the water god's position, is the highest controller of water elements in this world. But this doesn't mean other gods can't control water elements. Those gods who also control water elements will lose their control over the water element when they encounter the water god. This is the suppression of the god position. Gods can create their own elemental worlds. In their elemental world, their power can be exerted to the fullest. Lin Moyo had now entered the elemental world of a god who controlled water elements. No matter how the water element changes its form, whether it becomes ice or snowflakes, it is still water at its core. Lin Moyo was not panicked. He had many trump cards and was not afraid of a real fight. Which god brought this god general into the elemental world, and for what purpose? Lin Moyo asked calmly. He pointed out his identity as a god general and placed his 3-star god general badge on his shoulder. The 3-star god general badge indicated that Lin Moyo had killed at least 3 god-level beings. Lin Moyo believed that doing so would put considerable pressure on the other party. Sure enough, after he took out the 3-star god general badge, the howling wind and snow suddenly stopped. A snow-white figure appeared 100 meters away from Lin Moyo. It was about 10 meters tall, entirely snow-white, exuding pure elemental aura and divine aura. It was the first time Lin Moyo had seen a living god, and he was curious. At the same time, Lin Moyo was slightly relieved this was just a level 90 god. It should be said that it had not been long since it became a god, as its aura was still unstable. The growth of gods is different from humans and demons. Their growth is very slow. It takes decades or even hundreds of years. Lin Moyo now had a lot of information about gods and could judge from the aura that the other party had become a god for less than 10 years. How should I address you? Lin Moyo asked. Although the other party had attacked him with wind and snow, showing a bit of hostility, Lin Moyo's attitude was not as friendly as before, but he had not yet made a move. He was not afraid, but the cost of fighting a god would not be small. You can call me the Kunlun Snow God. The other party's voice slowly sounded, cold and icy. Gods' names are quite casual. It became a god in the Kunlun Mountains and was best at controlling wind and snow, so it was called the Kunlun Snow God. Lin Moyo nodded. I am Lin Moyo, a 3-star god general of the Shangxia Empire. Kunlun Snow God, you stopped my teleportation, brought me into the elemental world, and attacked me with wind and snow. Please give me an explanation. The Kunlun Snow God's snow-white face revealed a pair of silver eyes. Elements flowed in its eyes as it looked at Lin Moyo. Hand over the god position, and I will let you go. Lin Moyo was slightly stunned. He indeed had 2 god positions, one was the god of poison's position, and the other was the god of thunder's position. When the Kunlun Snow God said this, Lin Moyo knew that today's matter would not end peacefully. The attraction of a god position to gods is immense, like placing a mythical weapon in front of a god-level powerhouse. In the past, an entire world was destroyed for the god of life's position. The god of life is a high-level god. If a god can obtain its position, it is very likely to become the new god of life. Elements can be converted for gods. Although the process is extremely complex and lengthy, possibly taking hundreds of years, no god can resist the temptation of a higher-level god position. For a new god who has just reached level 90, obtaining a mid-level god position is a chance to rise to the top. The Kunlun Snow God naturally would not let it go. How did you know I have a god position? The god position is always hidden in the spiritual world, and Lin Moyo didn't know how the other party saw it. If he couldn't figure this out, it might cause problems in the future. The Kunlun Snow God looked at Lin Moyo but did not answer. Lin Moyo knew he wouldn't get an answer from it. He looked up and down at the Kunlun Snow God, observing its slender and white form. Thinking of its name, Lin Moyo smiled slightly, having found the answer in his heart. The Kunlun Snow God spoke again, hand over the god position, and I will let you go. What if I don't? Lin Moyo knew there was no possibility of negotiation and immediately became tough. The wind and snow howled again, and the Kunlun Snow God's body shone with white light, full of killing intent. If you don't, I will kill you. Lin Moyo shook his head disdainfully. Aren't you afraid of the human gods coming to settle accounts with you? Killing a god general is a big deal. Then Lin Moyo's face changed dramatically. Moreover, do you think you can kill me? Do you know how I got my 3-star god general badge? The Kunlun Snow God was stunned. It only knew the status of a god general but didn't know how it came about. Lin Moyo could tell from its expression that it didn't understand. But it didn't matter, Lin Moyo had already decided to kill. The undead army appeared, charging towards the Kunlun Snow God with killing intent. A large amount of light appeared on the undead army, and the Lich generals instantly enhanced their state. Facing the surging undead army, the Kunlun Snow God showed disdain. Wind and snow freeze. With a cold shout, snowflakes densely fell on the undead army, freezing the world. All the undead army was frozen, including the Lich generals. Its level was too high, and the freezing skills level was too high. The Lich generals' skills couldn't break the frozen state. The undead army, which was aggressive a moment ago, was instantly silenced. Only Lin Moyo was not frozen. He had a passive skill that made him immune to all states. The Kunlun Snow God didn't care about this and charged towards Lin Moyo with a wild laugh. In my world of wind and snow, I am invincible. In the blink of an eye, it was already in front of Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo was not panicked at all. Instead, he smiled, not necessarily. The Kunlun Snow God suddenly felt a chill. It sensed something was wrong. A spark appeared behind Lin Moyo, and then a flame lich appeared beside him. The moment the flame lich appeared, it pounced on the Kunlun Snow God. Flames ignited on the Kunlun Snow God's body. The Kunlun Snow God's freezing completely backfired on itself. At the same time, an aura appeared under the undead army's feet, melting the ice and freeing the undead army. Lin Moyo had already retreated when the Flame Lich made its move. Not only did he retreat, but the entire undead army also retreated quickly after breaking free from the ice. The Flame Lich clung tightly to the Kunlun Snow God. The Kunlun Snow God was furious and roared, "What is this thing? What is this thing?" Boom! With a loud noise, flames exploded in the sky. The Kunlun Snow God let out a miserable scream, and the world of wind and snow shook violently. The Flame Lich's full-force self-destruction, although not as strong as the Kunlun Snow God, was enough to injure it. Lin Moya never expected a single Flame Lich's self-destruction to kill this genuine god. Lin Moya's plan was to first break its elemental world. In the elemental world, its power was indeed strong. Before the explosion subsided, a second Flame Lich appeared. If it weren't for being in the Shangxia Empire's territory and not knowing the exact location outside the elemental world, Lin Moya would have directly used the Poison Lich to kill it. If the outside of the elemental world happened to be a city, the spread of poison would cause countless deaths and injuries. The second Flame Lich rushed into the still-burning fireball. Lin Moya's spiritual power always locked onto the Kunlun Snow God, knowing its exact location. The Kunlun Snow God hadn't recovered from the first explosion when the second Flame Lich arrived. No! With a sharp scream, the Flame Lich exploded. The world of ice and snow cracked and exploded. Professionals in the Kunlun Mountains saw a sudden burst of fire in the sky, illuminating thousands of miles. What is that? What happened? So many skeletons, how can there be so many skeletons? Who is that person? I know, it's God General Lin and his undead army. Is God General Lin fighting someone? Chapter 527. Chapter 527, 527. Chapter 527, Those who obeyed survived. The firelight swept across the Kunlun Mountains. The area within a radius of dozens of miles seemed to have entered the warmth of early spring, with large patches of ice and snow melting away. Another explosion erupted in the sky, accompanied by a loud bang. At the same time, Lin Moya's voice echoed through the Kunlun Mountains. Transmit the Divine General's order, everyone, retreat 100 miles. Lin Moya's voice carried supreme authority. The three-word Divine General's order represented his identity and the weight of his words. No one in the Shangxia Empire dared to disobey. Obey the Divine General's order. With loud shouts, the crowd quickly retreated. Only a few people remained unmoved. They were not from the Shangxia Empire and could choose to ignore the Divine General's order. For those who were not from the Shangxia Empire or did not obey the order, Lin Moya ignored them. Life and death were their own responsibility. Another explosion sounded, and a large number of fireballs fell from the sky like rain, hitting the ground and causing snow to fly. The Kunlun Snow God, engulfed in flames, transformed into a massive fireball and charged at Lin Moya, screaming sharply, "I will grind your bones to dust." Lin Moya looked disdainful. "Just you? Not enough." At this moment, he was at the foot of the mountains, surrounded by a vast primitive forest. There were many monsters and a few professionals. The city was still hundreds of kilometers away. Given this, Lin Moya had no scruples. The Divine General's order had already been issued. If anyone did not leave, it was their fate to face this calamity. Facing the approaching Kunlun Snow God, the runes on the backs of Lin Moya's hands glowed simultaneously. Strong soldier, gathering power. Two major, primordial rune, skills were activated simultaneously. Lin Moya's attributes instantly reached their peak, and the combat power of the undead army also reached its zenith at this moment. Against a deity, these attribute boosts had little effect. Even containment was difficult. But Lin Moya did not need containment. He needed himself and the undead army to hold out a little longer in front of the deity, even if only for a few more seconds. Life and death could be decided in just a few seconds. For consecutive self-destructions by the Flame Lich caused little damage to the Kunlun Snow God but destroyed the elemental world it had set up. Most importantly, it made the Kunlun Snow God furious and lose its rationality. Everything was within Lin Moya's calculations. Under Lin Moya's gaze, it indeed charged recklessly. The wind and snow extinguished the flames on its body. After the Flame Lich's self-destruction, it lost its pseudo-god level power and was grabbed by the Kunlun Snow God. The flames on the Flame Lich's body quickly extinguished, and it was about to be frozen. The Kunlun Snow God struck out with its other hand, and a giant palm made of pure water elements appeared in the sky, slamming towards Lin Moya. This palm had already locked onto Lin Moya, and under the power of ice and snow, there was no escape. Lin Moya did not intend to dodge. At this moment, all his attributes had reached 1,000,000, and with damage transfer, he was confident he could withstand this palm. Yes, one of the purposes of Lin Moya's two primordial rune skills was to block one attack from the Kunlun Snow God, just one. Boom! Lin Moya was sent flying, like a meteor falling. The professionals in the Kunlun Mountains saw this scene and exclaimed in shock. They finally realized who Lin Moya was fighting against: a deity, a true deity. Almost everyone was seeing a deity for the first time, but they all knew how powerful deities were. They could rival god-level powerhouses. Seeing Lin Moya being sent flying, everyone held their breath for him. In the snow, a green light suddenly appeared. At the spot where Lin Moya had stood, a lich filled with green energy appeared. Before being sent flying, Lin Moya used the blood of the god of poison to summon the poison lich, which only appeared now. As the poison lich appeared, the flame lich in the Kunlun Snow God's grasp instantly dissipated. Lin Moya had replaced the flame lich with the poison lich. At this moment, the Kunlun Snow God was very close to where Lin Moya had stood. Upon seeing the poison lich, the Kunlun Snow God's expression changed drastically, and it retreated frantically. But it suddenly paused, its entire body covered in a layer of white bones. Skill, Bone Prison. Although Lin Moya's level made it difficult to restrain the Kunlun snow god with the bone prison, even with a mental attribute of 1,000,000, the restraint time would not exceed 0.1 seconds. But that brief pause, 0.1 seconds, was enough to decide life and death. The second purpose of using the primordial rune skills was to increase the success rate of the bone prison skill. Lin Moya's thoughts were correct. The strength of mental power could indeed affect the success rate of the bone prison skill. Otherwise, it would be impossible to restrain a deity equivalent to level 90, even for 0.1 seconds. In that 0.1 second, the poison lich had already pounced on it, holding it tightly. No! In the Kunlun snow god's terrified scream, the poison lich silently exploded. Terrifying poison gas erupted, and the Kunlun snow god struggled frantically in the poison gas. It flew out of the poison gas, heading into the distance, trailing green lines. The wind howled, and the ice and snow of the entire Kunlun mountains flew wildly. During its escape, people saw with their own eyes that its body was rotting and melting. The poison was too strong. Once touched, it was impossible to get rid of. Even deities could not resist the poison, which was terrifying. Everyone understood why Lin Moyo had ordered them to retreat 100 kilometers. If they had not retreated, if they had been touched by the poison, they would have died without a doubt. Those who had not left initially now regretted it, but it was too late. The wind quickly carried the poison gas, covering an area of dozens of kilometers. This area became a dead zone. These people quickly died from the poison, leaving no bones behind. They couldn't even scream before they died. Lin Moya flew through the poison gas, following the Kunlun snow god. This scene stunned everyone. Even a deity could be poisoned to death, but Lin Moya could move freely in the poison gas without a scratch. General Lin is too strong. Everyone has heard that General Lin has poison skills, but no one expected them to be this powerful. After today, no one will doubt General Lin's strength. Well deserved. Everyone was in awe and shock. They believed that once this news spread, the whole world would be shocked. The Kunlun snow god flew slower and slower, finally stopping after flying a dozen kilometers. Its body was only half left, and it knew it was doomed. At this moment, it finally calmed down, no longer frantic, and looked at Lin Moyo, asking, "Can you tell me the significance of a 3-star general?" Lin Moya kept a distance of nearly a kilometer and said calmly, "It means I have killed 3 god-level beings." The Kunlun snow god was stunned for a second, then burst into mad laughter. "So that's it, that's how it is. No wonder you are not afraid of me. You have killed 3 god-level beings. I am going to die, and you are about to kill the 4th god-level being. But as a deity, even in death, I will die with dignity." As it spoke, its remaining body began to shine brightly. A diamond-shaped gem appeared above its head, with a Kunlun snowgrass faintly visible above the gem. Divine Core. Lin Moyo was shocked and quickly retreated. At the same time, he summoned the Undying Lich. His urgent voice rang out, "Everyone, retreat, as far as possible." But it was too late. His voice couldn't reach far. The entire Kunlun mountains began to shake. The accumulated snow of countless years flew up, forming a violent snowstorm. Then, with a loud bang, the ice and snow exploded, and the storm swept through the world. The Kunlun snow god self-destruct, blowing up its divine body, divine core, and everything it had as a deity. The terrifying power hit Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo was sent flying like a meteor, the immense power sending him hundreds of kilometers away. The power of a deity's self-destruction was too strong. The undead army collapsed the moment Lin Moyo was sent flying, but the undying aura saved them from death. Lin Moyo also survived because of this. Fortunately, the self-destructive attack only had one wave. Lin Moyo was immensely relieved. If there had been a second wave, he would have been in danger. He flew back with relief, and at the sight of the Kunlun snow god's self-destruction, a huge crater appeared on the snowy ground. The mountains were gone, wiped out by the immense power. Even the poison gas in the air was wiped out. What a pity, at least 90 billion experience points. The Kunlun snow god died by self-destruction, so Lin Moyo gained nothing. No experience, no movement in the military badge. Lin Moyo looked around. Fortunately, the people had retreated earlier, and no one died from the self-destruction. Those who listened to him survived, and those who didn't died. Chapter 528. Chapter 528, 528. Chapter 528, Who dares to blow hot air? I'll punch them back. On the way back, Lin Moyo analyzed the whole incident in his mind. Lin Moyo had guessed from the beginning how the Kunlun snow god knew about his possession of the divine positions. The problem came from the Kunlun snowgrass. In the Kunlun Divine Palace dungeon, if one could solo clear it within the time limit and achieve an excellent rating, they would obtain a special additional reward. Since the dungeon's inception, it's estimated that no one had ever completed this. Yet the Kunlun snowgrass had always existed. Day after day, year after year, that Kunlun snowgrass grew stronger and stronger, eventually mastering the power of wind and snow, becoming a deity of the water elemental system. The snowgrass phantom that appeared above its head during its self-destruction confirmed Lin Moya's guess. Since it was born from the Kunlun snowgrass that became a deity, one could say that all the newly sprouted Kunlun snowgrass are its descendants. When I obtained the Kunlun snowgrass, the aura of the divine positions within my body was sensed by it. So it came looking for me, but since it couldn't act within the dungeon, and my time outside the dungeon was too short, it waited until I was about to leave, then pulled me into the elemental world. Lin Moyo muttered to himself with a slight smile on his face. Although he didn't gain any benefits, this battle allowed him to feel extremely gratified. He had personally slaughtered a living deity, not a dying one, but a truly living deity. That feeling could not be described with words. It's a pity that Fool wasn't smarter. If it were a bit smarter, it probably wouldn't have come looking for trouble with me. Does it think someone who possesses divine positions is easy to bully? In the White God courtyard, Bai Yaiwan was drinking tea while Meng Anwen was not present. Recently, Meng Anwen had become a very busy person as he needed to set up the Soul Fusion Grand Formation, traveling all over the country. This formation was extremely complex, requiring preparations in many places. At the same time, Meng Anwen mobilized the military's forces, coupled with the full support from Dongfanyi's side, making the preparations relatively smooth. According to Meng Anwen's calculations, it would take about a month to complete the setup. Meng Anwen was quite excited when he could study the Soul Fusion Grand Formation, as it was a supreme formation he had never encountered before. Not only did the formation's level reach the divine level, but its scale was also unprecedented. The formations he had set up before at most covered a city, but this formation needed to cover an entire country, over 1,000 cities. For him, it was an unprecedented challenge. Before leaving, Meng Anwen had said that if he succeeded, he would definitely advance to level 96 and become a high-level divine formation master. In the recorded history of the human race, there had only been one high-level divine formation master. He was the one who sealed the corpse realm, but he also perished after sealing it. The formation used to seal the corpse realm was achieved at the cost of his life. After that, the human race never produced another high-level divine formation master, and even divine formation masters were rare. Meng Anwen had the hope of breaking through, and Lin Moya was happy for him. Sensing a spatial fluctuation, Bai Yaiwan smiled slightly and said lazily, "Xiaoyu, come pour tea for your master." Lin Moya went over and poured tea for Bai Yaiwan, handing it to him with both hands. "Master, here you go." Bai Yaiwan looked at Lin Moya and frowned slightly. "You encountered a deity." "Yes, I encountered a level 90 deity." He poured himself a cup as well. The tea's fragrance was refreshing, perfect for dispelling the aura from the intense battle. Bai Yaiwan asked, "And then?" Lin Moya casually said, "It wanted to kill me, so I killed it." Bai Yaiwan was stunned for a moment. "How did you kill it?" "Deities are not easy to kill." Lin Moya recounted the entire process. When he mentioned the Kunlun snow god's self-destruction, even Bai Yaiwan's brows couldn't help but twitch a few times. A deity's self-destruction could potentially injure even him. Yet Lin Moya emerged unscathed, making Bai Yaiwan wonder if he had underestimated this good disciple of his. Lin Moya said, "I originally planned to ask you to help clear the poison gas, but now there's no need. It's just that during my battle with the Kunlun snow god, some people got caught up in it and died. A few of them were from our Shengxia Empire, and a few were from other countries." Bai Yaiwan waved his hand indifferently. "Those who didn't listen to the god general's order and died are not worth pitying. As for those from other countries, dying within the Shengxia Empire's territory is their own fault. If any country dares to blow hot air, I'll punch them back." This was very much like Bai Yaiwan. Lin Moya took out the Kunlun snowgrass he had just obtained. "Master, take a look at this." Bai Yaiwan scanned it, and his detection technique revealed his astonished expression. "Good stuff, how did you get this?" "I solo cleared the Kunlun Divine Palace dungeon and achieved an excellent rating, then it gave me this additional reward." Hearing Lin Moya's answer, Bai Yaiwan felt deep admiration. He knew Lin Moya's nearly monstrous combat power, capable of crushing same-level dungeons with ease. Especially at higher levels, even the most difficult dungeons would feel like child's play to Lin Moya. It was no surprise that Lin Moya obtained the additional reward. Bai Yaiwan said, "Keep this thing safe. When old Meng returns, ask him about it. He might understand some things better. But this time, old Meng will probably be busy for a long time. I don't know if he'll attend the matchmaking event. Those old lovers of old Mengs will probably be disappointed again." Lin Moya was stunned. They were having a good conversation, but suddenly the topic shifted. How did they go from a serious discussion to Meng and Wen's old lovers? Bai Yaiwan said mysteriously, "You don't know, but old Meng has a ton of lovers. If that guy ever gets depressed one day, you'll end up with at least 18 teacher mothers." The corner of Lin Moya's mouth twitched. "Master Bai, isn't it inappropriate to badmouth teacher Meng behind his back?" Bai Yaiwan scoffed. "What's wrong with that? I'd say it to his face too." Lin Moya asked softly, "Then does Master Bai have someone he likes?" Bai Yaiwan's eyes initially flashed brilliantly, but then dimmed, and he let out a light sigh, closing his eyes without saying another word. In that brief moment of his eyes changing, Lin Moya saw a hint of sadness. Lin Moya also knew better than to pry further, realizing he had asked an inappropriate question. The Deity Stone Dungeon Trial, or the matchmaking event as Bai Yaiwan and Meng Yanwen called it, would begin in 3 days. However, 10 days ago, people from various major families, forces, and even top academies had already arrived. Fortress number 4 had become extremely lively. The young people interacted and conversed with each other. The military had even set up a few arenas within the fortress for sparring and exchanges. Young people would often get into arguments, or even quarrels. The arenas were perfect for resolving such issues. As long as professionals didn't kill each other, any injuries could be healed. These were the talents and elites from various families, handsome men and beautiful women. Some had taken a liking to each other, while others were brought together through arrangements by their elders. The older generation who brought them acted like matchmakers, all wearing smiles. Bai Yaiwan pointed at the young people coming and going. "Didn't I tell you? It's only been a few days, and so many have already paired up." Lin Moya smiled slightly, scanning the surroundings while also sending a message to Ningyi, but received no reply. "Yi hasn't arrived yet." Bai Yaiwan scoffed. "You brat, your eyes are only on Ningyi. There are so many beauties in the world, why don't you take a look around?" Lin Moya was stunned, unsure why Bai Yaiwan said that. Bai Yaiwan continued, although the empire has the rule of one husband and one wife, god generals and divine-level experts have special privileges and can take multiple wives without issue. Just like your teacher Meng, if he wanted to marry, at least 17 or 18 beauties would line up at his door. Bai Yaiwan continued to speak shamelessly, and Lin Moyo could only smile without responding. Bai Yaiwan went on, Ning Yi should arrive tomorrow or the day after. You can wander around the fortress first. Most of the people here are young, so you can interact with them. Just as Lin Moyo was about to speak, a seductive voice suddenly rang in his ear. Yi Yuan. The voice was gentle yet carried a hint of heroism, very pleasant to the ear. Upon hearing this voice, Bai Yaiwan reacted like a cat with its fur standing on end. Xiao Yu, your master has something to attend to, I'll see you in 3 days. With a whoosh, he shot straight up into the sky and left. Then, Lin Moya saw a woman in a light yellow dress quickly approaching. When the woman saw Bai Yaiwan hastily leaving, she let out a tender shout and also shot up into the sky, her speed not much slower than Bai Yaiwan's. This woman was also a divine-level expert, not much weaker than Bai Yaiwan. Moreover, Bai Yaiwan was clearly avoiding her. Master Bai, is he afraid of her? Lin Moya's eyes carried a hint of amusement, as if he had discovered a new continent, finding it quite interesting. Chapter 529. Chapter 529, 529. Chapter 529, goodness, here comes another one. Bai Yaiwan hurriedly escaped, leaving Lin Moyo amused. Indeed, karma is inevitable. Just moments ago, he was mocking Meng Yanwen behind his back, and now he found himself in a similar situation. It seems that Teacher Bai's story isn't simple either. Lin Moya smiled, pondering the possible stories behind Bai Yaiwan's actions. Walking through the fortress, he blended into the crowd. 3 arenas in the fortress were glowing, covered by formations. Competitions were taking place on the arenas. A knight and an archer were facing off on one of the arenas. The arena wasn't very large, which wasn't advantageous for the archer. However, the archer was very agile, constantly dodging the knight's attacks while counter-attacking. The knight, on the other hand, was relentless, charging forward with brute force. Many people were watching from below, pointing and discussing the match. Lin Moyo listened for a bit and understood the situation. The archer on the arena was from the Zhang family in the northwest region of the empire. He claimed that even in limited space, an archer could use their agility and long-range attacks to dominate all melee professions. His statement displeased others, and a knight from the Wang family in the southwest region immediately challenged him. After some debate, they decided to settle it on the arena. Their levels were similar, making it a fair match. The other 2 arenas had similar situations, with people competing due to differing opinions. Lin Moyo lost interest after a few glances. The battles on the arena seemed like child's play to him. They were too weak. Every battle he had experienced, every enemy he had faced, was far stronger than these competitors. Lin Dummy. As he turned to leave the arena area, a familiar voice called out. Lin Moya smiled slightly, recognizing the voice. Only a few people called him Lin Dummy. Turning around, he saw Xia Shui, accompanied by Feng Xiu and Zhu Mei. Seeing Lin Moyo, the 3 of them quickly approached. Xia Shui cheerfully said, I knew it was you. I wasn't mistaken. Long time no see, Lin Moya greeted them. It had been a while since he last saw them, and he was slightly surprised. Xia Shui and Zhu Mei's auras had changed significantly. Moreover, their levels. Both Xia Shui and Zhu Mei had significantly increased their levels, both surpassing level 35. In such a short time, they had leveled up by more than 10 levels. Their levels were now far ahead of their peers at the Xiajing Academy, even surpassing some from the previous year. In contrast, although Feng Xiu had also leveled up, he was only at level 30, slightly behind the 2. Lin Moya guessed that something significant must have happened to them. Xia Shui curiously asked, with your status and strength, do you still need to conquer the Divine Stone Dungeon? Lin Moya replied softly, I'm here as a guest. Zhu Mei said, that's fortunate, otherwise, we wouldn't stand a chance. With Lin Moya's strength, not even the older generation could compare to him. If Lin Moya participated in the Divine Stone Dungeon, they wouldn't stand a chance. Xia Shui laughed, exactly, if Lin Dummy joined the dungeon, we might as well give up. Feng Xiu added, the Divine Stone Dungeon is a special solo dungeon. The difficulty each person faces is based on their level. Level advantage isn't significant in the dungeon, but... He glanced at Lin Moyo, but with Lin Shenjian's combat power, if he participated, we wouldn't have a chance. Lin Moya smiled, I'm not participating. You guys should strive for the final reward in the dungeon. Xia Shui giggled, that's half a talent Divine Stone. There's a 1/3 chance of awakening a talent during the 3rd job transition. As they chatted, they unknowingly arrived at another area of the fortress. This area had a strong commercial atmosphere, with many restaurants and inns, mostly set up for the Divine Stone event. The 4 of them chose a restaurant and sat by a window. Xia Shui whispered, Lin Dummy, do you think Zhu Mei and I leveled up too quickly? Lin Moyo indeed had this question. Xia Shui explained, I returned to my family and activated my bloodline. My strength is much higher than before. Lin Moya knew that Xia Shui was Xia Bojian's granddaughter and a member of the Xia family. The Xia family in Xiajing, though not as prominent as the Ning family, was still an old and prestigious family with a long history. Having some heritage was normal. Just like Ning Yi, who trained diligently and leveled up quickly. What puzzled Lin Moyo the most was Zhu Mei. How did she level up so quickly? Xia Shui explained on behalf of Zhu Mei, you don't know, but Zhu Mei is a descendant of the legendary Zhu family. The legendary Zhu family. Lin Moya's mind immediately recalled information about this family. In human history, many families have existed, some for thousands of years, others for just a few decades. The Zhou family had existed for over 500 years and was well known among the major families. The Zhou family was famous for being an assassin family, with almost all its members being stealth professionals. They had perfected the assassin profession, becoming the pinnacle of assassins. Moreover, the Zhou family's bloodline had a unique trait. Once activated, each job transition would result in a profession upgrade. Every generation of the Zhou family produced several high-level legendary professionals, and they consistently had god-level experts. They had assassinated demon kings and demons, achieving legendary feats. The name Legendary Zhou family came from their remarkable achievements. Some even predicted that if a god-level expert from the Zhou family reached the half-step super-god level, they would have the ability to assassinate a demon emperor. As a result, the Zhou family became a thorn in the side of the demon kings. Decades ago, demons launched an attack on the Zhou family. The demons first attacked in the Yuan battlefield, drawing away the Zhou family's 2 god-level experts and surrounding them with numerous demon kings. Meanwhile, the demon worshippers launched a full-scale assault on the Zhou family, summoning demon king avatars. The Zhou family was almost entirely wiped out overnight. Few people knew about this, and Lin Moyo had only read about it in extensive records. Lin Moyo looked at Zhou Mei. "I didn't expect you to be from the Zhou family." Zhou Mei nodded. "Senior Xia took me back to the family. Although no one is left, the family's heritage remains." Lin Moyo acknowledged, "The Zhou family was once powerful and glorious. That's why the demon kings feared them. Since you've inherited the Zhou family's bloodline, you must be cautious in the future." Feng Xiu added softly, "Very few people know about this. It won't be revealed until Zhou Mei can protect herself." Lin Moyo said, "If there's anything I can do, just let me know." The Zhou family's ancestors had made significant contributions to humanity, and Lin Moyo respected them greatly. Zhou Mei said, "Thank you, Lin Xinjiang." Lin Moyo shook his head. "We're friends." Xia Shui giggled, "Exactly, we're friends. No need for formalities." Suddenly, footsteps echoed, and a large group of people ascended the stairs. A fragrant scent filled the air as a group of women entered. Leading them was Jialanyayo, who immediately spotted Lin Moyo and exclaimed, "You're alive." A figure rushed over, enveloping Lin Moyo in a fragrant embrace. Before anyone could react, the person had already hugged Lin Moyo tightly. "You're alive, thank goodness." Mu Qianqian cried, tears streaming down her face as she sobbed uncontrollably. Xia Shui and the others watched in astonishment, their eyes filled with curiosity. They had seen Ning Yi before, so who was this beautiful woman? Mu Qianqian was too emotional to notice her surroundings. She had been worried about Lin Moyo, and seeing him alive overwhelmed her with emotion. Lin Moyo gently patted Mu Qianqian. "Of course, I'm not dead. But if you keep hugging me, I might suffocate." Mu Qianqian gasped and quickly let go. Realizing her behavior was a bit inappropriate, her face turned as red as an apple. At that moment, a beam of white light descended from the sky, illuminating the restaurant. Lin Moyo, long time no see. Mo Yun, riding her Holy Spirit unicorn, landed by the window, greeting Lin Moyo. Xia Shui whispered, "Goodness, here comes another one." Zhou Mei and Feng Xiu nodded in agreement. Just then, another person ascended the stairs, spotting Lin Moyo by the window and calling out sweetly, "Lin Suidi." Chapter 530. Chapter 530, 530. Chapter 530, repeatedly, small punishments and big warnings. Coincidences are everywhere. Lin Moyo didn't expect such a coincidence today. Not only did he run into Xia Shui and the other two, but he also met Mu Qianqian, Jialanyayo, and her Night Rain Knights. Then Mo Yun came, and finally Shu Han arrived. Shu Han came with Dongfang Yao. The gossip fire in Xia Shui's eyes was already blazing. However, Lin Moyo was upright and had nothing to hide. Mo Yun stopped by the window and said softly, "Lin Moyo, find me when you have time." She threw a positioning teleportation stone to Lin Moyo and then left on her unicorn. Lin Moyo knew that Mo Yun really had something to discuss. Otherwise, with her personality, she wouldn't have come to him. Shu Han walked over gracefully, boldly took Lin Moyo's arm, and her voice was even sweeter than before. "Lin Suidi, so you were here. I've been looking for you everywhere." Shu Han's behavior was very different from before, making Lin Moyo almost suspect she was possessed by a succubus. While speaking, Shu Han kept winking at Lin Moyo. This made Lin Moyo not shake off her hand. Lin Moyo whispered, "Sueja, is there trouble?" Shu Han whispered in his ear, "Help me act, there's an annoying guy." The warm breath on his ear made it slightly itchy. Shu Han's face turned red, trying to suppress her shyness. At this moment, someone else came upstairs and saw Shu Han whispering in Lin Moyo's ear. To outsiders, it looked like a couple whispering sweet nothings, very intimate. The newcomer saw the scene, and anger flashed in his eyes. "Xiao Han, is he the one you like?" Shu Han put on a justified look. "Of course, now you can give up." Lin Moyo looked at the newcomer, who appeared to be in his 30s, very handsome. Unfortunately, the gloom in his eyes made him look somewhat sinister. The man glanced at Lin Moyo, then sneered at Shu Han. "So you like pretty boys?" Xia Shui couldn't help but laugh. Someone actually called Lin Moyo a pretty boy. Lin Moyo now understood what Shu Han wanted him to help with. Originally, he was just supposed to be a shield, but now, someone actually called him a pretty boy. A dangerous glint appeared in Lin Moyo's eyes, and he said coldly, "Who are you?" The man sneered, "Who are you to know?" Lin Moyo's eyes became even more dangerous. Shu Han whispered in Lin Moyo's ear, "He's Shui Junzi, the eldest son of the Shui family in Xiaguang City, a legendary level Ice Knight, level 68. The intimate scene made Shui Junzi burn with jealousy. He clenched his fists, ready to fight at any moment. With a flash of white light, Mu Qianqian appeared with a giant warhammer, standing in front of Lin Moyo, glaring at Shui Junzi. Simple as she was, she didn't care about the other party's identity. If he dared to attack Lin Moyu, she wouldn't hold back. Even if she couldn't win, she would still fight. Mu Qianqian was also very beautiful, not inferior to Shu Han. Years of battle had given Mu Qianqian a heroic spirit that Shu Han lacked. Shui Junzi's eyes lingered on Mu Qianqian for a moment, showing possessiveness. It seems many people like pretty boys. Before he could finish, Shui Junzi felt a blur before his eyes, and Lin Moya was already in front of him. As a level 68 knight with rich combat experience, he reacted instantly. But reacting was one thing, and being able to act was another. Before he could move, his body was already covered in dense white bones. Skill, Bone Prison. Bone Prison was highly effective against single targets like him, with a near 100% success rate and a significant control duration. Shui Junzi couldn't break free from the control state and wouldn't be able to move for at least half an hour. After controlling him, Lin Moya slapped him hard on the face. Slap. The sound was crisp and clear. After one slap, there were two more. Lin Moya said coldly, 3 slaps as a small punishment. If you dare speak recklessly again, I'll kill you. The killing intent in his words reached Shui Junzi's ears. Repeatedly, a god general cannot be insulted. Shui Junzi was stunned by the sudden slaps, not even caring about Lin Moya's words. He only felt utterly humiliated, being slapped in front of so many people in the restaurant. His heart roared with anger, and his body glowed blue. Knights have skills to break control, and he was no exception. Bone Prison was impacted, but the next second, a flame silently entered his mind. Shui Junzi opened his mouth wide but couldn't make a sound. Bone Prison paralyzed his actions, leaving him unable to move anything but his eyes. No matter how paralyzed, it couldn't stop the pain from the soul. Lin Moyo had mastered the soul flame to the point of controlling its intensity at will. One soul flame interrupted Shui Junzi's skill, making him stay put. Shui Junzi didn't dare move again, the pain was too terrifying, unforgettable for life. Lin Moyo acted as if it was a trivial matter, stand here and reflect. He then walked out of the restaurant. Shu Han quickly ran to Lin Moya's side, taking his arm. Is this acting the whole play? Lin Moya thought, not refusing. Since he agreed to help Shu Han act, he would see it through to the end. Wait for me. Mu Qianqian suddenly ran over, grabbing Lin Moya's other arm, glaring at Shu Han with defiance. Seeing Mu Qianqian's behavior, Shu Han knew the little girl had misunderstood. But she didn't say anything now. Lin Moya left the restaurant, flanked by 2 beauties, under the envious gazes of many. Feng Xiu muttered, why aren't we leaving? Xia Shui glared at him, why should we leave? We haven't finished eating. Zhuo Mei said coldly, are we going up to be third wheels? Or did you fancy one of the girls? Feng Xiu quickly shook his head, no, let's eat. In the restaurant, Shui Junzi stood alone, punished. The 2 red handprints on his face were very conspicuous. His skill was interrupted, and he couldn't use it again for 10 minutes. For these 10 minutes, he could only be a statue, admired by all. In the restaurant, Jialanya's Night Rain Knights, over 20 women, whispered among themselves. Whatever they were saying, Shui Junzi felt it was about him. Damn it, I'll kill you, I'll tear you to pieces. And Shu Han, I won't let you go either. Shui Junzi was both anxious and hateful, deeply resenting Lin Moyo. From birth, he had never been so humiliated. After leaving the restaurant, Shu Han quickly withdrew her hand, suppressing her shyness. Thank you, Lin Sweetie, for helping me act. Lin Moya shook his head. No need to thank me, Sweja. It's my honor to help you. After this, Shui Junzi will only hate you, but he won't bother you again. Shu Han smiled. Hate is better than being pestered. I'm not afraid of him, just annoyed. Ah! Mu Qianqian exclaimed, quickly withdrawing her hand. She realized they were just acting, not what she thought. And her behavior just now. Shu Han, back to her usual elegance, said, little sister, no need to be jealous of me. Mu Qianqian blushed, I'm not jealous. Shu Han saw Mu Qianqian's innocence and didn't tease her further. Lin Sweetie, are you here for the Divine Stone Dungeon? Lin Moya shook his head, I'm here as a guest. What about you, Sweja? Shu Han smiled bitterly, I was forced to come for matchmaking, and then I ran into that guy. He kept pestering me, and I couldn't get rid of him, so annoying. Lin Moya understood and laughed, if he bothers you again, just let me know, I'll break his limbs. Shu Han laughed, alright, I'll remember that. Mo Yun also had something to discuss with you, right? Lin Moya nodded, I don't know what it is. What else could it be? Probably the same as me. If you have time, go see her. She's been quite troubled these days, Shu Han said, laughing as she left. Lin Moya found it amusing, wondering if he had a shield attribute. Chapter 531. Chapter 531, 531. Chapter 531, none of you can afford to offend. Shu Muxian followed behind Lin Moya with her head down, like a child who had done something wrong. Lin Moya stopped suddenly, and Shu Muxian, not paying attention, bumped into him and pressed against him. Feeling the warmth from behind, Lin Moya chuckled softly, what are you thinking about? Shu Muxian blushed and shook her head, nothing. Lin Moya asked, where did you go after you teleported back that day? Shu Muxian replied, I seem to have experienced 2 teleportations that day. When I woke up, I was already outside the core area. From Shu Muxian's words, Lin Moya deduced the general situation. The scale given by Antares must have teleported her directly back to Antares. But Antares didn't want to deal with Shu Muxian, so it teleported her away again. That's why Shu Muxian felt like she experienced 2 teleportations. Lin Moya laughed, then you went to find Jialanyayo. Did you see your own tombstone? Shu Muxian nodded vigorously, I saw it. How did it feel? Shu Muxian tilted her head. It felt strange, but also kind of fun. Sister Yaya's handwriting is very beautiful, and the place she chose is great. The tombstone can last a long time. Seeing her innocent look, like a blank sheet of paper, Lin Moya found it amusing. Although Shu Muxian was a few years older than him, in front of him, she seemed like a child. Let's go. Lin Moya turned and walked forward. Shu Muxian asked, where to? To find a place to have a good meal. We were interrupted earlier and couldn't eat well. Oh. A loud shout came from the restaurant, and Shui's Haijun rushed out like a cannonball. He looked like a mad lion, standing on the roof searching for Lin Moyo, but couldn't find him. The bustling street below attracted many onlookers. Unable to find Lin Moyo, he turned angrily towards Xia Shui and the others. He remembered correctly Xia Shui and the others were with Lin Moyo. Feng Xiu said coldly, what are you looking at? Fighting is not allowed in the fortress. You wouldn't want to start a fight, would you? Shui's Haijun said coldly, kid, if you have the guts, don't leave the fortress. Feng Xiu laughed, Shuijia of Xiaguang City, right? I'll inform my family. If anything happens to me, it's your Shuijia's doing. Remember, I'm from Fortress Number 8, the Feng family of Sword God, Feng Xiu. Xia Shui also said coquettishly, I'm from the Xia family of Xia Jing. If anything happens to me, your Shuijia will be in trouble too. Zuamei remained silent, knowing she needed to keep a low profile for now. Shui's Haijun was instantly speechless. He couldn't afford to offend either of these families. Feng Xiu said coldly, think about what you just said. If you can keep your life, consider yourself lucky. If you dare to say such things again, no one will be able to save you. Shui's Haijun's chest heaved with anger, like a bellows, making a huffing sound. His lungs were about to explode with anger, and it took him a while to calm down. His eyes grew colder, filled with killing intent, and then he turned and left. Xia Shui whispered, he won't go looking for Lin Dummy, will he? Zuamei sneered, it would be best if he did. Such an idiot wouldn't be able to withstand a slap from Lin Xinjiang. Both of them agreed that with Lin Moya's strength, killing him would be as easy as swatting a fly. Moreover, with Lin Moya's status, if he really wanted to kill someone, he wouldn't need to worry about the fortress's rules against fighting. He was a god general and had many privileges. The teleportation stone in Lin Moya's hand turned to powder, and he arrived on the battlefield. In midair, with his lightning undead wings spread, Lin Moya saw Mo Yun not far away. Mo Yun was fighting a demon. Mo Yun had reached level 50, showing how hard she had worked. People her age were only just over level 40, and some hadn't even completed their second job transition, but Mo Yun had already reached level 50. This was the life of a child from a prominent family, hard work, and more hard work. Everyone thought that children from prominent families had all the resources and equipment they needed, making leveling up 10 times easier than for ordinary people. But they didn't know that these children also had to put in a lot of effort and sweat. Ning Yi had been training almost non-stop for months. She spent almost every moment in battle. This was the life of a child from a prominent family. Of course, there were also many who wasted their potential, but they were not worth mentioning and were not in Lin Moya's consideration. Lin Moya watched Mo Yun fight the demon but did not intervene. This was Mo Yun's battle, and she should handle it herself. They were hundreds of kilometers away from Fortress Number 4, encountering many demon hunters. With a shout, the Holy Spirit Unicorn's horn emitted a holy light. The light pierced through the demon's body like an arrow, then exploded, shattering the demon into pieces. Mo Yun wiped the sweat from her forehead and flew over on her Holy Spirit Unicorn. You have time now. Lin Moya nodded. Yes, what do you need? Mo Yun said, help me with a dungeon. It seemed different from what Shu Han had said, but Lin Moya didn't think much of it. Sure. Mo Yun asked curiously, aren't you going to ask what dungeon, what difficulty, and if you can handle it? Lin Moya shook his head, no need. If it's a dungeon I can enter, I can handle it. His words were very bold, but Lin Moya had the confidence. As he said, if he could enter the dungeon, he could handle it. No matter the difficulty, whether it was a small, medium, or even a super large dungeon, Lin Moya was confident he could clear it. If he couldn't handle it, even a team of 40 or 60 people wouldn't be able to. Mo Yun flew towards the dungeon, with Lin Moya following by her side. Mo Yun said, this dungeon is called the Holy Zeal Space, a level 55 dungeon that can be entered by those between levels 50 and 60. I'm aiming for the hell difficulty, but I don't want to team up with others, so I have to trouble you. Lin Moya nodded, sure. Is there anything special about this dungeon? Mo Yun said, at the deepest part of the dungeon, there's a holy light swamp. The holy light inside is very beneficial for my summoned beasts. But the dungeon's boss will absorb all the holy light from the swamp. To obtain the holy light, we must defeat the boss before it absorbs all the holy light. I don't know if you can do it. Lin Moya thought for a moment, I can't guarantee it, but I'll do my best. Mo Yun whispered, thank you. You're welcome. We're friends, and this is a small matter. Lin Moya didn't have many friends, and Mo Yun was one of them. He would help his friends whenever he could. They flew for several hundred kilometers. By now, they were deep in the battlefield, over 1,000 kilometers from Fortress Number 4. This was a dark and desolate land, filled with the dead silence of the battlefield. A dungeon entrance quietly rotated on the ground. In such a lifeless place, the dungeon entrance exuded a hint of vitality. From a distance, they saw several teams fighting demons. Mo Yun explained, because of the Holy Light Swamp dungeon, many human professional teams come here. The demons know this too, so they often ambush here or on the way. So battles are common here. This area was no longer under human control, and demons frequently appeared. Moreover, the demons here were all above level 50, appearing in groups. Mo Yun dared to operate here alone, showing her bravery. They flew towards the dungeon, where a team was fighting demons. The team seemed strong, easily crushing the demons. Suddenly, someone from the team flew towards Mo Yun. Yuner, you're back. Mo Yun frowned. Ignore him. Let's enter the dungeon. Okay. Lin Moya responded softly. He glanced at the person flying towards Mo Yun, who was also a summoner, about the same age as Mo Yun. His summoned beast was a golden eagle, very eye-catching. Whether intentionally or coincidentally, he blocked Mo Yun's path to the dungeon. Yuner, we've been waiting for you. The person called out again, addressing her intimately. Mo Yun's face turned cold. Get lost. The Holy Spirit unicorn glowed, accelerating and charging forward. Chapter 532. Chapter 532, 532. Chapter 532. Miss Mo Yun, my foot. Mo Yun activated her skill, merging with her unicorn and transforming into a blazing white light. At the forefront of the light, a sharp silver horn appeared, which was the unicorn's horn. Skill, Holy Collision. Mo Yun clearly regarded the young man blocking her path as an enemy and charged at him without hesitation. The young man's face changed dramatically, not daring to take the hit head-on, and he quickly directed the golden eagle beneath him to dodge. At this moment, Lin Moya also accelerated, closely following Mo Yun. Just as they were about to enter the dungeon, a golden light descended from the sky, blocking the dungeon entrance like a wall in front of Mo Yun. Mo Yun's skill collided with the golden light, shattering it, and her skill also dissipated. Lin Moya evaluated in his mind. The opponent's defensive skill is quite strong. Mo Yun's skill collision was not weak, even stronger than that of knights of the same level. Yet, it was still blocked. The young man reappeared in their sight, still blocking Mo Yun. Yuner, why are you ignoring me? Mo Yun's face turned livid. Dan Feiying, if you call me Yuner one more time, I'll kill you. Then tell me, what will it take for you to give me a chance? We are truly a perfect match, Dan Feiying said thick-skinnedly, but upon hearing Mo Yun's murderous tone, he wisely took a step back. Mo Yun coldly replied, impossible, move aside. Dan Feiying didn't move. My team is ready. If you want to get the holy light from the holy light swamp, I can help you. Mo Yun gritted her teeth. I don't need your help. Dan Feiying insisted, if I don't help you, you won't be able to defeat the boss alone, let alone get the holy light. That's my business, now get lost. Mo Yun's killing intent began to surface again. Dan Feiying still didn't move. Mo Yun, just let me help you, give me a chance. Are you going to move or not? Mo Yun's body began to glow again, and the energy of the Holy Spirit unicorn started to accumulate. At this moment, several screams came from not far away. Dan Feiying's team had finished dealing with the demons and flew back. The 7 people who came were all summoners, each with different summoned beasts. But without exception, they were all flying-type summoned beasts. Now, more people were blocking Mo Yun's path. Dan Feiying shamelessly said, if you don't give me a chance, I won't let you enter the dungeon. He looked like a child throwing a tantrum. Mo Yun was so angry that her face turned livid. If it weren't for the fact that the Dan family had a good relationship with her family, she would have already taken action. She didn't have a good temper and wasn't very patient. Lin Moya finally couldn't hold back and chuckled. Dan Feiying was at least better than Shui Junzi, but his face was indeed thick. Mo Yun asked Lin Moya, can we get through? Lin Moya smiled and nodded, yes, but what about these people? Should we kill them? Mo Yun shook her head, no need, they are from the Dan family of Hikao City, and our families are old friends. Then Mo Yun added, if possible, make this guy suffer a bit. His face is too thick. Lin Moya understood Mo Yun's meaning. He couldn't kill them, but he couldn't let them off easily either. Alright, let's go. Lin Moya agreed readily. Such a task was not difficult for him. With that, Lin Moya flew towards the dungeon. Are you the helper Mo Yun found? Dan Feiying didn't take Lin Moya seriously. Although he couldn't see Lin Moya's level, he knew that anyone who could enter the Holy Light Swamp dungeon couldn't be higher than level 60. Dan Feiying was already level 55, and with his team of 8 summoners, even if the opponent was level 60, they wouldn't be a match. Lin Moya ignored Dan Feiying. Dan Feiying frowned, if you come any closer, don't blame me for being rude. Lin Moya continued to ignore him. Dan Feiying felt proud, stop him. But none of the summoners around him moved. Dan Feiying was slightly stunned, why aren't you moving? He glanced around and felt a chill. Except for him, all the other summoners, including their summoned beasts, were covered in white bones. They couldn't move anything except their eyes, not even making a sound. Dan Feiying glared at Lin Moya, who was now standing in front of him. He saw a flash of fire in Lin Moya's palm. The next second, excruciating pain exploded in his mind. His screams echoed through the sky, and his whole body trembled. He watched helplessly as Lin Moya walked past him with Mo Yun and entered the dungeon. The unbearable pain left him paralyzed, unable to stop them. After a while, he finally recovered from the pain. He stared at the dungeon, filled with both hatred and fear. Soon, the white bones covering the other summoners shattered, and they regained their freedom. They quickly asked Dan Feiying, young master, are you alright? Should we inform the family head? Young master, we were all controlled just now. Dan Feiying shook his head, no need, the other party didn't intend to harm me, just a warning. What a terrifying soul attack. Who is this person? Mo Yun actually knows such a powerful guy. Go find out who he is. He can use soul attacks, has powerful binding skills, and is so young. Dan Feiying summarized Lin Moya's information. Someone like Lin Moya must be famous. One of his subordinates whispered, "Young master, no need to investigate. I think I know who he is." "Who?" Dan Feiying asked. "Young master, you've been training in the family secret realm for the past 6 months, so you don't know. A godlike figure has appeared outside." Dan Feiying was puzzled. He had been training in the family secret realm for the past 6 months and wasn't aware of the outside world. "Stop beating around the bush, just say it," Dan Feiying said. The subordinate quickly replied, "Yes, yes. If I'm not mistaken, he should be Lin Moyo, the youngest 3-star god general of the human race." Dan Feiying screamed, "What did you say? A 3-star god general? But he's not even level 60, how can he be a 3-star god general?" The subordinate said, "Everyone in the human race knows about Lin Xinjiang. Young master, you can ask around." Dan Feiying didn't doubt his words. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Let's go back. What about Miss Mo Yun?" Dan Feiying shouted, "Miss Mo Yun, my foot. If he's really a god general, how many lives do I have to provoke him? Let's go, let's go." The group quickly activated their teleportation stones and left the area. In the Holy Light Swamp Dungeon, Hell Difficulty. The dungeon was filled with swamps, each emitting a holy white light, unlike ordinary swamps. The swamps were interconnected, forming a narrow path. At the edges of the swamps, many plants grew. There were flowers and grasses, but mostly short trees. The short trees were no more than a meter high, without leaves, but with thick branches. The branches hung down, sinking into the swamps, their length unknown. Mo Yun said, "You can't fly in this dungeon. You can only move along the paths between the swamps. We need to be careful of these short trees at the edges of the swamps. Their attacks are troublesome. The branches can entangle people, and they are very tough. Once entangled, it's hard to break free." Lin Moyo asked, "Is flying prohibited here?" He didn't feel any anti-flying force and didn't sense any restriction on flying. Mo Yun shook her head, "It's not prohibited, but flying will trigger attacks from the Holy Light Swamp. The Holy Light's attacks are powerful and unavoidable." Lin Moyo was curious, "Let me try." With that, he spread his lightning undead wings and took off. As soon as he left the ground, a white holy light struck him. The skeletal armor on him sparkled, blocking the holy light. The holy light, like a searchlight, shot out from the nearest swamp, continuously attacking Lin Moyo. The attack from one swamp wasn't strong, and Lin Moyo almost ignored it. He tried flying higher, and as he ascended, the attacking holy light adjusted its angle, moving almost in sync with Lin Moyo. It was truly unavoidable. When he flew about 10 meters high, 3 more beams of white light struck him. 4 swamps attacked him simultaneously. The combined attack wasn't just 4 times stronger but more than 10 times stronger. The skeletal armor creaked, on the verge of breaking. Lin Moyo landed, and as soon as he touched the ground, all attacks ceased. "Interesting," Lin Moyo said softly. Mo Yun explained, "A few beams of holy light are manageable, but as we go further, the holy light will increase, and the attack power will multiply. That's why we can't fly here." Lin Moyo knew he could withstand it, but Mo Yun probably couldn't. "In that case, let's fight our way through on the ground." Chapter 533. Chapter 533, 533. Chapter 533, The Feather of the God of Light. No need for Mo Yun to take action, the undead army had already advanced. As soon as the undead army appeared, it charged forward without restraint. A total of 36 lich generals, each commanding a legion of skeletons. Lin Moyo didn't follow the rule of not flying in the dungeon, using his lightning undead wings to give the undead army the ability to fly. The skeletons poured out like a tidal wave, completely ignoring the holy light from the Holy Light Swamp. There were too many skeletons, and the Holy Light Swamp couldn't focus its attacks on just one of them. Once the Holy Light attacks were scattered, their power became negligible. The short trees in the dungeon began to counterattack fiercely, with numerous branches emerging from the swamps, glowing with a pure white light as they lashed at the skeletons. The skeletons simultaneously retaliated, with the skeleton berserkers swinging their axes, sending branches flying. Elemental explosions erupted continuously, blasting their way through. Wherever the elemental explosions passed, not a single blade of grass remained, far more efficient than the skeleton berserkers. Although the elemental explosions of the skeleton archers weren't very powerful against level 70 to 80 world bosses, they were more than enough against these same level dungeon monsters. Mo Yun stared in disbelief, witnessing for the first time such a way of clearing a dungeon, completely ignoring the dungeon rules, simply using brute force to push through. What an unreasonable way of fighting. Mo Yun watched the battle unfolding before her eyes, seeing the constant prompts popping up, and couldn't help but believe that this was indeed happening. Lin Moyo's way of fighting was truly unreasonable. She looked at Lin Moyo in shock, no wonder his leveling speed is so fast. The experience from solo clearing was already higher than others, and now with such efficiency. If he could take me dungeon clearing, my leveling speed. As she thought about it, Mo Yun forcefully extinguished that idea. How can I rely on others? You are Mo Yun, destined to become a divine level expert. No divine level expert has ever relied on others. Mo Yun kept giving herself mental suggestions, but the constant experience gains made her somewhat infatuated. The feeling was too satisfying. Lin Moyo was unaware of Mo Yun's inner turmoil. Let's go, let's see what's in the swamp. Lin Moyo was curious as to why the swamp would attack him. Could the swamp itself be some kind of monster? Now, a large area around them had been cleared of monsters, and the undead army was advancing deeper into the dungeon. Lin Moyo and Mo Yun approached the edge of the swamp, looking at the ground covered in white light. What do you think is down there? Mo Yun shook her head, not too sure. I don't think anyone has been down there before. I'll take a look. He sent a skeleton berserker jumping down. Inside the swamp, it was as soft as cotton, with layers of waves surging. But there was nothing in the swamp, and the phenomenon was caused by light itself. The light had become tangible. Moreover, these lights would pull the skeleton berserker down, just like the swamp itself. The skeleton berserker sank deeper and deeper, quickly reaching the bottom. Through his senses, Lin Moya saw a cluster of light, the source of the light for this small swamp. Found it. The corners of Lin Moya's mouth curved up slightly as the skeleton berserker picked up the cluster of light. As soon as the skeleton berserker held the light cluster in its hand, the light enveloping this swamp disappeared. A pit about 6 to 7 meters in diameter and 10 meters deep appeared in their line of sight. The pit was very ordinary, but what was extraordinary was the light cluster in the skeleton berserker's hand. Mo Yun looked at the pit at her feet, so that's what it was. Lin Moya smiled. Let's go down and take a look, there seems to be something else down there. Something else? Mo Yun was a bit puzzled, but Lin Moya had already jumped down, so she could only follow. After all, the undead army was clearing the dungeon, so they didn't need to worry about it. Upon reaching the bottom of the pit, Lin Moya took the light cluster from the skeleton berserker's hand. His detection spell silently flew out. Feather of the God of Light, a feather fallen from the wings of the God of Light, containing a certain power of light. Mo Yun exclaimed in surprise, the light cluster here is actually a feather of the God of Light? Does the God of Light have wings? Lin Moya said softly, perhaps. He recalled the massive, majestic angel statue in the light elemental dungeon. Lin Moya felt that this might be the image of the God of Light. Mo Yun didn't ask further, as the God of Light was only a legendary existence, and she guessed that Lin Moya had never seen it either. Lin Moya then looked towards the spot where the feather had been. In the center of the pit's bottom, where the feather had been, there was a small hole about the size of a fist. Mo Yun wondered, why is there a hole here? Lin Moya observed carefully, this hole seems to lead somewhere, but it's too small to enter. Lin Moya studied it for a while but couldn't figure it out, and didn't dwell on it too much. He handed the feather of the God of Light to Mo Yun. Try it, see if your summoned beast can make use of it. Mo Yun came here to find the Holy Light Swamp where the boss was located, the area with the strongest holy light in the entire dungeon. But the core of the Holy Light Swamp was the feather of the God of Light, so it might be useful. Mo Yun didn't hesitate and placed the feather on her Holy Spirit Unicorn's head. The feather immediately radiated a brilliant light, then gradually merged with the Holy Spirit Unicorn. Mo Yun showed a delighted expression. It's useful, although the effect isn't very strong, it really is useful. I can feel that Little White has become stronger. So it's called Little White, Lin Moya chuckled softly. The Holy Spirit Unicorn was pure white, emanating a sacred glow, so the name Little White was quite fitting. Lin Moya stroked it, and Little White made a sound of enjoyment. It recognized Lin Moya as its master's friend. Since it's useful, let's continue. Lin Moya's heart stirred, and the skeletons jumped down into the swamps, retrieving the feathers of the God of Light from within. One by one, the light swamps dimmed as this dungeon's appearance began to change. Mo Yun said softly, if we take all the feathers of the God of Light, will this dungeon still exist? Lin Moya pondered, that depends on the source of these feathers, remember that hole from earlier? Mo Yun nodded. Lin Moya said, I can sense that the hole leads to the true source of this dungeon. As long as the source remains, this dungeon will continue to exist. Mo Yun didn't have Lin Moya's keen senses, but she believed his words. The skeletons kept bringing back the feathers of the God of Light, and Mo Yun placed them all on the Holy Spirit Unicorn for it to absorb. After absorbing a large amount of the feathers of the God of Light, the Holy Spirit Unicorn's aura gradually became stronger, and the glow on its body became even more sacred. Mo Yun explained, as summoners, apart from enhancing ourselves, we can also strengthen our summoned beasts. Once the summoned beast becomes strong enough, its attributes will in turn enhance us summoners. This way, we can become stronger. Like my attributes, they're actually stronger than other professionals of the same level. Mo Yun continued, but not all summoners have this ability, it's related to our bloodlines and our summoned beasts. Like the Golden Eagle summoned beast of the Dan family, it doesn't have this ability. Lin Moya nodded, an enviable ability. Mo Yun asked curiously, doesn't your summoned beast have this ability? Lin Moya shook his head, no. Mo Yun knew Lin Moya's attributes were very strong, so she thought his summoned beast would have the same ability as hers. Mo Yun asked with a hint of comparison, what are your current attributes? Can you share? Not only was she curious, but there was also a desire to compare. Lin Moya was stronger than her in every aspect, and their combat power was on completely different levels. The only thing Mo Yun could show off was her attributes. No problem, which attribute do you want to know? Lin Moya casually asked. Mo Yun said, all attributes. Lin Moya said, all attributes? 558,820. Mo Yun nearly stumbled and fell, her eyes widening like copper bells. You said how much? Lin Moya repeated, 558,820, is there a problem? Mo Yun felt like a deflated ball, stomping her foot hard. I shouldn't have asked, I'm just disappointing myself. You're truly a monster, even same-level world bosses don't have attributes as high as yours. Lin Moya laughed, indeed, they don't. Before they knew it, they had reached the deepest part of the dungeon. In front of them was a swamp with a diameter of over 100 meters. The light here was far brighter than anywhere else, with beams of light shooting straight into the sky like blades. Lin Moya said, this is the source. Chapter 534. Chapter 534, 534. Chapter 534, I never wanted to be his wife. In the center of this swamp, a large tree shaded the sky. This tree was similar to the previous short trees, but it was taller and larger. It stood over 20 meters high, and its branches covered an area of at least 100 square meters. Countless branches hung down, deeply embedded in the light swamp. Under the cover of the light, the entire tree emitted a white glow, appearing somewhat sacred, like a holy tree. The light came from the god of light, so it was filled with a sacred aura. Without the source, it was nothing. Mo Yun said, "It can move. I'll lure it out, and you take it down as quickly as possible. Don't let it return to the light swamp to absorb the light. If it absorbs the light, its injuries will heal, and its strength will increase." Lin Moya shook his head. No need to be so troublesome. As soon as he finished speaking, the boss suddenly exploded. A skeleton lich directly attacked, using an elemental explosion. The boss trembled violently, and numerous branches lashed out like whips. The skeleton lich quickly retreated, dodging the branches. The boss leaped out of the light swamp, chasing after the skeleton lich. Mo Yun realized she had overthought it. With so many skeletons around, there was no need for her to lure the monster. Anything she could do, Lin Moya could do, without her having to lift a finger. For the first time, Mo Yun felt so relaxed in a dungeon, and it felt quite comfortable. The boss was completely lured out of the light swamp, its body covered in branches, each several hundred meters long. In the blink of an eye, it was pulled several hundred meters away. Lin Moya whispered, "That's enough." He pointed his finger into the distance. Skill, Aging Curse. Skill, Toxic Star Burst. Red and green lights alternated, and several elemental liches appeared simultaneously. Thunder rumbled, and the boss was covered in a blue layer of ice. The skeletons swarmed in, attacking collectively. Elemental explosions roared, and the axes of the skeleton berserkers, glowing red, fell. Lin Moya didn't even bother to check the boss's attributes, it wasn't necessary. A level 55 dungeon boss, even if it was a plant-type boss, even if it was a hell difficulty boss, stood no chance against the current undead army. It would be instantly killed, with no chance to escape. In just 2 seconds, Mo Yun received the notification that the boss had been killed. She widened her beautiful eyes in disbelief, murmuring, "It's dead already." "What else?" Lin Moya said nonchalantly, "If it weren't for preventing it from absorbing the light, there would have been no need to lure it out." Mo Yun agreed with Lin Moya's reasoning. Killing it in 2 seconds indeed didn't require luring it out. Lin Moya hadn't even used the strengthen skill, otherwise, it would have been an instant kill. Mo Yun felt that Lin Moya's strength had become increasingly monstrous, far stronger than the last time she saw him. The gap between them seemed to be growing wider. Lin Moya's voice interrupted her thoughts. "We can enter the swamp now." Mo Yun nodded and followed Lin Moya into the swamp. They gradually sank into the light, which had become tangible, like waves crashing over them. They sank to the bottom of the swamp, surrounded by a blinding white light, unable to see anything. Even Mo Yun's Holy Spirit unicorn was blind in this light. Lin Moya closed his eyes and summoned a skeleton. Skeletons didn't need eyes, they had their own perspective. Using the skeleton's perspective, Lin Moya quickly found the direction. "Follow me." Lin Moya suddenly grabbed Mo Yun's hand and led her forward. In the white light, Mo Yun's face turned red. It was the second time Lin Moya had held her hand. The first time was in the ancient battlefield, and this was the second time. Mo Yun's heart raced, and her face flushed. Suddenly, Lin Moya shouted, "Watch out." Mo Yun felt herself being lifted by Lin Moya, then they quickly retreated. She was not only lifted but also repositioned. Their retreat speed increased, and Mo Yun felt a strong impact. "We're under attack." Mo Yun couldn't see, but she knew what was happening. She was about to use a skill to call Little White for protection. Lin Moya's voice reassured her, "No need, it's fine." Their retreat stopped, and Mo Yun heard the sound of bones clashing. She knew the undead army had arrived. Skeletons surrounded them, protecting them. The sound of impacts continued as skeletons were knocked away. Lin Moya said, "This source is interesting. It has self-protection and won't let anyone near." Mo Yun softly acknowledged, not saying much. Surprisingly, she didn't ask Lin Moya to put her down. She kept her head down, her mind in turmoil. Lin Moya's words, "It's fine," made her feel incredibly safe. She felt a sense of security and warmth she had never experienced before. "Mo Yun, you're supposed to become a god-level expert. What are you thinking? But it feels so good. You need to rely on yourself, not others." "I'm not relying on anyone. He has a wife, and she's your best friend." "I know, but I never wanted to be his wife. Can't I just think about it?" "No, you can't." "But I want to." Mo Yun's mind was in chaos, with 2 voices arguing. Lin Moya had no idea what was going on in her head. In the world of light, Lin Moya relied on the undead army to advance. The light carried a strong impact, constantly knocking skeletons away. But there were too many skeletons. Even if hundreds or thousands were knocked away, there were still tens of thousands left. Finally, using the skeletons as shields, Lin Moya reached the source of the light. He put Mo Yun down and placed his hand on the source. The entire light swamp began to boil, and the sacred light retracted, all returning to the source. The massive swamp disappeared. The light vanished, and Lin Moya said softly, "It's done. You can open your eyes now." "Okay." Mo Yun kept her head down, trying to stay calm. Her face was still flushed, and she glanced at Lin Moya, relieved to see he wasn't looking at her. Then she saw the source of the light. Half a wing, sacred, beautiful, purer than the purest jade. Even the most perfect gemstone couldn't compare. "This is." Mo Yun's breath quickened. She seemed to guess what it was but couldn't believe it. Lin Moya said, "This should be the wing of the god of light, cut off by someone." His detection spell flew out. Wing of the God of Light contains the essence of the God of Light's power. Mo Yun asked softly, have you seen the God of Light? Lin Moya replied, do you know the Holy Church? The angel they worship. Mo Yun nodded, I know. The God of Light probably looks like an angel. I suspect the Holy Church actually worships the God of Light, though they might not even know it. I see. Lin Moyo had another suspicion. He suspected the Holy Church was a pawn set up by the God of Light in the human world. Even if gods fall, they have a chance to be resurrected. Faith is crucial for resurrection. If the God of Light wanted to be resurrected, it would be difficult on its own. But with the Holy Church gathering faith, the chances would be much higher. Lin Moyo placed his hand on the wing of the God of Light. Unfortunately, this wing is now mine. If the Holy Church had it and worshipped it daily, you might have had a chance to be resurrected. Mo Yun looked at Lin Moyo. What did you say? Lin Moya's voice was very soft, and Mo Yun didn't hear clearly. Lin Moya shook his head. Nothing. You can let Little White absorb it. Mo Yun nodded and called Little White over. Little White pressed its body against the wing, absorbing the holy light. Little White's body grew brighter, absorbing more energy in seconds than it had from all the feathers combined. The feathers were just tiny fragments, and absorbing them couldn't compare to absorbing the wing directly. The wing contained the essence of the God of Light's power, almost limitless. From this, Lin Moya could sense the vastness of the holy light energy and deduce that the God of Light was once a mid-level god, at least as powerful as the God of Poison. But now, it was dead, and even its wing had been cut off. What happened back then? Chapter 535. Chapter 535, 535. Chapter 535. If you want to make a move, think about the consequences. Lin Moya was very curious about the events of that year. In a great battle, almost all the gods fell, and even the survivors went into hiding. For nearly 1,000 years, gods have been extinct, not appearing in the world. However, several elemental dungeons have appeared, all seemingly left behind by the gods. He had killed a god who was barely alive and witnessed the self-destruction of another god. He had even killed a newly born god. The secrets of that year remain unsolved. The holy light still flickered as Lin Moyo and Mo Yun each pondered different things. It wasn't until Little White let out a crisp cry that Mo Yun snapped back to reality. Little White had absorbed enough holy light and reached its limit. At this moment, it was at least twice as strong as when it first entered the dungeon. Similarly, its attributes had also fed back to Mo Yun, significantly increasing her attributes. Moreover, this increase would last for some time. Mo Yun was delighted, but her joy vanished when she thought of Lin Moya's astonishing attributes. Lin Moya patted Little White, who let out a contented hum. Full. Little White seemed to understand Lin Moya's words and hummed twice. Mo Yun said softly, thank you. Little White has reached its limit. It has accumulated enough power and will need to wait until after my third job transition to evolve again. Summoners and their summoned beasts complement each other and limit each other. If the summoned beast is too weak, the summoner cannot be strong, and vice versa. For the summoned beast to continue evolving, the summoner's level must also increase. Lin Moyo understood Mo Yun's meaning. Then come find me after your third job transition. I'll keep this wing for now. Lin Moya didn't intend to monopolize it, but the wing was filled with divine energy. Mo Yun didn't know its significance. If she took it out recklessly, it wouldn't be long before many god-level experts came looking for it. Even gods might come, and with Mo Yun's strength, she couldn't protect it. Mo Yun said, this was originally yours. Just lend it to me when I need it. Any time. Lin Moya didn't hesitate and put away the wing. To others, the divine wing was precious, but to Lin Moya, it was just another item. After all, he even had a complete god's corpse, let alone a mere wing. After putting away the wing, Lin Moya saw the hole beneath it. After studying it carefully, Lin Moyo understood. The wing of the God of Light transmitted its power to the feathers in the swamps through this hole. The hole originally contained the boss's roots. But why did it do this? Lin Moyo pondered, then slowly rose into the air, looking down from above. Mo Yun also flew up on Little White. Did you find anything? Lin Moyo observed for a moment. Look at the positions of these swamps. What do they resemble? Mo Yun looked for a moment and hesitantly said, it looks like a formation. Lin Moya nodded. Yes, it's a formation. I suspect the God of Light's wing was meant to do something. But what exactly? Lin Moya thought for a long time but couldn't figure it out. Forget it, I won't think about it. He knew his strength wasn't enough yet, and there were many things he couldn't understand. When his strength reached a certain level, he might naturally understand. Moreover, regardless of what the gods had planned, as long as he was strong enough, he could break it. Let's go. As soon as they left the dungeon, they heard a sound like glass breaking. Then, with a bang, the dungeon vortex shattered, and the dungeon disappeared. They looked at each other, and Lin Moyo had expected this outcome. The source of the Holy Light Swamp dungeon was the wing of the God of Light. Now that the wing was taken, the dungeon naturally ceased to exist. The explosion of the dungeon wasn't too loud or too quiet, immediately attracting the attention of nearby professionals. What happened? Where did the dungeon go? People surrounded them. Did you destroy the dungeon? A group of professionals, more than a dozen, surrounded them aggressively, demanding answers. Although the dungeon wasn't particularly valuable, it provided some light elemental materials. Dungeons that provided light elemental materials were rare, making this one valuable. But now, it was gone. Lin Moyo glanced at the crowd. The dungeon was indeed destroyed by me. But what does that have to do with you? Someone glared at Lin Moyo. The dungeon wouldn't be destroyed for no reason. You must have done something. Another person, eyes darting quickly, said, did you get something from the dungeon? Lin Moya nodded. I did get something nice, But what does that have to do with you? Hand it over. Someone said sinisterly. Yes, hand it over. The dungeon belongs to everyone. You can't keep the loot for yourself. Lin Moya chuckled, knowing reasoning with them was pointless. His attitude instantly became forceful. Are you planning to rob me? The crowd's expressions changed. Kid, think carefully. If you don't hand it over, you won't leave here alive. The sinister voice spoke again. There are many demons here. If you die here, it will be as if the demons killed you. Ah! A scream suddenly rang out. The owner of the voice clutched his head in pain, trembling on the ground. With Lin Moya's sensing ability, hiding in the crowd was useless. The scream lasted less than 2 seconds before it stopped. The man clutched his head, motionless, already dead. Lin Moya killed without warning. This scene terrified the crowd, making them step back. No one expected Lin Moya to be so ruthless. He killed without hesitation, and his methods were terrifying. Some didn't even understand how Lin Moya had attacked. Such people deserve to die. Lin Moya's gaze swept over the crowd. If you want to make a move, think about the consequences. Lin Moya's forceful stance made the crowd hesitate. Lin Moya didn't mind people trying to rob him. Greed was human nature. But using demons as an excuse was a betrayal of humanity, and Lin Moya wouldn't show mercy. Seeing no one dared to speak, Lin Moya said to Mo Yun, let's go. You killed my brother, and you still want to leave. Dream on. Suddenly, a shout rang out, and a fist-sized magic crystal was thrown over. Mo Yun exclaimed, Demon Thunder. Demon Thunder was a weapon created by humans, similar to a bomb. Its power was significant, equivalent to a level 60 mage's full power attack. The fist-sized Demon Thunder had the power of a level 70 mage's full power attack. For a typical level 50 professional, it could be fatal. Madman! Are you trying to kill us all? The crowd screamed and fled. Lin Moya's face darkened. Demon Thunder was a military-controlled item, not accessible to ordinary people. The person must have military connections, and close ones at that. But using a military item against a fellow human, Lin Moya remembered his face. With a bang, the Demon Thunder exploded, filling the air with lightning. It was a lightning-type Demon Thunder, covering hundreds of meters with lightning. Its power was impressive, equivalent to a level 70 mage's full power attack. Mo Yun and Little White skeletal armor glowed, blocking the lightning. Lin Moya didn't even activate his skeletal armor. He was 100% immune to electric elements, standing in the lightning without harm. Lin Moya stood in the lightning, letting it dance around him, looking like the god of lightning. The fleeing crowd was stunned. The person who threw the Demon Thunder was terrified and fled. But he couldn't escape. Lin Moya's palm glowed with fire, and a scream echoed. The man fell after a few steps, twitched, and died. Lin Moya's full-power soul flames could kill professionals of the same level in a few hits. Soul attacks were deadly without proper defense skills. Lin Moya's gaze swept over the crowd, cold and murderous. Anyone else? No one dared to speak. They backed away, avoiding him. Lin Moya's ruthless actions and mysterious methods were too terrifying. Seconds later, the lightning disappeared. Lin Moya said to Mo Yun, let's go. No one dared to stop them. Chapter 536. Chapter 536, 536. Chapter 536. Even if you reincarnate 10 times, it won't be your turn. Not far from Fortress Number 4, the military had set up a grandstand that could accommodate over 10,000 people. At this moment, there were still a few hours before the opening of the Divine Stone Dungeon, but many people had already arrived. The Divine Stone Dungeon opens once every 10 years, and the ultimate reward is half a talent Divine Stone. A complete talent Divine Stone can guarantee a 100% chance of awakening a talent during the third job transition. However, the half-talent Divine Stone from the Divine Stone Dungeon only offers a 30% chance of awakening a talent, a significant difference in effect. But true talent Divine Stones have been extinct for hundreds of years, and people simply cannot obtain them. Only the half-talent Divine Stone, the ultimate reward from the Divine Stone Dungeon that opens once every 10 years, is something people have a chance to get. Over the years, many people have received rewards from it, and some have successfully awakened their talents during their third job transition. More and more people were arriving. Lin Moya was also moving slowly through the crowd. Many young people had already met each other in the past 10 days and even started their romantic journeys. They walked in pairs, drawing envious glances from many. There were many young people, but even more old folks. A group of old men took this opportunity to catch up. Everyone was usually busy, and it was rare to have a chance to meet. The once-in-a-decade Divine Stone Dungeon, a matchmaking event, was also a rare opportunity for them. The grandstand was getting more crowded, with only one area relatively empty. That was the guest area, and only those invited by the military could sit there, requiring both status and strength. If Lin Moya were just an unranked god general, he might not have been invited. But now, he was a 3-star god general, a true god-slaying force, and naturally, he was invited. As the youngest god general of the entire human race, Lin Moya had completely shattered old perceptions. At just over level 50, he possessed incredible combat power, astonishing everyone. Lin Moya had already become a miracle, destined to be written into history. Especially a few days ago, Lin Moya's battle with a god in the Kunlun Mountains had already spread. Although the battle was short, lasting only about a minute, it was widely discussed, proving that Lin Moya truly had the power to slay gods. Little brother, you haven't found a partner either. Suddenly, someone patted Lin Moya on the shoulder. Lin Moya saw a burly man, half-naked, wearing half-armor, with a huge double-headed axe on his shoulder. Lin Moya didn't say anything, just shook his head lightly. He indeed hadn't found a partner, and he still hadn't been able to contact Ning Yi. The man was puzzled. That's strange, little brother, you look so good. Unlike me, all burly and rough, scaring the girls away. The man looked fierce, especially with the big axe, which indeed would scare girls away. Lin Moya chuckled softly, not saying anything. Suddenly, his eyes lit up with joy, and he walked forward quickly. Little brother, that's the guest area. The man shouted loudly. Someone saw Lin Moya, someone dares to barge into the guest area, does he have a death wish? The guest area is full of big shots, guarded by the military. Ordinary people have no right to enter. This young man is in trouble. I wonder which family he's from, so ignorant of the rules. Look, the military is already moving. A team of soldiers rushed over, blocking Lin Moya's path. Stop, the area ahead is the guest area, no unauthorized entry. Lin Moya ignored them and directly put his 3-star God General badge on his shoulder. The soldiers immediately stood at attention and saluted Lin Moya. Greetings, God General. Lin Moya nodded slightly and walked past them into the guest area. Seeing this, everyone was stunned. That young man is a God General. Could there be a mistake? Mistake? Your parents might have made a mistake, but there's no mistake with a God General. Oh my, I know who he is, he's God General Lin. The crowd erupted in excitement. Such a young God General, there was only one. Lin Moya ignored the commotion outside, his eyes fixed on one person. Ningyi stood there, her beautiful eyes sparkling, watching Lin Moya without blinking. With a playful smile on her face, she seemed to have spotted Lin Moya long ago. Lin Moya walked quickly towards her, his eyes never leaving Ningyi. As for Ningyi's grandfather, Ning Taran, he was completely ignored. Lin Moya reached Ningyi, and she jumped into his arms like a koala, hugging him tightly. No words were needed, their longing was expressed in their embrace. Ning Taran's beard twitched, but he said nothing, not daring to interrupt. Otherwise, Ningyi would definitely turn against him. Ning Taran had fought all his life, fearing nothing, except his precious granddaughter. A stream of light appeared, shooting across the sky like a meteor, then exploding like beautiful fireworks. A giant golden unicorn appeared in the sky, its body glowing with a radiant light, its shadow covering most of the sky. A powerful aura swept across the scene, dominating the area. Wow, so beautiful. It's the first summoner of our Shengxia Empire, the first summoner of the human race, Lord Mo Zingai. A level 95 summoner, so powerful. I feel like I can't breathe under this pressure. The young people below exclaimed in unison, their eyes filled with hope, wishing they could become such powerful beings one day. Ning Taran looked disdainful, old Mo, still so flashy. A few seconds later, the unicorn's shadow disappeared, and a colorful unicorn appeared in the sky. Mo Zingai stood beside the unicorn. Beside him stood Mo Yun and her Holy Spirit unicorn. The Holy Spirit unicorn glowed with a holy light, its pure white body making Mo Yun look like a fairy. So beautiful. Miss Mo is indeed a national beauty. She's not just a national beauty, but also a peerless genius. Whoever marries her is truly blessed. Haha, don't even think about it. Even if you reincarnate 10 times, it won't be your turn. Mo Yun followed Mo Zingai down, landing in the guest area. Mo Zingai walked towards Ning Taran. Old Ning, long time no see. Ning Taran snorted, long time no see, and you're still alive. Mo Zingai laughed heartily, if you're alive, how could I die? The two were old friends, having lived and died together, joking freely. Ningyi finally let go of Lin Moya and greeted Mo Yun. Hello, Sister Yun. Mo Yun looked at Ningyi, smiling but with a complex expression in her eyes. Have you been training hard recently? Ningyi nodded. Yes, Grandpa threw me into a secret realm for special training and wouldn't let me out. She glared at Ning Taran as she spoke. Ning Taran chuckled, pretending not to see. Mo Yun said softly, it seems the special training was effective. You're almost level 50, right? Ningyi replied, only level 48, still a bit short of level 50. Level 48 is already impressive, Mo Yun said softly. The two hadn't seen each other since the ancestral land and had much to catch up on. Mo Yun pulled Ningyi aside to talk, and Ningyi gave Lin Moya a helpless look. Suddenly, a strange fragrance filled the air. There was wind in the battlefield, but it couldn't disperse the fragrance. The fragrance gathered and lingered, as if it had a life of its own, entering everyone's nose. Those who smelled it felt invigorated, their fatigue swept away. So fragrant. What is this fragrance? It makes me feel so energized and full of fighting spirit. This is the Army Soul fragrance. Burning ambition, igniting my army soul, it's the army soul fragrance from the medicine god. Amidst the exclamations, an old man appeared. He wore simple clothes, exuding elegance and composure, with a powerful and profound aura. The medicine god had arrived, with Shu Han following him. The medicine god was also friends with Ning Taran and the others, and they immediately gathered together. Shu Han smiled and greeted Lin Moya. Hello, Lin Suedi. Lin Moya smiled back. Hello, Sueja. Is here too. I'll go chat with her. Lin Suedi, you stay here. Shu Han laughed and joined Mo Yun and Ning Yi. At this moment, the sky brightened, turning the dark battlefield into daylight. A giant golden sword appeared in the sky. Golden sword energy swept across the land, the sound of cutting through the air echoing continuously. It's the sword god, Lord Feng Chang'an. The sword god is so powerful. Just one look makes me feel like I'm being torn apart. The sword god's attack power is said to be the best among all the gods. It's not something we can withstand. He's my idol. Chapter 537. Chapter 537, 537. Chapter 537, can't be a burden. One by one, the god-level powerhouses appeared, showing their presence and eliciting exclamations from the crowd. Everyone hoped that one day, they too could become a god-level powerhouse. Perhaps among the crowd, one or two might eventually reach this level, but most would remain ordinary. No matter how talented they once were or how much their families and loved ones had pinned their hopes on them, ultimately, where they would end up was unknown. After all, only a few could become god-level powerhouses. Two more beams of light flashed across the sky, and Lin Moya looked up, smiling. Bai Yaiwan had returned. However, accompanying Bai Yaiwan was a middle-aged beautiful woman. Lin Moya smiled and said, "Teacher, you're back." Yes. Bai Yaiwan's expression seemed a bit unnatural. The middle-aged beautiful woman who came back with Bai Yaiwan suddenly said to Lin Moya, "You must be Yaiwan's disciple, Xiao, right?" Lin Moya's eyes twinkled slightly. "Greetings, master's wife." Bai Yaiwan's eyebrows twitched, but he did not object. The middle-aged beautiful woman was obviously delighted by being called master's wife, laughing joyfully. Good, good, good. What a good child. I didn't prepare anything, so take this as a meeting gift." As she spoke, she handed something directly to Lin Moya. "Teacher." Lin Moya didn't expect this new master's wife to be so enthusiastic. Accepting a gift from an elder, Lin Moya accepted it graciously. Lin Moya dared to call her master's wife because he sensed the aura of Bai Yaiwan and the middle-aged beautiful woman. The middle-aged beautiful woman had Bai Yaiwan's aura on her, and it wasn't just superficial. Similarly, Bai Yaiwan also had the middle-aged beautiful woman's aura on him. Their auras were intertwined, inseparable. Lin Moya was certain that something had happened between them, so he dared to call her master's wife, and it turned out to be the right call. Bai Yaiwan said, "Her name is Zhu Qingliu, a level 94 god-level healer." Lin Moya was secretly surprised. Although there were god-level healers in the empire, they were not many. He respectfully said, "Greetings, master's wife Qingliu." Zhu Qingliu responded joyfully, "Good, good, good." Being called master's wife repeatedly made her very happy. Bai Yaiwan sighed helplessly. Ning Taran and a few old friends came over, congratulating Bai Yaiwan. "Congratulations, old Bai, on finding a good match." Bai Yaiwan waved his hand. "Go away, you old guys, what are you making a fuss about?" They ignored Bai Yaiwan's reaction and turned to Zhu Qingliu. "Congratulations, God Qingliu, for finally winning over old Bai." Zhu Qingliu laughed happily. "Thank you, I'll invite you all to the wedding in a few days." "Good, good, we'll definitely be there. Remember to prepare good gifts, don't be stingy." Of course, of course." Suddenly, a high tower appeared in the sky. The shadow of the Shangxia Tower emerged, and Lin Moya whispered, "Teacher Meng is here." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A large group of people ascended into the sky, all women. Each one was beautiful, all very attractive. Any one of them, in their youth, would have been a stunning beauty, no less than Mo Yun. Bai Yaiwan said mischievously, "Look, these are old Meng's lovers. If old Meng wanted, you could have more than a dozen master's wives right away." Lin Moya laughed, "Then I could get more than a dozen needing gifts." Bai Yaiwan's mouth twitched. "You greedy brat." Lin Moya laughed, "Teacher, keep it up." Bai Yaiwan was puzzled. "Keep what up?" Lin Moya said, "Keep it up and get me a little junior brother or sister." "Get lost." Bai Yaiwan was so angry he almost slapped him. Lin Moya checked the meeting gift from Zhu Qingliu. God-level healing amulet. An amulet sealed with god-level healing magic, can be used repeatedly until the energy is exhausted. Good stuff. Lin Moya was delighted. This was truly a life-saving item. Even if you lost a limb, as long as you had this god-level healing amulet, you could be restored instantly. Lin Moya knew how difficult it was to make a god-level healing amulet. It required a god-level alchemist to create a blank amulet, and then a god-level healer to seal the healing magic within it. Sealing one's healing magic into an amulet was damaging to oneself. Generally, god-level healers wouldn't do this. Only out of concern for their loved one's safety would a god-level healer go to such lengths, disregarding their own well-being, to make such an amulet. Having it was like having several extra lives. Lin Moya could feel the god-level energy within the amulet, enough for at least a dozen uses. He didn't expect Zhu Qingliu to give him such a treasure as a meeting gift. She seemed like a very nice person. The shadow of the Shangxia Tower still flickered in the sky, and Meng Anwen had not yet arrived. Lin Moya went to Ning Yi, "This is for you." The amulet was not very useful to Lin Moya. If he ever needed to use the amulet, it wouldn't be able to save him. But for Ning Yi, the amulet could be life-saving. Ning Yi understood and took the amulet, exclaiming, "A god-level healing amulet." She quickly tried to return it to Lin Moya. "I don't want it, you keep it." Lin Moya pushed it back to her. "This amulet is useless to me. You keep it, so I can be at ease. Be good, listen to me." "Okay." Ning Yi happily accepted the amulet. Seeing Ning Yi accept the amulet, Lin Moya smiled. "You all continue chatting." He walked away, looking up at the sky. A big show was about to unfold in the sky, and he wanted to see how his usually calm teacher Meng would handle it. Seeing Bai Yaiwan struggling with just one, Meng Anwen would probably have a headache with so many. Just thinking about it made Lin Moya find it amusing. Ning Yi watched Lin Moya's back, deep in thought. Mo Yun whispered, "I didn't expect him to give you that." Ning Yi nodded, "He's worried about my safety." Shu Han said softly, "Lin Suidi is really good to you." Ning Yi blushed, knowing how good Lin Moya was to her. Mo Yun whispered in Ning Yi's ear, "You can't keep holding him back." Ning Yi nodded, "I understand. I know I can't help him much, but at least I can't be a burden. From now on, I'll train on my own. It might be slower and harder, but I can't hold him back." Their levels were gradually diverging, and Ningyi knew Lin Moya's leveling speed would only increase. She couldn't keep relying on him to carry her through dungeons, which would only slow him down. Mo Yun said, his enemies are getting stronger. If he can't level up quickly, he might face enemies he can't defeat in the future. Shu Han added softly, Lin Suidi has his own path, different from ours. Mo Yun said softly, everyone has their own path. Ningyi clenched her small fists, I have my path too. Grandpa said that if I follow my path to the end, I'll be very powerful. Shu Han laughed, of course, our little Yi has always been amazing. The shadow of the Shangxia Tower solidified after a few minutes. As it solidified, the elegant Meng Yanwen appeared in the sky. With the Shangxia Tower as his backdrop, Meng Yanwen stood there, radiating brilliance. His aura overshadowed everyone, incredibly powerful. The crowd below gasped. Although Meng Yanwen didn't make a big show, his presence was overwhelmingly oppressive. And Shen, this isn't Shen. So strong, no wonder he's the only dual god-level professional in the world, unprecedented. Too powerful, stronger than any god-level powerhouse before. I feel like the Shangxia Tower is just a backdrop for In Shen. The crowd buzzed with excitement, amazed by Meng Yanwen's strength. Even the god-level powerhouses were shocked. Ning Taran whispered, I didn't expect this guy to become a high-level god level before us. Level 96, so enviable. Sword god Feng Qianyan said softly. His body radiated sword energy, his battle intent burning. I really want to spar with old Meng. Bai Yaiwan scoffed, forget it, fighting him is the most boring. Feng Qianyan's battle intent faded, true, you can't even find where he is, it's no fun. After Meng Yanwen appeared, the women who had ascended earlier swarmed around him like bees, surrounding him. The crowd below prepared to watch the show. But moments later, the women dispersed, none lingering around Meng Yanwen. Meng Yanwen passed through the crowd of flowers unscathed, descending gracefully, leaving everyone stunned. Chapter 538. Chapter 538, 538. Chapter 538, I'll send him on his way, ending your wishful thinking. No one knew how Meng Yanwen did it. In any case, Meng Yanwen had accomplished it, carefree and unrestrained. Moreover, the eyes of those beauties looking at him were full of adoration. Most importantly, there was surprisingly no hostility between those beauties. Although god-level experts and divine generals had the privilege of marrying multiple wives, it didn't mean women wouldn't get jealous. Mo Yun also saw this scene and inexplicably said to Ningyi, what would you do if Lin Moyo had many female companions in the future? Ningyi shook her head, that probably won't happen. He doesn't like to talk much, not many girls would like him. Shu Han leaned over and whispered, what if? Just imagine. Ningyi obediently imagined for a moment, it would depend on their personalities. If they have good personalities, we might become good sisters. The two widened their eyes, not expecting such an answer from Ningyi. Ningyi continued, do you find it strange? The two nodded together. Ningyi said, it's actually not a big deal. Excellent people always have many admirers. If that's really the case, I can't monopolize him. That would make him unhappy too. Besides, my grandfather also has several wives. My first grandma, second grandma, and third grandma are all very good to me. After getting the final answer, the two inexplicably felt relieved. Ningyi looked at the two with sparkling eyes. Sister Yun, Sister Shu, you haven't fallen for Moyo, have you? No, don't be ridiculous. How is that possible? I'm so much older than him. The two hurriedly denied it, but the more they did so, the more Ningyi felt they were guilty. Ningyi was no fool. Her big eyes rolled, if you like Moyo, it's okay. We can be sisters forever. The two looked at Ningyi without speaking, neither confirming nor denying. After Meng Yanwen arrived, it was finally time for the Godstone dungeon to open. A soldier flew out from the fortress. He was also a god-level expert, representing the military. A killing aura permeated the scene, as if people heard the horn of the battlefield. This was the aura of soldiers, cultivated only through years of battlefield slaughter. Shaken by his aura, everyone's expressions became serious. The joking expressions on their faces completely disappeared. Although many people present knew that this god-level expert from the military was actually Bai Yaiwan's man. At this moment, he represented not Bai Yaiwan, but the Divine Summer Empire's army. He came to the center of the venue and his voice rang out, the 48th Godstone dungeon is now open. As he spoke, he took out a scroll and threw it into the air. The scroll exploded in the sky, and amidst the starlight, a dungeon vortex slowly appeared. It had been hidden before, concealed in space. Then formations lit up in the field, projecting over 100 images in the air. Each image was identical, showing the situation inside the dungeon. There was no one in the dungeon now, so all the images were exactly the same. Above each image was a number. This number was 0 now. When people started tackling the dungeon, this number would naturally change. Everyone's performance in the dungeon would be displayed for all to see. Everything would be conducted in a fair and just environment. Cheating was impossible. No one could cheat under the noses of so many god-level experts. The Godstone dungeon was not only for obtaining the final reward, but also an opportunity to showcase oneself to the world. This was a magical dungeon. Since its discovery, it had always been like this. The magic of the dungeon was that it only allowed one person to enter. The challenge content and difficulty inside would change according to the entrant's career and level. It could be said that no matter if you were level 50 or 55, the final difficulty encountered would be the same. Lin Moyo felt the Godstone dungeon wasn't like a real dungeon, but more like a testing ground. Pass the test, get rewards. Poor performance, poor rewards. Good performance, good rewards. The best reward was half a talent Godstone. Wait, Lin Moya suddenly realized something was off. Was half a talent godstone really the best reward? The godstone dungeon has opened 48 times, once every 10 years, so 480 years. In 480 years, at least millions of people have entered the dungeon. The best reward obtained was half a godstone. But this doesn't mean the dungeon's ultimate reward is just half a godstone. Perhaps no one has achieved a true perfect score. Lin Moya quietly asked Meng Anwen, who had just arrived, "Teacher, what's the highest score for this dungeon?" Meng Anwen said, "The highest score in history is 95 points. As long as you can reach 90 points or above, you can get half a godstone." Lin Moya asked, "Has no one ever gotten 100 points?" Meng Anwen shook his head. "No one has ever gotten it. Old Bai and I went in back then, we only got 94 points. Why, do you suspect half a godstone isn't the final reward?" Lin Moya smiled slightly. "It seems you also have suspicions, teacher." Meng Anwen said, "Suspicions are suspicions, but it can't be confirmed. Why don't you try?" Lin Moya thought seriously for a moment. "Let others go first. If there's a chance at the end, I'll try then." "All right." Meng Anwen agreed straightforwardly without saying more. After all, once the Godstone dungeon opened, it would last for a month. There was no need to rush. After the introduction of the Godstone dungeon, the dungeon challenge competition was about to begin. A group of people walked out of Fortress Number 4. They lined up neatly, walking in unison, with an imposing aura. Everyone could tell at a glance that this was a team from the military. Only the military could produce such a disciplined team. For the Godstone dungeon, besides candidates recommended by various families and factions, there were also career holders from the military. As the owner of the Godstone dungeon, the military naturally had the right to obtain many spots. This time the military sent a full 100 people to participate. As the military career holders appeared, suddenly 4 more people flew out of Fortress Number 4. Yi Hao flew in front, followed by Wang Lin, Wei Tsang, and Xia Shiais. Why are they here? It's actually Yi Hao. They say Yi Hao was living in seclusion in Fortress Number 9, intending to master the Demon Extermination Tower. It seems the rumors were true. I wonder if he succeeded. He probably didn't succeed, otherwise he would have shown off long ago. Don't you know how fiercely he competed with these guys for the Divine Summer Tower back then? Meng Yanwen also frowned slightly. Why did these guys come? Lin Moya didn't know them, but he could tell these people were all god-level experts, and the leader was very strong. Do we have grudges with these people? Lin Moya asked. Meng Yanwen shook his head. Not exactly grudges, just don't get along. Don't mind them, they can come if they want. Lin Moya asked, who are they? The leader is called Yi Hao, a level 95 god mage. In terms of seniority, he's a generation above me and Old Bai. The 3 behind are Xia Shiais, level 93 god mage Wei Tsang, level 92 god warrior, and Wang Lin, level 92 god knight. Lin Moya memorized the 4 of them. If they just didn't get along, that was fine. But if there were grudges, these 4 would also be his enemies. Yi Hao and the other 3 landed in the VIP area. Yi Hao's sharp gaze swept over everyone, finally landing on Lin Moya. Is this Divine General Lin? The young are truly formidable. Lin Moya replied neither humbly nor arrogantly. Senior Yi is too kind. I still have a long way to go. Yi Hao chuckled. Young man, no need to be so modest. The future belongs to you. Then Yi Hao's gaze fell on Ning Yi and the other 2 girls, chuckling. Taryn, Xingai, Little Shu, these 3 young ladies are your granddaughters, right? Ning Taryn said, that's right. Does Senior Yi have any advice? He was on Bai Yaiwan's side and wasn't very friendly with Yi Hao, but they hadn't fallen out completely. Yi Hao said, I have a great-grandson, talented and gifted, very suitable for your granddaughter. Why don't we arrange a match? Senior Yi. Lin Moya suddenly interrupted Yi Hao's words. Yi Hao looked over. What instructions does Divine General Lin have? Lin Moya said calmly, where is Senior Yi's great-grandson? Can you call him over? Yi Hao made a no sound. Is Divine General Lin also interested in meeting my great-grandson? He is indeed outstanding among his peers. Lin Moya's eyes held a hint of a smile. I'm not interested. I can send him on his way, ending your wishful thinking. Chapter 539. Chapter 539, 539. Chapter 539, Selecting the Strong from the Not-So-Strong. Lin Moya's words were calm, but full of killing intent. The VIP area suddenly went quiet, with several pairs of eyes focused on Lin Moya. They understood clearly why Lin Moya said this. The relationship between Ning Taryn's granddaughter and Lin Moya was no secret. Yi Hao speaking like that was not giving face to Lin Moya. In other words, he was also slapping Meng Anwen and Bai Yaiwan in the face. Lin Moya's counterattack was naturally very sharp, with killing intent in his words. Yi Hao narrowed his eyes. Divine General Lin, what do you mean by that? Lin Moya said softly, I mean exactly what I said. Let me put it another way, who is your great-grandson? Have him come out, I'll kill him. This was even more direct. Divine General Lin, you're being a bit overbearing. Yi Hao sneered repeatedly, that's very dangerous of you. Behind him, Wang Lin and the other 2 stared at Lin Moya with unfriendly gazes. Lin Moya wasn't afraid at all. Not to mention he had Bai Yaiwan, Meng Anwen and their faction behind him. Even if he was alone, if he was willing to pay the price, he wouldn't fear them. Lin Moya returned a cold smile, no longer paying attention to him, but said to Meng Anwen, Teacher, please investigate who his great-grandson is. Meng Anwen chuckled, alright, that's not difficult. No matter how deeply hidden, I can dig him out. Yi Hao's face changed immediately. He didn't expect Lin Moya to be serious. He had originally just wanted to annoy Bai Yaiwan and Meng Anwen, and give Lin Moya a warning in passing. After all, in his eyes, no matter how impressive Lin Moya was, he was still just a junior. Although this junior was now very famous and had even reached 3-star Divine General. But Yi Hao was doubtful of his true combat power and hadn't taken Lin Moya too seriously. But Lin Moya's current behavior made him feel troubled. He felt like he was in a dilemma. Yi Hao's eyes flashed with a cold light as he stared at Lin Moya. He did have a great-grandson, but not many people knew. His great-grandson was indeed a genius, but compared to Lin Moya, the gap was huge. If Lin Moya really held a grudge against his great-grandson, it would be very troublesome. A murderous intent flashed in his heart. At this moment, he had the impulse to kill Lin Moya. Lin Moya keenly sensed his killing intent and inwardly sneered even more. There were many people who wanted to kill him. The demon kings of the abyss, the dragon kings of the dragon race, which one didn't want to kill him? Even the demon emperor in the abyss and the dragon emperor of the dragon race also wished to kill him, but he was still alive and well. The atmosphere became tense at this moment. Yi Hao didn't know he had touched one of Lin Moya's reverse scales, which caused such a big reaction from Lin Moya. Intense energy fluctuations came over as the dungeon jumped out from hidden space. The Godstone dungeon was fully formed and could be entered at any time. The movement of the Godstone dungeon also interrupted the confrontational atmosphere between the two sides. Yi Hao squeezed out a dry laugh on his old face. I was just joking. Divine General Lin, please don't take offense. Lin Moya looked at him without speaking. Yi Hao was old and thick-skinned, acting as if nothing had happened. The Godstone dungeon has opened. Let's all enjoy the performance of the young talents. Meng Yanwen said softly to Lin Moya, let it go. Lin Moya made a sound of agreement. I know. Lin Moya of course knew he couldn't really fight with Yi Hao. Both sides represented their own factions. If a real collision occurred, it wouldn't be good for the Divine Summer Empire. Moreover, Meng Yanwen still needed to set up formations all over the country, and some areas would involve Yi Hao's faction's territory. If things really became irreconcilable, there wouldn't be much benefit. The reason Lin Moya behaved like this was also to give the other side a warning, telling them he wasn't easy to bully. Now that the goal had been achieved, Lin Moya wouldn't push it all the way. The confrontation between the two sides ended with Yi Hao backing down. It seemed Lin Moya's side had gained the upper hand. Although Yi Hao had given himself a way out, his expression naturally wouldn't look good. In any case, the atmosphere finally eased, and the Godstone Conference officially began. Above the dungeon, the formation projected a total of 100 images. Each time 100 people entered the dungeon, and each person was shown in turn in the images. Everything they experienced in the dungeon, the various choices they made when encountering situations, would be reflected in the images. The scores on the images would also change as they continued to advance. The higher the score, the better their performance. The first batch of career holders were teleported into the dungeon in turn, beginning their dungeon journey. The god-level expert from the military who had summoned the dungeon earlier now stood in front of it, beginning to explain. 10 points can be obtained for passing each level. Passing the 9th level can obtain half a talent godstone. As for the 10th level, so far no one has cleared it. Hopefully this year, someone can pass the 10th level. Actually, various major families already had information about the Godstone dungeon. Even if he didn't explain, everyone understood. Lin Moya saw the first level through the images. The people entering the dungeon had different levels and careers, but the first level was largely similar for everyone. In front of everyone was a high mountain. The mountain was about 20 to 30 meters high, pressing down like dark clouds covering the sky. Then, many black dots flew out from the mountain, whistling towards the career holders. These black dots had varying speeds, adjusted according to the level and career of the career holders in the dungeon. Even for those at level 50, the black dots facing mage-type career holders were much slower than those facing other career holders. Very fair. Lin Moya knew what the first level was testing with just a glance. The first level tested reaction speed. How to avoid these black dots was the key to the test. The black dots looked numerous, but they all left enough gaps. No matter which career holder, as long as they weren't too incompetent, they could easily pass the first level test. Everyone's face showed no panic. They clearly already knew the specific content of the test. Facing the black dots flying over in droves, they not only didn't retreat, but ran towards the black dots. They displayed agile movements, weaving back and forth between the black dots. Lin Moya lost interest after watching for a while. This first level had no difficulty to speak of. Sure enough, after just 1 minute, everyone successfully passed the first level. The numbers on each image changed simultaneously, from 0 points to 10 points. Soon, the second level began. The test in the second level changed from reaction to strength. There was a large stone in front of everyone. No matter what method was used, as long as they could shatter the stone, they would pass the level. The higher the level of the career holder, the larger the volume of the stone they faced, and the more solid the stone would be. This level also couldn't stump any of the career holders. Those who could be selected to participate in the Godstone dungeon were not weak. Under the gaze of thousands of eyes, if they couldn't even pass the second level, not only would they lose face, but their families would lose face too. The first level was reaction, the second was strength, so what's the third level? In Lin Moya's speculation, everyone passed the second level test one after another, with almost no difference in order. For them, the second level really had no difficulty at all. The scores all reached 20 points. The third level began. A huge white tiger appeared in front of everyone. Fierce winds howled around the white tiger's body, clearly displaying its attribute. Wind attribute white tiger. The white tiger faced by each person was at the same level as themselves, still very fair. After the white tiger appeared, the great battle began. The wind attribute white tiger possessed both amazing speed and considerable strength. It caused no small trouble for everyone in the dungeon. Lin Moya frowned slightly. The first level was reaction, which is speed. The second level was strength. The third level directly enters actual combat. The white tiger has both considerable speed and strength, corresponding perfectly to the previous two levels. The first two levels were passive tests. This level has become an active test. Meng Yanwen said softly, from this level on, people will start to be eliminated. Lin Moya was a bit puzzled. This white tiger looks powerful, but it's actually just slightly above the level of ordinary elite monsters, even weaker than ordinary monsters in hell difficulty dungeons. He didn't understand how they could fail to defeat such a weak monster. This is normal. Bai Yaiwan's voice sounded from the side. Bai Yaiwan and Zhu Qinglia walked over, standing shoulder to shoulder beside Lin Moya. Bai Yaiwan said in a low voice, not every career holder can have combat power like yours. Most career holders, before enlightenment, actually have less combat power than those small monsters in hell difficulty dungeons. Why do we humans form teams? It's because humans are not strong. Yet we need to select strong individuals from a not-so-strong race. Isn't it contradictory? Lin Moya pondered Bai Yaiwan's words, selecting strong individuals from a not-so-strong race. This seemed contradictory, but it also matched Antares' theory. Better to have one God-level expert than 100 level 89s. Any race needs truly top-tier strong individuals. And the Godstone dungeon seemed to be selecting strong individuals. Chapter 540. Chapter 540, 540. Chapter 540, fortunately, I was born earlier. Lin Moya understood the purpose of the Divine Stone Dungeon. It was designed to select truly powerful individuals with potential. Lin Moya whispered, does getting over 90 points in the Divine Stone Dungeon mean one can become a God-level expert? Bai Yaiwan laughed heartily, it's not that simple. Scoring over 90 points only proves you have the potential to become a God-level expert, but it's not guaranteed. However, getting a high score in the Divine Stone Dungeon does increase the likelihood of becoming a God-level expert. Those who can't even score 90 points have almost no hope of becoming a God-level expert. Meng Yanwen said, since the discovery of the Divine Stone Dungeon, it's been 480 years. Over 1 million people have entered the dungeon. Only less than 500 people have scored over 90 points, and each time the dungeon opens, only about 10 people achieve this. Out of these less than 500 people, only about 50 have ultimately reached the God level. Lin Moya listened to Meng Yanwen's numbers and sighed, becoming a God level expert is really not easy. Zhu Qingliu, beside Bai Yaiwan, laughed, it's difficult for others, but it shouldn't be hard for Xiao. Yaiwan told me about Xiao. Xiao is destined to become a God-level expert. Zhu Qinglia's beautiful face blossomed with a radiant smile, if you encounter any difficulties, just come to me, I'll help you as much as I can. Thank you, Master's wife, Lin Moya replied with a smile. Such a good Master's wife is hard to find even with a lantern. The scene in the Divine Stone Dungeon changed again. Out of 100 people, 90% successfully killed the white tiger and passed the level. As beams of light descended on them, the passers' bodies fully recovered. Whether it was skill cooldowns, physical strength, or mental energy, everything was restored to its initial state. Their scores also reached 30 points. A few people, as Meng Yanwen had mentioned, were eliminated, appearing outside the dungeon in a sorry state. Their faces were extremely ugly, having been eliminated in the third level. They were utterly embarrassed. These people didn't even have the face to stay and quickly left the venue. Meng Yanwen said, these people are just high level but have no real combat ability. They're useless. Lin Moya whispered, level doesn't represent strength. The human race needs strong warriors, not high-level weaklings. In the dungeon, the fourth level had already begun. It was still the same Wind Tiger, but its level had increased. It was now 3 levels higher than each professional. A level 50 professional would face a level 53 Wind Tiger. For Lin Moya, this was a common occurrence. He always faced enemies dozens of levels higher than himself. Facing an enemy just 3 levels higher didn't faze him at all. But for other professionals, it was much more challenging. Various scenes unfolded in the dungeon. Some were chased by the Wind Tiger, looking miserable. Some fought hard against the Wind Tiger, appearing somewhat disheveled but showing extraordinary combat power. Some handled it with ease, facing a Wind Tiger 3 levels higher without any pressure. The difference in combat power began to show. Lin Moya saw a few people handling the Wind Tiger with ease, showing no difficulty. Clearly, their combat power was very strong, and they had enough strength to continue. Those who were already struggling had no chance of continuing. Even if they weren't eliminated in this level, they would be in the next. Looking around, at least half of the professionals would be eliminated in this level. The reward of half a Divine Stone in the Divine Stone Dungeon was not easy to obtain. In the stands outside the guest area, thousands of people pointed and commented on the performance of those in the dungeon. They were also about to enter the dungeon, and watching others' trials was like gaining experience for themselves. Seeing their fellow clan members perform well made them proud. If their clan members performed poorly, they felt embarrassed. How pathetic. If it were me, I wouldn't be like this. How can they be so bad? Haven't they fought monsters before? It's just a monster, not even a boss. What's so hard about it? I could solo a boss for you. The stands were lively, with everyone expressing their opinions. At the top of the stands, a group of old folks sat together. They watched the young people below with squinted eyes, feeling the lively atmosphere. Once upon a time, most of them were also participants in the Divine Stone Dungeon. In a corner of the stands, 2 pairs of eyes were fixed on Lin Moya. One pair belonged to Shuei Saijun, filled with hatred. He hid his hatred well, knowing Lin Moya's identity and that he couldn't seek revenge. If he wanted revenge, he would have to wait for an opportunity. His gaze then shifted to Shu Han. The other pair of eyes belonged to Dan Feiying, who patted his chest with relief. Fortunately, I didn't provoke him. A god general's woman, even if I had 9 lives, it wouldn't be enough. Mo Yun is destined to be out of my reach. The two had different thoughts. Different personalities naturally led to different paths and outcomes. The trials in the dungeon continued. The difficulty of the 5th level increased again. The Wind Tiger's level didn't increase further but instead returned to the same level as the professionals. However, a second tiger appeared beside it. A fire tiger, burning with fierce flames. The fire tiger wasn't as fast as the wind tiger, but its attack power was stronger and more aggressive. The two tigers, with different attributes, cooperated, making the professionals cry out in pain. Various embarrassing scenes emerged, causing laughter outside, but they didn't realize that they would soon enter the dungeon and face the same situation. When their turn came, others would laugh at them too. Meng Yanwen said, the 5th level is the fire tiger, the 6th is the water tiger, and the 7th is the electric tiger. The wind, fire, water, and electric tigers combined to form the boss in the 8th level. Lin Moyo asked, what about the 9th level? Meng Yanwen whispered, the 9th level is also called the endless level. The wind, fire, water, and electric tigers will keep appearing, increasing in number. Every minute you last, you get 1 point. Lin Moyo calculated that Meng Yanwen had scored 94 points back then. This meant he had lasted at least 14 minutes. He couldn't imagine how many tigers would appear in 14 minutes. Lasting that long was already impressive. Such combat power was very strong. But for himself, it didn't seem difficult. He could not only last but also counterattack. As Meng Yanwen said, the dungeon became increasingly difficult. People were continuously eliminated. By the 7th level, when the wind, fire, water, and electric tigers appeared together, only 5 out of the initial 100 people remained in the dungeon. 95% had been eliminated. The remaining 5 were also struggling, barely able to defend against the 4 tigers' attacks. Bai Yawan said with some disdain, these people are too weak, far worse than we were back then. Meng Yanwen said, it's normal. You can't expect so many geniuses to appear. Besides, with Xiao around, the geniuses of this era will all pale in comparison. Bai Yawan laughed heartily, that's true. Xiao can overshadow an entire era. Fortunately, I was born earlier, otherwise, I wouldn't have had a chance to stand out. His words made Zhu Qinglia laugh, you really have thick skin. Bai Yawan laughed, thick skin depends on who you're comparing to. Compared to some people, my skin isn't thick at all. His words had a hidden meaning, but Meng Yanwen didn't respond, not taking the bait. When the last person was eliminated, the first round of the 100-person trial ended. No one reached the 9th level to get half a divine stone. The best result was the 7th level, with a final score of only 60 points. The second batch, 100 people, stepped forward. A god-level military officer overseeing the divine stone dungeon shouted. Immediately, 100 prepared professionals stepped forward and quickly entered the dungeon. A new round of trials began. After watching one round, Lin Moya lost interest and went to Ningyi. Are you confident? Ningyi smiled sweetly, no problem. I did special training for the Divine Stone Dungeon in the family secret realm. I'm at least 70% confident I can reach the 9th level. Lin Moya said softly, be careful and don't push yourself. Even if you don't get the Divine Stone, I'll find another way. Ningyi smiled beautifully, got it. Don't worry, this dungeon isn't dangerous. The Divine Stone Dungeon was very safe, with no incidents in hundreds of years. Lin Moya knew this too and said no more. Mo Yun and Shu Han looked at Ningyi's sweet smile with some envy. Lin Moya hadn't asked them. Chapter 541. Chapter 541, 541. Chapter 541, never underestimate any profession. Each batch of 100 people entered the dungeon one after another. Few could truly reach the 9th level. Occasionally, someone would reach the 9th level, but they would be eliminated within 5 minutes. The final score was 85 points, just a bit short of 90 points. Lin Moyo also witnessed the speed at which the tigers increased in the final level. Almost every 2 to 3 seconds, a new tiger would appear. The lucky person who reached the final level was chased by the tigers with no way to escape. In the end, he was surrounded and had to accept elimination. However, he was already very strong. Another batch of people entered the dungeon. Meng Yanwen pointed to one of the screens. Does this person look familiar? In the screen Meng Yanwen pointed to, a person wielding a sharp sword exuded an aura as sharp as the sword itself. Clearly, his understanding of his profession had reached a very high level, even achieving a state of unity between man and sword. Lin Moya glanced at him, he does look familiar. His aura is somewhat similar to that of senior Feng Chang'an. Meng Yanwen smiled, his name is Feng Xian, the most outstanding disciple of the Feng family in this generation, and the elder brother of your classmate Feng Xiu. Old Bai and I have been paying attention to him. If anyone in this generation of the Feng family can become a god-level expert, he has the best chance. Lin Moya nodded. Feng Xian's aura was indeed different from other professionals, vastly different. Even when he stood among many professionals, he was already very eye-catching. Now, as soon as he entered the dungeon, his sharpness was fully revealed, making him even more extraordinary. Lin Moya also had some expectations. Perhaps Feng Xian had a chance to be the first to reach the final level in this Divine Stone Dungeon event. The challenge began, and the first and second levels were not difficult for any professional. Feng Xian also passed them easily. When the Wind Tiger appeared in the third level, Fengxian drew his longsword, and a sword light over 10 meters long illuminated the dungeon. When the light disappeared, Fengxian had already sheathed his sword. The Wind Tiger's head fell to the ground, instantly killed. An excellent sword. Lin Moya sighed softly. This sword had already integrated all his strength and skills, reaching a very high level. Meng Yanwen nodded. The Feng family has indeed produced another talent. At just level 62, he has reached the pinnacle of swordsmanship. Very impressive, very impressive. Meng Yanwen's voice was slightly louder, as if intentionally speaking for sword god Feng Chang'an to hear. Not only Meng Yanwen, but others also praised without reservation. Feng Chang'an listened with a beaming smile, very pleased. It was clear that he was extremely satisfied with Feng Xian's performance. In his joy, Feng Chang'an couldn't help but glance at Lin Moyo. If it weren't for him, Feng Xian might have dominated an era. What a pity. Feng Chang'an knew how strong Lin Moya was, even more so than others. He was well aware of Lin Moya's performance in Shengxia Ancient City, knowing every detail. In comparison, Feng Xian was indeed much inferior. Feng Xian passed one level after another. No matter how many tigers appeared, he cut them down with a single sword, until the 8th level, where the 4 tigers combined into a giant boss. Feng Xian's entire body erupted with a powerful aura, and his sword light exploded. The entire dungeon lit up for 10 seconds, during which countless sword lights shot out. The sword lights contained both thunder and fire attributes. With this move, Feng Xian instantly killed the boss formed by the 4 tigers, advancing to the 9th level with a remarkable posture. At the same time, all the other professionals who entered the dungeon with him had been eliminated, leaving only him. Everyone held their breath, watching how Feng Xian would handle the situation. The 9th level began, and 4 level 62 tigers surrounded Feng Xian. The wind, fire, water, and electric elements intertwined in the dungeon, making the tigers even stronger. Feng Xian did not retreat but advanced, meeting the attack head-on without hesitation. His long sword flashed with a sharp light. The Wind Tiger was the first to fall, its head severed. Feng Xian had the ability to instantly kill monsters of the same level, but such a powerful sword strike couldn't be sustained for long. Just as he killed the Wind Tiger with one strike, another Wind Tiger appeared in the air. The new Wind Tiger was level 63, one level higher than Feng Xian. At this moment, the other 3 tigers launched their attacks on Feng Xian. Fireballs rained down, and Feng Xian weaved through the flames. Boom! A lightning bolt struck him directly, unavoidable. Feng Xian's body stiffened, feeling a slight numbness. Then ice formed on his body, slowing him down further. Fireballs, as if guided, flew towards him densely, exploding with a roar. In the explosion, all the skills were blown away by the sword light, and Feng Xian emerged from the fire. Another sword light flashed, and the fire tiger's head fell. The battle had just begun, only 10 seconds in. A new tiger appeared in the air, also level 63. The tigers appeared every 5 seconds. So, to survive, running away was not an option. Although the dungeon was not small, it would eventually be blocked. Feng Xian knew very well that he had to kill quickly. He turned and struck twice, his sword energy sweeping through, killing the water and electric tigers. Killing 2 tigers at once was not easy for him. Such swordsmanship required his full strength and couldn't be used continuously. Feng Xian panted, sweat covering his forehead. Feng Chang'an frowned, clearly seeing that Feng Xian was too anxious. Meng Yanwen whispered, lack of combat experience, a bit too hasty. Lin Moya nodded, but it's okay, he can still make up for it if he realizes it. Lin Moya's combat experience was extremely rich, far beyond Feng Xian's. He could see Feng Xian's shortcomings at a glance and knew how to remedy them. The wind howled, and the attack was imminent. Feng Xian did not strike again for the first time, he chose to retreat. He began to dodge the attacks, and more tigers appeared in the air, 12 per minute. In just 5 minutes, 60 tigers were chasing Feng Xian. The last tigers to appear were level 65, 3 levels higher than Feng Xian. In these 5 minutes, Feng Xian only dodged and did not strike once. Just when everyone thought he was done for, the sword light exploded again. The powerful sword skill that had appeared in the 8th level reappeared, illuminating the entire dungeon. In the strong light, the dual attributes of thunder and fire sword energy swept out, roaring fiercely. Those with poor eyesight couldn't see what was happening inside. When the light faded, more than half of the 60 tigers were dead, and the dungeon was clear. He got it. Lin Moyo chuckled. This sword gave Feng Xian a moment to catch his breath, and he began to dodge again. The tigers that appeared later became stronger and more frequent. After unleashing his skill, Feng Xian didn't stop. Taking advantage of the moment before new tigers appeared, he wielded his sword again, killing more than 10 heavily injured tigers, creating the strongest results in the shortest time to buy himself the most time. Then he ran again, running very fast. At this moment, no one laughed at him. This was a tactic, not cowardice. Time passed second by second. Finally, Feng Xian reached his limit, surrounded by tigers with no escape. He fought desperately, lasting another half-minute before being eliminated. The score fluctuated, finally settling at 90 points. He achieved the highest score since the start of the Divine Stone Dungeon. Leaving the dungeon, Feng Xian found a stone in his spiritual world. Talent Divine Stone, incomplete 30% chance to awaken a talent during the 3rd job transition. Feng Xian returned to the stands with a smile. Countless people congratulated him, their eyes filled with admiration. Since the start of the Divine Stone Dungeon, hundreds of people had entered. Only he succeeded. Next batch. The voice of a god-level powerhouse overseeing the event drowned out everyone else. Ning Yi jumped up, it's my turn. Not only her, but Mo Yun and Shu Han also stood up, it's our turn too. Lin Moya was slightly surprised. Isn't Senior Shu an alchemist? Meng Yanwen chuckled. Who said alchemists can't fight? Zhu Qingliu also laughed. Xiao, don't underestimate support professions. Some support professions also have combat power. For example, us healers, once we reach the god level, killing demons is no less effective than your teacher. Lin Moya was taken aback, recalling what he had heard before. Never underestimate any profession. Once any profession reaches the god level, it will have the power to turn decay into magic. The god level is a threshold. It is also the first major threshold for professionals to advance. Chapter 542. Chapter 542, 542. Chapter 542, Pharmacist, a unique profession. 3 women entered the dungeon simultaneously. Not just them, Lin Moya also saw Mu Qianqian. Mu Qianqian was among this group of people. Mu Qianqian had a simple smile on her face and even waved at Lin Moya. Meng Yanwen laughed. Xiao, this young lady's profession is quite rare. Lin Moya nodded. Indeed, it's very rare. I also encountered it by chance. Meng Yanwen patted Lin Moya's shoulder. Not bad, make good use of it. Lin Moya felt a sense of alarm all over his body. What did Meng Yanwen mean by this? Bai Yaiwan, who was standing nearby, said, indeed, make good use of it. If you don't understand something, ask your teacher Meng. In this field, if he claims to be second, no one dares to claim first. Lin Moya had no choice but to keep quiet and not argue with these 2 thick-skinned individuals. Ning Yi was an assassin, and a legendary professional, possessing extremely strong combat power. Mo Yun was a mid-level legendary Holy Spirit summoner, also possessing the primordial rune. Her combat power was no weaker than the previous Feng Xian. As for Mu Qianqian, although she was not a combat profession, her talent and skills were too abnormal. As long as they were used properly, she also had a chance. What intrigued Lin Moya the most was Shu Han. He knew Shu Han's level was not low, probably over level 65, but he couldn't figure out Shu Han's combat style. There were too few pharmacists, and the information was too scarce. The world knew that pharmacists were just for making potions and had no combat power. Moreover, Shu Han was not yet at the god level and had not transformed. Meng Xingyan said, watch carefully, your senior sister Shu will surprise you. Lin Moya did not respond. What did he mean by my senior sister Shu? Meng Yanwen's words were ambiguous. He did not respond, absolutely not falling into the trap. Seeing that Lin Moya did not take the bait, Meng Yanwen seemed disappointed that his plan did not succeed. The first 2 stages were still without any difficulty. Any professional who was not an idiot could pass. Then came the 3rd stage. The Wind Tiger appeared. Ning Yi's figure flashed, and 0.1 seconds later, she appeared on the Wind Tiger's head. The dagger stabbed directly down, exploding with a bang. The Wind Tiger was instantly killed without any suspense. Mo Yun's holy unicorn opened its mouth and shot out a beam of light, also instantly killing the Wind Tiger with overwhelming force. Mu Qianqian swung her platinum giant hammer, smashing it down on the Wind Tiger again and again. The Wind Tiger did not move, letting her smash it. Everyone was shocked. Why didn't the Wind Tiger resist? Only Lin Moya knew that Mu Qianqian had used a skill to stun the Wind Tiger. After just 4 or 5 hits, the Wind Tiger was smashed to death. Its death was tragic, its head was smashed to pieces. Shu Han's side was extremely strange, her fingertips glowed, and then a pill appeared. The pill exploded, turning into a cloud of green smoke. The Wind Tiger merely smelled a trace and fell down, sleeping deeply. The dungeon judged that Shu Han had passed. Zhu Qingliu giggled. Xiao, did you see that? Lin Moya nodded. I saw it, but I didn't understand it. In his eyes, Shu Han's skills were somewhat eerie. Meng Yanwen said, Shu Han's profession is very special. Strictly speaking, her profession is also unique. Her profession's full name is pharmacist. Her skills can create various potions, and these potions have very peculiar effects. Just now, her skill was called Sleep Death Smoke. After smelling it, one would sleep to death, possibly for a lifetime. Lin Moya was truly shocked. There was actually such a profession. Can potions be directly created through skills? Lin Moya found it hard to believe. Wasn't that creating something out of nothing? Meng Yanwen laughed. Creating something out of nothing, turning stone into gold. Nothing is impossible in this world. If you think it's impossible, it only shows that you have seen too little. When you reach the god level in the future, you will understand. Understood. Lin Moya remembered this sentence. The dungeon's challenges continued, still not difficult for the 4 of them. Among them, Shu Han's combat was the most eerie, each time using a skill to create a pill, and the battle would end. Mu Qianqian fought the most fiercely, but with her combat instinct talent, although fierce, she was at ease. Ning Yi's figure was like a ghost. The fierce tiger couldn't touch her shadow. It wasn't until the 8th stage that the real pressure began to appear. 4 tigers merged into one, the boss's attributes greatly increased. At this moment, Mu Qianqian's skill's abnormality truly revealed itself. As soon as the boss appeared, it was firmly controlled by her, continuously stunned. The boss had no power to resist and was eventually killed. Shu Han's pharmacist skills once again showed their eerie nature. She summoned a large number of pills that exploded, turning the dungeon into a foggy world. The boss lost its target inside, eventually inhaling a large amount of potion, and its life came to an end. Ning Yi and Mo Yun relied on their strong combat power to forcefully kill the boss and enter the 9th stage. In the most difficult 9th stage, Ning Yi disappeared directly. The fierce tiger couldn't find her. Lin Moya laughed, knowing you can't win, so you don't fight, it's a good method. He didn't expect that Ning Yi's special training for the 9th stage was to avoid fighting, but this also fit the essence of an assassin, not forcing a fight. never fighting to the death, retreating immediately if one strike fails. Mo Yun was much more domineering, her whole body shining with holy light, cooperating seamlessly with her holy unicorn, fighting fiercely with the fierce tiger. Mu Qianqian was the same, her talent fully activated, extremely agile. With the support of her combat instinct talent, as long as there was a bit of analysis, Mu Qianqian could dodge. Shu Han was still the most eerie, she had turned the entire dungeon into a foggy city. No one knew where she was, the viewers couldn't see, and the fierce tiger in the dungeon didn't know either. The entire dungeon was silent. Lin Moyo asked curiously, if that's the case, wouldn't senior sister Shu be able to hold on for a long time? Meng Yanwen laughed heartily, impossible, the dungeon has its own mechanism. The first 10 minutes are the easiest, after 10 minutes it gets harder. Bai Yaiwan said, getting 90 points is not difficult, the hard part is after that. Just now, Feng Xian had just held on for 10 minutes, getting 90 points. The difficulty had not yet been fully revealed. Among the characters in Ning Yi's batch, only the 4 of them were still holding on, everyone else had been eliminated. Time quickly reached 10 minutes, and the entire dungeon seemed to be filled with a mysterious and powerful force. Ning Yi's originally hidden figure was instantly forced out, and all the fierce tigers pounced on her. Under the interference of this mysterious force, Ning Yi could no longer hide, and her speed was much slower than usual. Mo Yun was the same, her and her unicorn's speed both greatly decreased, and their attack power seemed to have weakened. Mu Qianqian's situation was the worst, this force disrupted her rhythm. In the blink of an eye, Mu Qianqian was eliminated. Mu Qianqian appeared outside the dungeon, still not realizing she had been eliminated. Only Shu Han was still hidden in the fog, but the fog seemed to be stirred by a giant hand. Shu Han clearly couldn't hold on much longer. Meng Xingwen said, see, after the 9th stage exceeds 10 minutes, not only do the monsters' power levels increase, and their numbers increase, but there is also interference from the dungeon's own power on the professions. In this situation, they can't hold on for long. Lin Moya nodded, this force interfered with Ning Yi and the others. Mu Qianqian was the first to be eliminated, the remaining people couldn't hold on for long either. The second to be eliminated was Ning Yi, she had no space to dodge in the end. She held on for 1 more minute than Mu Qianqian, scoring 91 points. In her mental world, there was also half a piece of talent godstone. Although eliminated, Ning Yi was very happy, jumping back. I'm amazing, right? Ning Yi boasted to Lin Moyo. She looked like a child who had done something right and was asking for a reward. Lin Moyo smiled, very amazing, dodged beautifully. Ning Yi pouted at Lin Moyo, this is the easiest method, not tiring, and safe. Lin Moyo smiled, indeed, a very good method. He spoke sincerely, Ning Yi's method was indeed good. Less than a minute after Ning Yi came out, Mo Yun was also eliminated. There were too many monsters, she couldn't fight them all. 92 points, a very good score. Now only Shu Han was left inside. Shu Han's performance was eye-opening, clearly the one who seemed to have the least combat power, but ended up laughing last. The dungeon's power kept interfering with the fog she released, but never succeeded. Until 95 minutes, a beast roar suddenly came from the dungeon. A huge creature appeared in the air. This suddenly appearing 5-colored fierce tiger, over 100 meters tall, like a mountain. Its huge claw smashed down, dispersing the fog, and also knocked Shu Han out of the dungeon. 95 points. Shu Han tied the highest record of the Godstone dungeon. Chapter 543. Chapter 543, 543. Chapter 543, how many can understand? Shu Han emerged like a dark horse, tying the highest record of the Godstone dungeon. Lin Moyo. Everyone congratulated Shu Han, the god of medicine, for nurturing such an outstanding disciple. For those who have already reached the level of god-level powerhouses, the cultivation of the younger generation is of utmost importance. This is the guarantee of the continuation of family glory. Shu Han has a grandson, Shu Xiaozu, who is recognized as a genius and is already the deputy dean of the Pharmacist Academy at Shijing Academy, with the potential to become a god-level pharmacist in the future. Unexpectedly, the unknown Shu Han turned out to be a rare combat pharmacist with exceptional talent, seemingly even more formidable than his brother. It is possible that the Shu family of the god of medicine will have 2 god-level figures in the future. Mo Yun's performance was also commendable, scoring 93 points, which made Mo Xingai very satisfied. Such a score is already ranked in history, with the potential to become a god in the future. After the 3 returned, they gathered together, chatting and laughing. The Godstone dungeon continued. Batch after batch of people entered, but most of the final scores were not ideal. Some people came out dejected, while others cursed and swore. For several consecutive days, a few more people managed to reach the 9th stage and scored 90 points. But no one could break Shu Han's record. 95 points seemed like an insurmountable mountain. On the 6th day, all the participants completed the assessment. A total of 9 people successfully reached 90 points and obtained half a piece of the talent Godstone. Apart from Feng Xian, Mu Qianqian, Ning Yi, Mo Yun, and Shu Han, the remaining 4 were all from the military. It must be said that the actual combat ability of the talents cultivated by the military far exceeded that of the members of various families. Xiao, you go and try it. Meng Anwen said. Lin Moya responded with a hum and walked towards the entrance of the Godstone dungeon. Lin Moya's actions immediately attracted people's attention. In an instant, everyone started discussing. Is it General Lin? Is he also going to the Godstone dungeon? It seems so. I wonder how many points General Lin can get. General Lin will definitely break the highest record, but I don't know if he can get 100 points. I think it's difficult. The difficulty increases as you go further. Amidst the discussions, Lin Moyo arrived at the entrance of the dungeon and said to the god-level powerhouse hosting the dungeon, "Senior, I would like to give it a try." Lin Moyo had not yet exceeded level 70, and given his status, it was reasonable for him to enter the dungeon. "General Lin, please go ahead." The host of the Godstone event naturally did not oppose Lin Moya's request to enter the dungeon. Lin Moya's figure disappeared at the entrance of the dungeon, and the next second, he appeared in one of the screens. Yihao's cold voice sounded, "Enlarge the screen, let everyone see General Lin's performance." The god-level powerhouse in the field did not move but looked towards Meng Anwen and others. He was not Yihao's person but belonged to Meng Anwen's faction. Different factions naturally would not follow Yihao's orders. Meng Anwen glanced at Yihao indifferently. "Since Senior Yi wants to watch, let him watch." Meng Anwen lightly pointed his finger, casting several seals. The formation in the field turned, and the screen showing Lin Moya's performance was enlarged, while the other screens disappeared. In the dungeon, Lin Moya's trial had already begun. In the first stage, a large number of black dots flew towards him, and Lin Moyo easily dodged them. In the second stage, Lin Moya casually slapped, shattering the giant stone. Lin Moya's attributes were so strong that his pure strength attribute was even stronger than that of warriors and knights of the same level. Shattering the giant stone was a piece of cake for him. In the third stage, the wind tiger appeared. Before it could even roar, a flash of white light appeared at Lin Moya's fingertips. Skill, Bone Fangs. Thousands of bone fangs instantly turned the wind tiger into a sieve. Lin Moya did not just unleash the skill once within a second, he fired 3 rounds of bone fangs. The dense white fangs pierced through the wind tiger's body. The wind tiger collapsed in front of Lin Moyo. The bone fang skill was somewhat underwhelming for Lin Moyo at the moment. For long-range attacks, the skill's attack was too scattered and lacked power. For close combat, the attack power was decent, but it was not very convenient, and such opportunities were rare. It was not even as good as the Bone Berserker's 2 axes, mainly because Lin Moyo often encountered enemies much higher in level than himself, which made the Bone Fang skill seem underutilized. However, Lin Moyo believed that its existence was reasonable. Since the skill existed, it had its purpose. Perhaps the skill would change in the future. For now, facing monsters of the same level, the skill was quite useful. The third stage posed no difficulty for Lin Moyo. The fourth stage was the same even though the monster was 3 levels higher than Lin Moyo, the result was no different. Then came the 5th, 6th, and 7th stages. Lin Moyo used only the Bone Fang skill to solve the problems. Lin Moyo did not even move a step, standing in place and casting skills to pass the stages. This left everyone stunned. Isn't General Lin a summoner? It said he has many skeletons, why isn't he using them? Maybe he doesn't need to. These monsters might be too weak for General Lin. How strong is General Lin's combat power? The audience was already in an uproar, with everyone focusing on Lin Moyo. Even the elders of various families stopped their conversations and looked at the central screen. In the 8th stage, the 4 tigers of wind, fire, water, and electricity merged into one, becoming a giant boss. When everyone thought Lin Moyo would summon his undead army, Lin Moyo took out a long sword. Everyone was in an uproar again, not understanding why Lin Moyo suddenly took out a long sword. Then Lin Moyo, like a swordsman, charged at the boss, the sword in his hand flashing with a dazzling sword light. Relying on his strong attributes, even without any skills, Lin Moyo's attack power was still considerable. The boss began to counterattack, but its attacks were useless against Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo demonstrated what it meant to have strong combat skills. The boss was suppressed without any chance to fight back, with Lin Moyo dodging its attacks and counterattacking swiftly. At this moment, Lin Moyo became a swordsman without skills. Feng Chang'an watched with raised eyebrows. I didn't expect General Lin's swordsmanship to be so advanced. Meng Yanwen smiled. Xiao wants to show the world that even without relying on skills, one can still exert strong combat power with attributes and skills. Feng Chang'an nodded. Indeed, if Xiener could understand this, his performance would be better. Meng Yanwen chuckled. Unfortunately, how many can understand Xiao's intention? Feng Chang'an said, the younger generation may not understand, but the older generation should. Not relying on skills, but integrating skills into oneself, is the most valuable asset and the foundation of becoming a god-level powerhouse. I didn't expect General Lin to be so selfless. Lin Moyo demonstrated his message through actions. Those who understood would naturally understand, and those who didn't, explanations would be futile. Under Lin Moyo's relentless sword attacks, the boss finally fell. The 8th stage was cleared, and the score reached 80 points. Everyone held their breath, watching how Lin Moyo would handle the 9th stage. In the 9th stage, 4 tigers appeared simultaneously. Then, every 5 seconds, another tiger would appear. If the killing speed was not fast enough, the number would increase, eventually overwhelming the professional. But these dozens of monsters. Lin Moyo finally summoned his undead army. Not many, just one undead army. Before the bone berserkers could charge, a dazzling elemental explosion occurred, instantly killing the 4 seemingly powerful tigers. Then, each newly appeared tiger was instantly killed. The tigers did not last more than half a second. Everyone was shocked. Lin Moyo's strength was on a completely different level. A trembling voice said, the gap between me and him is so vast. General Lin is too strong. The 9th stage's challenge is meaningless. Lin Moyo remained still, letting the undead army perform. 10 minutes later, a mysterious force appeared in the dungeon. This force affected Lin Moyo and the undead army. Lin Moyo felt his thoughts slow down, and the undead army's reactions seemed slower too. This is the interference force? It's interesting but too weak to have any effect. Lin Moyo said softly, not taking the force seriously. Indeed, the force had little impact on the undead army. Lin Moyu easily waited until the 15th minute. A giant multicolored tiger appeared in the air. Chapter 544. Chapter 544, 544. Chapter 544, the ninth stage is not the end. The five-colored fierce tiger appeared for the second time in this Godstone dungeon. Even in history, its appearances are rare. Whenever the five-colored fierce tiger appears in the Godstone dungeon, it signifies that the professional's strength is extremely high. This year, only Shuhan managed to make the five-colored fierce tiger appear, but it only appeared for a moment before Shuhan was instantly killed. Now, everyone is eagerly anticipating how Lin Moyu will perform. I think General Lin can hold on for a long time. Not just hold on for a long time, I think General Lin can counter-kill it. Counter-kill? That should be difficult. No one in history has ever done it. Just because others can't, doesn't mean General Lin can't. How many miracles has General Lin already created? Many people have immense confidence in Lin Moyu, and there are quite a few of such people. In their hearts, Lin Moyu is synonymous with miracles. Feng Chang'an chuckled, "Old Meng, you and Old Bai have never seen the five-colored fierce tiger before, right?" Meng Yanwen replied, "Yes, we were just a bit short, and Old Bai was the same." Feng Chang'an laughed, "It seems your disciples are more outstanding than you." Bai Yaiwan shouted loudly, "Of course, just look at who their master is. It's normal for the student to surpass the master." Meng Yanwen chuckled, a trace of pride flashing in his eyes. Their era has passed now, it is Lin Moya's era. When Yihao saw the five-colored fierce tiger appear, a complex expression flashed in his eyes. It seemed to contain both killing intent and admiration. No matter what, he is still a member of the human race. Regardless of any conflicts, this fact will not change. His emotions at this moment were very complex, difficult to summarize in a few words. The moment the five-colored fierce tiger appeared, it emitted an astonishing aura. Lin Moyu immediately recognized that it possessed many characteristics of a world boss, with five-colored light enveloping its entire body, forming a defensive layer. At the same time, the five-colored light also had astonishing attack power, slicing through the air like a sharp sword. It was both offensive and defensive, a clear characteristic of a world boss. Moreover, the five-colored fierce tiger's level was several levels higher than Lin Moyu's. For others, even a world boss of the same level is a terrifying existence that they cannot provoke. But for Lin Moyu, what does it matter? The moment the five-colored fierce tiger made a move, the undead army pounced on it like wolves and tigers. Lin Moyu also gave the world boss the respect it deserved by summoning another undead army. 2 undead armies were enough to deal with it. In Lin Moya's eyes, apart from its large size, the five-colored fierce tiger was not impressive. A large size does not equate to strong combat power. When it swiped its paw down, it landed heavily on Lin Moyu. The dungeon shook violently, and everyone's hearts pounded. The skeletal armor shone brightly, blocking its attack. As expected, it's weak. It can't even break the skeletal armor. Lin Moya's eyes showed a hint of disdain. The five-colored fierce tiger seemed confused as to why its paw strike did not harm him. Elements roared, and a large number of elements exploded on its body. The five-colored fierce tiger was instantly covered in wounds. The elemental explosion was not very powerful, not enough to deal with those level 80 world bosses, but it was strong enough to deal with it. Arrows pierced through the dungeon's sky, nailing the five-colored fierce tiger with lightning. The five-colored fierce tiger was instantly turned into a porcupine. The skeletal berserkers had already flown to its side, their axes bursting with skills. In an instant, the five-colored fierce tiger was severely injured. The five-colored fierce tiger roared in anger, and the five-colored light on its body exploded. The injuries it had just sustained healed instantly, and its aura rapidly increased. Mysterious power surged into the dungeon, flowing into the five-colored fierce tiger. The five-colored fierce tiger's level began to rise, becoming much stronger than before. Lin Moya sensed the change in the five-colored fierce tiger and smiled slightly. Interesting. After the enhancement, the five-colored fierce tiger had almost reached the peak of level 69. In Lin Moya's perception, the current five-colored fierce tiger had just surpassed the level of the ancient phoenix. It had become much stronger, but still not enough. 2 more undead armies appeared. Out of respect, Lin Moya decided to summon 2 more undead armies. The five-colored fierce tiger roared, opening its huge mouth and spewing out five-colored light. The five-colored light was composed of different elements, wind, water, fire, and electricity, intertwined to form a mesmerizing color, turning into five-colored light. The five-colored light shone on the skeletons, slowing them down. Lin Moya could feel that the skeletons were taking significant damage under the five-colored light. It has a slowing effect, and its attack power is not bad. A good skill. Lin Moya commented. With a soft sound, the skeletal armor shattered under the five-colored light. Lin Moya calmly replenished his skeletal armor, with flames dancing in his palm. Skill, Soul Flame. The flames fell, but the five-colored fierce tiger did not react. Lin Moya frowned. It seems it's not a real boss, but something like a puppet. If your combat power is only at this level, there's no need to continue fighting. With a thought, Lin Moya used the curse skill that had been unused until now. At the same time, the undead army launched a fierce attack. Lin Moyo had not used the curse skill before because he wanted to see how difficult the challenge could get. But now, he was somewhat disappointed. It was not even as strong as a level 70 world boss, far below his expectations. Under the curse, the damage the five-colored fierce tiger took increased nearly tenfold. Although the five-colored fierce tiger had some characteristics of a world boss, it did not have the ability to resist curses like a world boss. Cursed and surrounded by the undead army, the five-colored fierce tiger lasted less than a minute. It let out a final roar, its body bursting with brilliant light, illuminating the entire dungeon. Lin Moya's vision was filled with five-colored light, making it impossible to see anything. As the light burst forth, the external projection disappeared. What happened? Why did the screen disappear? Could it be that General Lin killed the five-colored fierce tiger? I don't know, the screen just disappeared suddenly. Everyone exclaimed in unison. Meng Yanwen also had a serious expression, casting one seal after another. But it was useless, the screen inside the dungeon could not be restored. Bai Yaiwan asked, Old Meng, what's going on? Meng Yanwen replied, it should have triggered some mechanism in the dungeon. Bai Yaiwan was not sure, could it be that Lin killed the five-colored fierce tiger? Meng Yanwen nodded, it should be. With Lin's combat power, killing the five-colored fierce tiger is not difficult. What will happen next, no one knows. We can only wait and see. At this point, there was nothing else to do but wait. After all, Lin Moyo had done something no one had ever done before. Just like no one had ever single-handedly killed a world boss, only Lin Moya could do such a thing. In the dungeon, the light gradually faded. The world before Lin Moya's eyes had completely changed. Mountains and rivers, small bridges and houses. Lin Moya seemed to have entered a paradise. Here, birds sang and flowers bloomed, and the environment was beautiful. At his feet was a small path, and at the end of the path, he could see a pavilion. On both sides of the path, statues stood in rows. A rough count revealed at least 100 statues. Each statue was lifelike, holding weapons, as if they were staring at him. Their presence disrupted the tranquility of this space, making it filled with killing intent. As expected, there are more stages. The 9th stage is not the limit. Lin Moya's heart stirred, and the undead army swooped down from the sky, ready for battle. At the same time, Lin Moya walked forward. As soon as he took a step, the two nearest statues instantly came to life. The statues transformed into human forms, wielding stone swords and slashing at Lin Moyo. Sword energy tens of meters long tore through the space, knocking away a large number of skeletons and landing heavily on Lin Moyo. The sword energy weakened slightly after knocking away the skeletons, but it was still powerful. With one strike, it shattered Lin Moya's skeletal armor, and Lin Moyo was pushed back. The sword energy not only had strong attack power but also a repelling effect. Very strong. Just from this one strike, Lin Moya judged that the opponent's combat power should be around level 75. Level 75 is the beginning of a professional's ascension. At this stage, a professional's attributes increase dramatically, and their power grows significantly. Some professionals with high comprehension will begin to understand the true essence of their skills at this stage, greatly enhancing their skill power. Top-tier professionals are very strong. At least, a top-tier level 70 professional can easily defeat a level 69 professional. Of course, Lin Moyo is an exception. His existence has already broken the rules and defies logic. As Lin Moyo was attacked, the undead army launched a counterattack, surrounding and attacking the statues. Chapter 545. Chapter 545, 545. Chapter 545. Were the professionals of the previous era this strong? The first statue was quickly chopped into pieces by the undead army. As the statue was shattered, a golden number suddenly appeared on the screen of the dungeon, which was no longer visible to the outside world. 100. At that moment, the entire place erupted. 100 points, it's actually 100 points. General Lin got 100 points, something no one has ever achieved before. So, 100 points really exist, it's not a legend, it's real. Almost everyone couldn't believe it, even the god-level powerhouses present couldn't believe their eyes. Indeed, 100 points really existed. Ning Yi waved her little fists, Moya is the best. She was Lin Moya's #1 fan, no matter what Lin Moya did, she thought it was normal. Mo Yun sighed softly, truly amazing. Shu Han smiled and said, Junior brother Lin is the most outstanding person I've ever seen, bar none. Mo Yun nodded, indeed. Ning Yi suddenly said to Mo Yun, Sister Yun, I remember you said before that if you were to marry someone, it would be the most powerful person. How about Moyu? Mo Yun was stunned, not knowing what to say for a moment. She never expected Ning Yi to suddenly ask such a question. Just as Mo Yun was at a loss, Shu Han suddenly exclaimed, 101 points. This exclamation caught Ning Yi's attention and also resolved Mo Yun's embarrassment. The score on the screen turned to 101, and then in less than 3 seconds, it turned to 102 again. No one knew what Lin Moya was experiencing in the dungeon, they only knew that the test was still ongoing, and he was still scoring points. A buzzing sound arose. The statues along the path began to awaken one by one. The undead army launched a siege on the statues. Each time a statue was shattered, the dungeon's score increased by 1 point. Lin Moya was unaware of this situation, he only knew that as long as the test continued, he would keep fighting. There were hundreds of statues along the path, and they awakened one after another, but they couldn't stop Lin Moya's progress. Lin Moya only summoned 4 undead armies, which were enough to handle the current situation. Each statue was equivalent to a level 70 professional, very strong, but their vitality was too weak. For Lin Moya, dealing with these fragile statues was easier than dealing with world bosses of the same level. No special techniques were needed, the undead army simply swept through them. In just half an hour, Lin Moya had reached the end of the path. All the statues had been shattered, leaving the ground covered in rubble. Lin Moya walked to the pavilion at the end of the path. The pavilion was ancient and quaint, and in the center of the pavilion, there was an old stone box on a stone table. Lin Moya was very cautious. He didn't enter the pavilion but let a skeleton go in to retrieve the stone box. Fortunately, nothing happened during this process. It seems this is the reward. Lin Moya considered the statues as the 10th stage, and since he passed it, the stone box was the reward. The stone box was ancient, exuding a sense of timelessness. Lin Moya had a feeling that this stone box was not a product of the current era. Holding the stone box in his hands, he felt an indescribable weight, the weight left by the passage of time. Only those with keen senses could feel this weight. Lin Moya opened the stone box, and a gentle light illuminated his vision. Inside the stone box lay a godstone, a talent godstone. As the owner of a talent godstone, Lin Moya immediately recognized that the talent godstone before him was a complete one. So, the reward for the 10th stage is a complete talent godstone. Lin Moya closed the box and put it into his storage space. He didn't even use a detection spell to verify its authenticity. Talent godstones are soulbound. Lin Moya already had one, binding another would be too wasteful. Looking ahead, through the pavilion, he saw that there was another path. At this moment, the rubble at his feet had disappeared, and the statues had silently returned to their original state. Is this the 11th stage? I wonder what the reward will be. Lin Moya was very interested. The Godstone dungeon could attract so many people and major families because of the talent godstones. Even half a talent godstone was priceless. In this era, talent godstones had long disappeared. Lin Moya was extremely lucky to obtain one. But in the Godstone dungeon, there was still a complete talent godstone. Coupled with the ancient and timeless stone box, Lin Moya felt that this dungeon was not from this era. Perhaps the rewards ahead would be even more astonishing. Maybe there would be legendary treasures. With this in mind, Lin Moya decided to continue exploring. After passing through the pavilion, Lin Moya saw more statues. This scene almost made Lin Moya doubt if he had taken the wrong path. A path, statues. The scene before him was exactly the same as before. Looking back, the previous path had disappeared. But upon closer inspection, there were only 12 statues ahead, unlike the hundreds before. However, the fewer the statues, the more cautious Lin Moya became. The difficulty of the test would only increase, not decrease. This indicated that these statues must be much stronger than the previous ones. The undead army was ready, and Lin Moya took a step forward. A terrifying cold light descended from the sky, and Lin Moya quickly retreated from his step. Boom! As he retreated, the cold light exploded in mid-air. The previously prepared undead army was scattered, falling like raindrops. Lin Moya was also blown away. This strike was extremely powerful. Although not at the god level, it was very close. So strong. Lin Moya was blown back hundreds of meters before he barely stabilized himself. With a flick of his finger, a detection spell flew out. A statue had already awakened, holding a bow and arrow. The cold light just now was its shot. The power of that arrow was terrifying, almost killing the skeletons instantly. Battle puppet, archer. Level 80. Lin Moya was shocked by the information returned by the detection spell. The power of that arrow, could it really be possessed by a level 80? Lin Moya would believe it if someone said it was a full power strike from a level 89 professional. Judging from the damage to the skeletons, Lin Moya could tell that the power of that arrow was very close to a pseudo-god strike. Puppets are generally made based on the strength of professionals. Could it be that the professionals of the previous era were this strong? Lin Moya found it hard to believe his own speculation. If his guess was correct, the professionals of the previous era should be far stronger than them. Thinking of the ancient city of Shangxia, if it was also a product of the previous era, this could only mean that the professionals of the previous era were terrifyingly strong, not only in combat power but also in other aspects. Another sharp arrow tore through the sky, and Lin Moya quickly dodged. The sharp arrow exploded in mid-air, its power not as great as the previous one, but its range was much larger. This arrow also carried an astonishing impact, scattering the skeletons completely. After shooting the second arrow, the puppet archer charged at Lin Moya like an arrow. Its speed far exceeded Lin Moya's lightning undead wings, transforming into a flying arrow. Lin Moya was shocked. This is one of the skills of archers, a special skill. It cannot be mastered through learning, only through comprehension. This comprehension is an understanding of one's own profession. Most archers cannot achieve this. The puppet before him did, which shocked Lin Moya even more. A flash of red light, skill, aging curse. Under the curse, the puppet's speed slowed down, and its charging posture was interrupted. Then a large number of undead armies appeared in the air, surrounding it. This time, Lin Moya summoned all his undead armies, taking it seriously. The skeletons began attacking with full force as soon as they appeared. The puppet archer gradually fell into a disadvantage under the siege of the undead army. At this moment, another statue awakened. A sharp sword appeared in the sky, cutting through the firmament. A huge sword appeared in Lin Moya's vision, spanning over 100 meters. The sword energy shot out, knocking away the skeletons and rescuing the puppet archer from the encirclement. Then, the giant sword exploded in the air, turning into countless small swords, raining down on the undead army. Another puppet close to a pseudo-god. No, in terms of power, it's close to a pseudo-god, but in combat skills and understanding of skills, it's even stronger than a pseudo-god. This is a god-level powerhouse with power close to a pseudo-god. Lin Moya finally understood, he had underestimated them before. The puppets before him definitely had the combat abilities of god-level powerhouses, only lacking in attack power. If the pseudo-gods outside saw that they were not as good as a puppet, I wonder how they would feel. Lin Moya chuckled, his eyes turned cold, and he began to go all out. Auras appeared one after another, and the elemental lich made its appearance. Chapter 546. Chapter 546, 546. Chapter 546, The Legendary Treasure. A green light exploded in the air. Lin Moya's poison lich combined with the poison starburst, the double overlay could cause significant damage to the puppets every second. The ice lich slowed down the puppets, and with the aging curse, the puppets' speed was greatly reduced. Meanwhile, the storm lich enhanced the speed of the undead army, creating a stark contrast, and the undead quickly showcased their speed advantage. Thunder roared continuously in the air, and bolts of lightning struck the puppets one after another, causing a certain degree of paralysis. The puppets' understanding of skills had reached the level of god-level powerhouses, but their strength was slightly weaker. Lin Moya did not dare to be careless and gave them the highest level of respect. Except for the primordial rune and the elemental lich's self-destruction, he used everything else. Just after breaking the encirclement, the puppets were once again surrounded by the undead army. At this moment, the third statue awakened, a night puppet. Sensing that the first two puppets were in danger, the third statue awakened. A shield flew into the sky, rapidly expanding in the air, intending to spread out the skeletons and rescue the two puppets trapped in the encirclement. I've been waiting for this. Having suffered once, Lin Moya would not suffer a second time. He had been prepared for a long time, and when the third puppet awakened, the prepared undead army acted. Elemental explosions targeted the shield, continuously bombarding it. In almost an instant, it exploded more than 5,000 times. The shield was forcibly blown away. The skeletal archer's arrows all aimed at the third night puppet. In an instant, a barrage of arrows was unleashed. The archer's arrows carried lightning, falling like a torrential rain on the night puppet. The night puppet was covered in arrows, and more arrows continued to fly towards it. It roared, its aura surging, shaking off all the arrows on its body while blocking more incoming arrows. It reached out to retrieve its shield and then soared into the air, charging towards Lin Moya. Lin Moya smiled slightly. It actually knows to kill the summoner. These puppets knew how to support each other and understood the strategy of capturing the leader first. The creator of these puppets was truly remarkable. Lin Moya compared them in his mind and knew that Meng and Wen could also create puppets, but they were much weaker than these. Not to mention creating level 80 puppets with near god level combat power. Even creating level 70 puppets was impossible. In this regard, the previous era was far stronger than their current era. Lin Moya really wanted to take one of these puppets back for thorough research, but he also knew that this was impossible. A massive fireball appeared in the sky. The fireball had a diameter of over 100 meters, like a blazing sun hanging in the air. Unbeknownst to him, another puppet had awakened. This time, it was a mage. The giant fireball fell from the sky, but Lin Moya was not afraid at all. He let the undead army withstand the fireball's attack. At this moment, the archer and swordsman puppets were already at their limits. It was better to eliminate them first. The fireball exploded in the air, dazzling and filling Lin Moya's vision with firelight. At the same time, there was the sound of puppets shattering. Lin Moya was delighted, knowing that the two puppets had been dealt with. He closed his eyes and switched his perspective to the skeletons. The skeletons, unaffected by the firelight, were already charging towards the mage. Perhaps sensing the destruction of the archer and swordsman puppets, the remaining 8 statues awakened simultaneously. 2 beams of holy light descended from the sky, landing precisely on the shattered remains of the archer and swordsman puppets. The fragments quickly reassembled in front of Lin Moya, and the previously destroyed archer and swordsman puppets were resurrected. Lin Moya was stunned. Resurrected. This is a resurrection skill. Lin Moya looked towards the deepest part of the path, where 2 healer puppets stood. Their skills had resurrected the destroyed archer and swordsman puppets. Lin Moya's face showed excitement. A resurrection skill, it really exists. This is a skill from the previous era, a lost skill. So, in the previous era, professionals really had resurrection skills. Lin Moya's eyes sparkled with excitement. He really wanted to obtain this skill, but he knew it was unrealistic. All the puppets had awakened, forming a complete team of 12. 2 knights, 2 swordsmen, 2 archers, 3 mages, 2 healers, and 1 support. A standard 12-person team. The support puppet enhanced the team's status, significantly increasing all the puppets' attributes. Although the undead army surrounded them, in terms of combat power, they were not afraid of the undead army at all. No matter how the undead army attacked, they could not break through their defensive circle. The puppets unleashed their skills, scattering the skeletons like raindrops. The puppets team advanced through the undead army's encirclement, the knights leading the charge like an arrow aimed at Lin Moya. The undead army could not stop them, only delay them slightly. Lin Moya was not anxious, knowing that continuing like this would not work. To break the stalemate, he could only use the primordial rune, or have the elemental lich self-destruct. Without hesitation, Lin Moya's left hand glowed. The strong soldier skill activated. The undead army's combat power increased tenfold in an instant. The skeletal berserkers unleashed their strongest skills, their axes falling heavily on the puppets. Each axe strike caused significant damage to the puppets. The skeletal knights simultaneously used their defensive skills. Skill, Group Extreme Defense. Although it was an extreme defense skill, it flowed like water, covering each puppet. Extreme defense can be used on others. It seems this is also a lost skill. The puppet's skills once again shocked Lin Moya. The previous era had too many things that amazed him. The current era had lost too much. The mage raised its staff, which emitted a brilliant light. A blue shield appeared on each puppet. The mage's signature shield skill could be used on others. Lin Moya was speechless, but it made sense. His skeletal armor could also be used on others. If that was the case, did his skills also belong to the previous era? Was his profession present in the previous era? Perhaps it was lost and reappeared with him. The more Lin Moyo encountered from the previous era, the more curious he became. He really wanted to travel back to the previous era to see what the world of professionals was like, how glorious and magnificent it was. The night puppets, in coordination with the mage's defensive skills, blocked the undead army's attacks even under the strong soldier state. Especially the two healers, their skills were almost divine, comparable to god-level healers. Lin Moyo did not expect that even the strong soldier skill would not be effective. Only one move left. Lin Moyo took out the solidified fire god's blood but put it back after thinking for a moment. It's not enough. The solidified fire god's blood is only equivalent to a pseudo-god strike, it might not be enough. After some thought, Lin Moyo took out the poison god's blood. The poison god's blood was much more powerful than the solidified fire god's blood, the difference between a pseudo-god and a level 93 god. The two were not comparable. Having fought to this point, Lin Moyo could not afford to hold back. Even if it meant using poison in the dungeon, he had to deal with these puppets and achieve final victory. He was determined to win the reward for this assessment. The poison lich rushed out, diving into the group of puppets. 2 seconds later, a cracking sound was heard. A green light enveloped the entire puppet team. To prevent them from escaping, Lin Moyo even sacrificed a few skeletal berserkers. The poison permeated their bodies, and the powerful puppets shattered into pieces, falling to the ground. The damage reached its limit, and their bodies crumbled. Done. Lin Moyo clapped his hands, satisfied that this move worked, instantly killing them all. He walked along the path to the pavilion. The same stone table, the same stone box. This time, Lin Moyo personally entered the pavilion and picked up the stone box. Opening it, countless points of starlight shot into the sky. The starlight was dazzling and mesmerizing, and Lin Moyo whispered, "This is the light of skills." Lin Moyo had seen similar light before, only when using a skill scroll. These lights represented skills. It felt as if something inside him was being stirred. Lin Moyo realized that the starlight gemstone in the box was related to skills. He thought of a legend about skills, which he had read in an old book in the Royal Secret Library. He had thought it was just a myth. It is said that in ancient times, there were skill god stones, possessing the power to create miracles. Could this be it? A detection spell flew out. The next second, Lin Moyo trembled with excitement. Chapter 547. Chapter 547, 547. Chapter 547, I am not mute. Outside the Godstone dungeon, everyone was staring with wide eyes. Lin. The score on the screen was unbelievable. The previous score of 100 points was already astonishing. 100 points broke the highest record since the discovery of the Godstone dungeon. It made people realize that the Godstone dungeon could indeed exceed 95 points, and it was possible to achieve 100 points. But then, the score became uncontrollable. As Lin Moyo continued to kill the puppets, the score kept jumping up. By the time Lin Moyo first reached the pavilion and passed the 10th stage, the score had already reached 400 points. Just when people thought that 400 points was the limit, the score changed again. Now, the score on the screen had reached 1000 points. 12 puppets with combat power close to god level, each puppet brought 50 points. 12 puppets added up to exactly 600 points. After Lin Moyo dealt with them, the score reached a shocking 1000 points. Now it was not just about breaking records. No one knew what Lin Moyo was experiencing inside. But from the changes in the score, it could be seen that Lin Moyo was definitely undergoing a different kind of test inside. Moreover, the difficulty of this test was probably extremely astonishing. Everyone present, including all the god-level powerhouses, had also entered the Godstone dungeon in the past. But they didn't even qualify for the subsequent tests. Bai Yaiwan said in a low voice, "What exactly is Xiao experiencing inside?" Meng Yanwen pondered, "What is certain is that the test inside is very difficult. When Xiao comes out, we must ask him carefully. I am really curious. I am also curious about what kind of tests this ancient dungeon has arranged." Lin Moyo held the stone box with excitement. Inside the stone box, a godstone shone like a galaxy. Skill Godstone possesses the ability to enhance skills, can enhance one or multiple skills, allowing them to break through their limits. Indeed, it is the legendary Skill Godstone. Such a thing actually exists. What level did the development of professionals reach in the previous era, and why did it disappear? Amidst the excitement, Lin Moyo's heart surged with waves of emotion. What exactly happened in that era? Why did such a glorious era of professionals disappear, leaving so few traces? I wonder how much Antares knows. I must ask him when I get the chance. Lin Moyo put away the box, not using the Skill Godstone. Every item has its appropriate time for use, and now was clearly not the best time. His skills were not yet fully learned, and his skills had not reached the point where they could not be improved further. Lin Moyo grasped the last bit of information transmitted by the detection spell, which indicated that skills could break through their limits. From this point of view, this was the greatest function of the Skill Godstone. What would skills be like after breaking through their limits? Lin Moyo was somewhat looking forward to it. Looking beyond the pavilion, there was no new path, nor were there new statues. The test seemed to have ended here. Behind the pavilion was a garden, and when Lin Moyo put away the Skill Godstone, it seemed as if some restriction of the dungeon was lifted. A strange fragrance wafted over. In the garden, flowers were in full bloom. When Lin Moyo looked around, he was deeply shocked and couldn't speak for a long time. In the center of the garden, there was a rockery, just over 3 meters high, looking like a decorative rockery. What shocked Lin Moyo was this rockery. The rockery was actually made of talent godstones. Any piece of broken stone on it was a complete talent godstone. There must be tens of thousands of talent godstones here. Using talent godstones to make a rockery, how wealthy was that era? Lin Moya swallowed his saliva. In their era, obtaining a single talent godstone was already a great fortune, but now, there was an entire rockery made of talent godstones in front of him. Lin Moya only needed to walk over and reach out his hand to harvest a handful of talent godstones. This feeling was too unreal. Lin Moya walked over with this unreal feeling. Although he was excited, Lin Moya remained very cautious. Blessings and misfortunes are intertwined. When you think it's safe, disaster may strike. Fortunately, he walked to the rockery without any incident. Now he only needed to take half a step forward and reach out his hand to get the talent godstones. But Lin Moya couldn't move forward anymore. An invisible force blocked his way. This force was not a barrier, not a formation, but an invisible substance, higher in level than barriers and formations. This force was very similar to the force that disturbed and suppressed him in the ninth stage, only much stronger. If the previous force was like a thin thread, this one was like a thick rope. Lin Moya tried several times but couldn't get through. This force protected the rockery, allowing him to see but not take. Lin Moya walked around the rockery and found that the ground was covered with talent godstones. However, the talent godstones on the ground seemed to be semi-finished products, all incomplete. Lin Moya understood that these incomplete talent godstones on the ground were the rewards for everyone. The half-talent godstones that everyone obtained came from here. The half-talent godstones that others treasured were like garbage here, casually thrown on the ground. Can't get the talent godstones, what about these semi-finished products? Lin Moya walked over and tried to take one, but he still couldn't take it. After several attempts, Lin Moya had to give up. Then he started walking around the garden. The garden was full of blooming flowers, and the fragrance was overwhelming. Lin Moya had never seen any of these flowers before. They didn't seem to belong to this era. Each flower looked incredibly magical, as if they all contained great power. Lin Moya saw a flower burning with blue flames, blooming in the blue flames. 6 sapphire-like petals, like glass, flowed with enchanting light in the blue flames. So beautiful. Lin Moya couldn't control the thought of wanting to pick this flower and give it to Ning Yi. He reached out his hand, and just as his fingertips were about to touch the flower, he suddenly felt a warning and quickly withdrew his hand. A layer of fine cold sweat broke out all over his body. Lin Moya felt as if he had just walked through the gates of hell. With his caution, how could he do something so irrational? This was too abnormal. Yo, not bad, you actually woke up at the last moment. A voice suddenly sounded. Lin Moya quickly looked up and saw a young man sitting on the rockery made of talent godstones. The young man was not a normal person. His body was slightly hazy and illusory. Light could pass through his body. Was this a soul body? Lin Moya could feel a strong soul power from the young man. The other party was very powerful, but how powerful, he couldn't tell. Lin Moya asked cautiously, "Who are you?" The young man laughed and jumped down from the rockery, appearing in front of Lin Moya in an instant. "You can call me Stone Spirit. I am the manager of this dungeon. I wanted to come out earlier, but you hadn't completely passed the test, so I had to wait. Fortunately, you stopped at the last moment, otherwise it would have been very troublesome. Do you know how dangerous you were just now? That blue enchanting flower, the blue enchanting fire on it can burn souls. Even if you are immune to fire elements, it won't help. If you touched the blue enchanting fire, do you know what would happen to you? You would burst into blue light, and your soul would be burned to ashes. Although I can save you, why should I save you? But I would still save you because you are the first person to reach here in so many years. So I don't want you to die, I would save you. Fortunately, you are smart enough, your sixth sense is quite sharp." The stone spirit hadn't spoken for a long time, and it babbled on and on. Lin Moya remained silent, quietly watching it. After it finished speaking, it looked at Lin Moya strangely. "Hey, why aren't you saying anything? By the way, you haven't spoken since you entered the dungeon." Oh no, after so many years without anyone coming, did a mute come? How unlucky am I? I just wanted to find someone to talk to." It kept wailing, looking extremely pained. The whole soul squatted in front of Lin Moya, holding its head, looking like it was in great pain. Then it shouted loudly, "Fine, a mute is better than no one." Lin Moya saw that it had finally calmed down and then slowly said, "I am not mute." Chapter 548. Chapter 548, 548. Chapter 548, Super Gods Are Different. Lin Moya's voice was like the sound of nature, and the stone spirit jumped 10 meters high, appearing even more excited and almost crazy. Great, you're not mute. After so many years, I finally met someone who can talk. It's so refreshing. Do you know how I've been living all these years? I'm almost going crazy. Those guys outside came one after another, but they were all useless, couldn't even get here. This spirit wanted to help but couldn't. Finally, someone useful from your era has appeared." Lin Moya caught the key in the stone spirit's words. "You said our era?" The stone spirit nodded. "Yes, our era was destroyed." Lin Moya asked, "Why was your era destroyed?" The stone spirit quickly shook its head. Can't say. Lin Moya saw something called fear in its eyes. To destroy an era, it must be something very terrifying. Why can't you say? Lin Moya didn't give up and continued to ask. The stone spirit still shook its head. "Can't say, don't dare to say, can't say, and you don't have the right to know." Lin Moya stared at the stone spirit, and the stone spirit stared back at Lin Moya. Although it looked a bit neurotic, it was very serious. After staring at each other for a few seconds, Lin Moya knew he couldn't get anything out of it. He quickly changed the topic. "Can you tell me your story? If direct questioning didn't work, he would try to get information indirectly. Maybe he could get some useful information this way. Sure enough, as soon as he asked, the stone spirit started talking nonstop. Lin Moya didn't say much, just occasionally said a few words. Most of the time he was listening to the stone spirit. Lin Moya didn't know how many years the stone spirit hadn't spoken, but it had been at least several thousand years since the last era. The stone spirit had almost endless things to say, to the point of being neurotic. But its mouth was still very tight, it wouldn't say what it shouldn't, and Lin Moya couldn't get anything out of it. It seemed there was some restriction that made it absolutely not mention certain things. From its words, Lin Moya heard a few key terms: disaster, arrival, destruction. In general, the last era was destroyed by a great disaster. It wasn't an era collapse caused by itself. As for that disaster, the stone spirit absolutely wouldn't mention it. Besides that, Lin Moya also learned the origin of this dungeon. This dungeon was a product of an era, designed to select qualified people and give them rewards. In the stone spirit's words, those who reached the 9th stage were just barely qualified. Only those who passed the 10th stage and obtained a complete talent godstone were truly qualified. Even in their era, such people were considered geniuses. As for someone like Lin Moya, he was a true prodigy, a pillar of the era. The stone spirit said in a low voice, "People of your era are too weak. I really don't know how miserable it will be when the disaster arrives. But at least there's someone decent. You're not bad." "Weak?" Lin Moya asked. "What is considered not weak?" The stone spirit said, "In our era, super gods were the leaders, half-step super gods were the generals, and high-level gods were the soldiers." Lin Moya was speechless. Super gods as leaders. They didn't even have a single super god now, and his goal was just to become a super god. Lin Moya thought that becoming a super god would solve all problems. But obviously, in the stone spirit's words, being a super god was not enough. The stone spirit waved its hand. "Don't think too much, just do what you need to do. Some things you can only know when you have the strength. Like you can't even touch the blue enchanting flower. What's the use?" Lin Moya said in a deep voice. "You mean the blue enchanting flower is the final test?" The stone spirit laughed. "Didn't you notice? You can't touch anything here except this blue enchanting flower. The blue flame on the blue enchanting flower is called blue enchanting fire. It directly affects the soul and has a bewitching effect on the soul. So even if you're very cautious, you'll still fall for it. But as long as your soul is sharp enough, you'll eventually wake up." Lin Moya asked, "What if I didn't wake up?" The stone spirit laughed even more happily. "Then it would be fun, your soul would be burned. Of course, you wouldn't die, at least I wouldn't let you die. But if your soul is injured, you'll be useless for the rest of your life. It won't affect becoming a god, but don't even think about becoming a super god." Lin Moya was horrified. He didn't expect he almost lost the qualification to become a super god. This final test was truly unpredictable. Lin Moya felt a chill in his heart. "If I pass the final test, what is the reward?" The stone spirit stared at him. "What did you say?" Lin Moya said, "Isn't there a reward for passing the first stage? I passed the final stage, there should be a reward too." Bargaining had become a habit for Lin Moya. The stone spirit clapped its hands. "You have a point, but I can't give you the skill godstone, there aren't many of those. Other things, you're not strong enough, even if I give them to you, you can't handle them. Giving you a talent godstone would be an insult to me." Lin Moya thought to himself, "Then give me the talent godstone, I don't mind." The stone spirit finally thought for a moment, then slapped its head. "I'll give you this." It reached out and plucked a petal from the blue enchanting flower. The petal was still burning with blue enchanting fire, looking enchanting and beautiful. The stone spirit handed the petal to Lin Moya. "It can help you increase the upper limit of your soul's strength, which will be very beneficial for you in the future." Lin Moya hesitated. "Didn't you say it would burn my soul?" "That's the whole blue enchanting flower, this is just a petal. Of course, you might suffer a bit, after all, the blue enchanting fire is not easy to bear. But as long as you can endure it, the benefits are great. Do you want to become a super god?" Lin Moya nodded. "I do." The stone spirit held the petal in its hand. The blue enchanting fire on the petal was nothing to it. The stone spirit shouted, "Then that's it. Without a strong soul, it's hard to become a super god. Even if you become a super god, you won't be the strongest. Don't think that becoming a super god is the end, the gap between super gods is very large." Lin Moya understood its meaning and chose to believe its words. It had no reason to harm him. Seeing Lin Moya agree, the stone spirit directly threw the blue enchanting petal onto Lin Moya. Boom! Blue flames soared into the sky, turning the entire garden into an eerie blue. Intense pain swept through his body. Lin Moya was enveloped in blue flames. Pain, extreme pain. Since his birth, including his previous life before crossing over, Lin Moya had never felt such intense pain. "Is this the pain of the soul? But why is my whole body burning?" The stone spirit laughed heartlessly, watching Lin Moya engulfed in flames. It laughed even more heartlessly. "Does it hurt? It should hurt. How can soul burning not hurt? But you have to believe, only through suffering can you become a superior person. How can you become strong without suffering? Are you wondering why your whole body is burning when it's your soul that's burning? Have you looked back since you entered the garden? You can take a look, you'll understand." Lin Moya's remaining consciousness suddenly realized that he seemed to have been attracted by everything in the garden since he entered and hadn't looked back. Now, looking back, he saw that there was another himself in the pavilion. The other self in the pavilion was in a daze. And his undead army was also in a daze. Lin Moya realized that only his soul had entered the garden, his body hadn't. The stone spirit laughed. "Understand now? This garden is also called the soul garden, only souls can enter. That's why your whole body is on fire. Don't worry, endure it, it's just a bit of pain, for the future, endure it well. Lin Moya really wanted to curse. What nonsense was it talking about? What did it mean by a bit of pain? This was excruciating. Soul pain, he couldn't even faint, he could only endure it. Under the continuous burning of the blue enchanting fire, Lin Moya found that his soul seemed to be really strengthening. His soul seemed to become more solid. The stone spirit laughed. I wasn't wrong, your soul is starting to strengthen. This is called painful joy. At this moment, a burst of black gas suddenly erupted from the body in the pavilion, and a surge of killing intent filled the air. The Domain God Stone suddenly flew out of his body and into the garden. The stone spirit exclaimed, Domain God Stone. Chapter 549. Chapter 549, 549. Chapter 549, Return after becoming a super god. Lin Moya, who was enjoying the soul-refining comfort of the blue enchanting fire, suddenly heard the exclamation of the stone spirit and felt surprised. The stone spirit had been somewhat crazy from the beginning, but it had to be said that as a soul that existed in the previous era, the stone spirit knew too much. For the current era, the previous era was strong, prosperous, and glorious. This could be heard from the words of the stone spirit. Although the stone spirit did not explicitly say it, it constantly revealed its disdain for the current era. Unexpectedly, it was surprised by the Domain Godstone. Since Lin Moya obtained the Domain Godstone, he had been continuously injecting his killing intent into it, but he had never really used it. The reason was that Lin Moya did not know how to use the Domain Godstone. However, Lin Moya could feel the extraordinary nature of the Domain Godstone. Now it seemed to be true, even the stone spirit was surprised by the Domain Godstone. The stone spirit showed a look of surprise. You actually possess a Domain Godstone. Lin Moya, still enjoying the soul-refining comfort of the blue enchanting fire, gritted his teeth and replied, I obtained it by chance. What is this thing used for? The stone spirit was even more shocked. You don't even know the function of the Domain Godstone. You are really a wonder. Lin Moya did not argue with it, as there was no point in bickering with it. Without Lin Moya asking, the stone spirit had already started talking, but now the Domain Godstone is indeed not very useful to you. It will only be useful when you reach the level of a super god in the future. At this moment, the Domain Godstone had already flown to Lin Moya's side, and a suction force appeared out of thin air. The blue enchanting fire that was burning on Lin Moya was quickly absorbed by the Domain Godstone. After absorbing the blue enchanting fire from Lin Moya, the Domain Godstone flew towards the blue enchanting flower and entered it. It greedily absorbed the flames from the blue enchanting flower, and the originally transparent Domain Godstone was dyed with a layer of eerie blue. Even the black killing intent inside the Godstone turned blue at this moment. The Domain Godstone quickly absorbed the flames and then swiftly returned to Lin Moya's body. The stone spirit said, You are lucky. The quality of this Domain Godstone is very high. Even in our era, it was a rare treasure. With the blue enchanting fire absorbed by the Domain Godstone, Lin Moya felt unprecedentedly relaxed. However, Lin Moya was also a bit disappointed. Although his soul had been strengthened a bit, it could have been even stronger. But now, the blue enchanting fire had been suddenly taken away by the Domain Godstone. Hearing the stone spirit's words, Lin Moya asked, What exactly is the use of the Domain Godstone? The stone spirit chuckled, For now, it is useless to you. However, after absorbing a large amount of blue enchanting fire, the Domain Godstone will bring unexpected benefits to your soul. You are really lucky. In our era, high-quality Domain Godstones were treasures that people would fight to the death for. Lin Moya asked, Is it better than the Talent Godstone and the Skill Godstone? The stone spirit showed a hint of disdain. Nonsense, how can the common Talent Godstone compare to the Domain Godstone? Even the Skill Godstone is not as good. Anyway, you are lucky. I even suspect that you are the chosen one of this era. With this Domain Godstone, and after it has absorbed enough blue enchanting fire, it can prematurely exert some of its power to refine your soul. Your soul essence will continue to strengthen and become increasingly powerful. The stone spirit babbled on, repeating some things it had already said. Lin Moya felt that this guy was not only a bit crazy but also not very bright. It was like this before, and it seemed to be getting worse now. In any case, Lin Moya still obtained useful information. The blue enchanting fire enveloping the blue enchanting flower was a flame that could burn souls. It could turn souls to ashes if not controlled properly, but if controlled well, it could also strengthen the soul. It was a double-edged sword. And the Domain Godstone, which Lin Moya usually used to store and guide killing intent, had actively absorbed enough blue enchanting fire and prematurely activated some of its functions. The Domain Godstone would slowly release the blue enchanting fire, subtly strengthening Lin Moya's soul. This way, Lin Moya would benefit without enduring pain. Moreover, this continuous enhancement would ultimately yield far greater benefits than the short-term enhancement now. With most of the flames absorbed by the Domain Godstone, the flames on the blue enchanting flower had weakened significantly. However, given enough time, it would recover again. The stone spirit babbled on for a long time before stopping. All right, you are satisfied this time. What a pity for my blue enchanting flower. I don't know how many years it will take to recover. Lin Moya showed a grateful smile. Thank you. The stone spirit waved its hand. No need. Can't you see there are so many strange flowers here? The blue enchanting flower is just one of the least noticeable ones. You don't know, but when the master created this dungeon, he put many good things in it. Unfortunately, your strength is not enough to open the treasure vault. At this point, the stone spirit suddenly stopped talking. Lin Moya did not respond to its words. Some things could be responded to, and some could not. At this moment, the garden suddenly emitted dazzling light, and the sky was filled with colorful lights. The stone spirit stared with wide eyes. "You are really lucky." Lin Moya did not understand why it said he was lucky again. The stone spirit pointed in a direction. "In a moment, a light will fly over from there. You have to find a way to catch it. You only have one chance, and if you miss it, there will be no more opportunities." Lin Moya did not ask more questions. As soon as the stone spirit finished speaking, the light had already arrived. A long trail of light dragged behind, with countless points of starlight falling. Lin Moya was startled. Skill God Stone. Without thinking, he flew up. The speed of the soul was much faster than the physical body. Lin Moya constantly adjusted in the air, using his soul body to block the stream of light. The skill God Stone in the stream of light directly hit his soul body, and Lin Moya let out a muffled groan, feeling a heart-wrenching pain in his soul. The soul was impacted, and it hurt, but it was worth it. Lin Moya had obtained another skill God Stone. The stone spirit chuckled. "Feels good, right? Another skill God Stone. A skill God Stone is born every 50 years. I didn't expect such a coincidence. Originally, the skill God Stone would fall into the warehouse, and even I couldn't take it out. You are really lucky." Lin Moya sincerely thanked the stone spirit. "Thank you, senior stone spirit." No matter how abnormal this guy was, at least it helped him and let him know a lot of knowledge he had never encountered before. Lin Moya always believed that skills could be practiced, and levels could be raised, but knowledge was priceless. Moreover, the stone spirit had given him the blue enchanting fire and the skill God Stone. The stone spirit waved its hand. "No need. I don't like things without practical value. If you really want to thank me, why not do something practical?" Lin Moya did not hesitate to respond. "Senior stone spirit, please say. As long as I can do it, I will definitely agree." The stone spirit said, "It's very simple. After you become a super god, come back here and open the treasure vault left by the master. As for the specifics, we will talk about it when the time comes. If you can't become a super god, it's useless for me to tell you too much." Lin Moya nodded. "Alright, after I become a super god, I will definitely come back here. But I'm afraid I won't be able to enter the dungeon then." The stone spirit laughed heartily. "No dungeon can stop a super god." Lin Moya understood. "Alright, I will come back then." Outside the dungeon, half a day had already passed. The score had long been fixed at 1,000 points and was no longer changing, as if everything had stopped. People couldn't help but start discussing, "Why is there no movement from General Lin? I don't know. Could something have happened inside? If something happens to you, nothing will happen to General Lin." Exactly, with General Lin's strength, even a god-level powerhouse can be killed. What could happen? A bunch of Lin Moya's die-hard fans defended their idol, not allowing anyone to speak ill of Lin Moya. Meng Yanwen remained calm, knowing that Lin Moya would be fine. Ning Yi was also not panicked at all. She believed in Lin Moya. The dungeon suddenly rippled, and spatial fluctuations appeared. Lin Moya appeared beside the dungeon. An invisible force swept across the entire area as Lin Moya appeared, making everyone feel breathless. What a strong soul power. Several god-level powerhouses showed surprise and stood up collectively. They could sense the powerful soul power on Lin Moya. Compared to when he went in, his soul power has at least doubled. General Lin must have gained something good in the dungeon. With this level of soul power, he can already stand shoulder to shoulder with us. Lin Moya stood outside the dungeon with his eyes closed until the soul aura slowly retracted and completely disappeared. Only then did he open his eyes. Chapter 550. Chapter 550, 550. Chapter 550, wait until I reach level 70, then come marry me. Lin Moya came out in a bit of a hurry, being chased out by the stone spirit. His soul didn't even have time to return to his body. After being burned by the blue enchanting fire, his soul had strengthened significantly, but it hadn't fully adapted to his body yet. This is why his powerful aura leaked out. The strong soul aura made many people aware of Lin Moya's strength. It shocked some people and intimidated others. At only level 56, he already possessed the soul strength of a god-level powerhouse. As long as nothing unexpected happens, Lin Moya becoming a god-level powerhouse is inevitable. Moreover, Lin Moya now seems to already possess god-level combat power. Yi Hao's last bit of scheming was completely extinguished at this moment. Previously, he had suspected that Lin Moya's military achievements were fabricated, a result of Bai Yaiwan and Meng Yanwen's efforts. He thought Lin Moya was just a genius they had created, not truly that powerful. But now, he knew he was wrong, very wrong. Lin Moya didn't need anyone to create a reputation for him. His achievements had already far surpassed those of Bai Yaiwan and Meng Yanwen. Yi Hao murmured, even the one in the Creation God Academy wasn't as good as him in his youth. Wan Lin asked softly, Elder Yi, what should we do? Yi Hao's voice was very low, filled with bitterness and a bit of helplessness. Don't provoke him anymore, he's even more terrifying than Bai Yaiwan and Meng Yanwen. Wan Lin seemed somewhat unconvinced by Yi Hao's words, but he didn't argue, though his eyes betrayed his thoughts. Yi Hao warned in a low voice, trust my intuition is never wrong. If you face him in a life and death duel, you will surely die. Wan Lin's eyebrows twitched a few times, not expecting Yi Hao to hold Lin Moya in such high regard. Yi Hao glanced at Wan Lin, I know you have thoughts about the Demon Tower. I've spent half my life trying, but I couldn't get the Demon Tower's recognition. With your potential, the result will likely be the same as mine. Take my advice, before Lin Moya comes for the tower, you can try, but don't cling to the Demon Tower, you can't hold on to it. Wan Lin asked softly, Elder Yi, won't you try again? Yi Hao shook his head, no, I've tried for half my life, there's no hope. Lin Moya opened his eyes, his soul now fully integrated with his body. His aura no longer leaked out. In his mental world, the domain god stone was burning with blue flames, enveloping Lin Moya's killing intent, turning it blue as well. Under the burning of the blue enchanting fire, the killing intent seemed to be purifying, becoming more refined. Lin Moya was slightly surprised. Yan Quanqing had put in countless efforts to purify his killing intent, but his own killing intent had become incredibly pure just by being burned by the blue enchanting fire. When he could use this killing intent in the future, its power would be astonishing. The domain godstone occasionally released a bit of blue enchanting fire, merging into Lin Moya's soul, slowly and steadily enhancing it. Returning to the guest area, he bowed to Meng Anwen and Bai Yaiwan. "Thank you for waiting, teachers." Meng Anwen asked, "What reward did you get?" Meng Anwen asked this in public mainly because many god-level powerhouses were waiting for Lin Moya's answer. Everyone wanted to know what the next test was, how difficult it was, and what the rewards were. As he spoke, Meng Anwen gave Lin Moya a look. Lin Moya understood immediately. He took out the box containing the talent godstone. Killing the 5-colored tiger allows you to pass the 9th stage. Then you encounter some puppets of god-level professionals. After defeating them all, I got this. Lin Moya opened the box, revealing the talent godstone inside. A talent godstone. A complete talent godstone. Someone exclaimed, eyes filled with envy. Although a complete talent godstone was useless to those who were already god level, it was extremely valuable for their younger generations. A complete talent godstone was of great value to them. At this moment, everyone knew what reward Lin Moya had received, and the place erupted. Everyone was extremely envious and admired Lin Moya. After all, they had all tried the Godstone dungeon and knew how difficult it was. The god-level powerhouses looked at the talent Godstone in Lin Moya's hand but did not ask for it. They wanted it, but they knew Lin Moya wouldn't give it. Lin Moya hadn't even undergone his 3rd transformation yet the talent Godstone was priceless to him. They didn't know that Lin Moya already had a talent Godstone. "General Lin, is this all you got in the dungeon?" someone asked. Although the talent Godstone was precious, it didn't seem precious enough to warrant such excitement. They always felt that Lin Moya must have received something else. Lin Moya put away the talent Godstone. There are other benefits, the seniors should have felt them. Feng Chang'an thought of the powerful soul aura that Lin Moya had emitted when he first came out. "General Lin, are you referring to your soul?" Lin Moya nodded. "Senior Feng is right. Besides the talent Godstone, another reward was the enhancement of my soul. Actually, I think the soul enhancement is the ultimate reward of the dungeon, better than any Godstone." Lin Moya's words were half true, making it hard for people not to believe. Enhancing the soul without external aids was indeed better than anything else. A strong soul laid the foundation for Lin Moya to become a god-level powerhouse. Meng Yanwen laughed. "Not bad, Xiao has set a new record again." Lin Moya smiled. "Thank you for the praise, teacher." Meng Yanwen stretched. "I'll be leaving now. The amulet has been recharged for you and can be used again. Come find me when you use it up." With that, Meng Yanwen flew into the air, and the Shangxia Tower appeared in the sky. Meng Yanwen said loudly, "Everyone, I will take my leave. Farewell, Godin." Then Meng Yanwen turned into a stream of light and disappeared instantly. Lin Moya watched him leave, holding 3 high-level cooling amulets in his hand. 3 high-level cooling amulets were only enough for him to level up a bit. Bai Yaiwan also patted Lin Moya's shoulder. "Xiao, I have some matters to attend to and will be away for a few days." Lin Moya nodded. "Teacher, please go ahead." Zhu Qinglia handed over a high-level cooling amulet. "I heard from Yaiwan that Xiao needs this, take it." "Thank you, teacher's wife." Lin Moya accepted it without hesitation. He indeed needed it. Lin Moya walked over to Ning Yi. "I'll take you to level up." Ning Yi shook her head. "I've already agreed with Sister Yuner we'll level up together." Lin Moya looked at Mo Yun, his eyes questioning. Ning Yi said, "I can't always hold you back. With me around, your leveling speed is halved." Lin Moya showed a hint of displeasure, and Ning Yi grabbed his hand, shaking it. "Don't be angry, listen to me. I've thought about it. Although leveling up with you is fast and easy. But I can't always be a vase. I'm also a professional, and I have dreams. I also want to become a god-level professional. Have you ever seen a god-level professional who was carried by someone else? Besides, the enemies you face will only get stronger. I heard from Grandpa that both the Abyss and the Dragon clan want to kill you. So you need to level up quickly to stay safe." Ning Yi's eloquence convinced Lin Moya. Lin Moya didn't insist further and looked at Mo Yun. "Take care of Yi." Mo Yun nodded and smiled. "Don't worry." Chu Han laughed. "Junior Lin, don't worry. Yi and Mo Yun together will be safe." Ning Yi suddenly blushed and whispered in Lin Moya's ear, "When I reach level 70 and undergo my 3rd transformation, come and marry me, okay?" After saying that, she quickly pulled her head back, her face red. Definitely. For many, the Godstone dungeon had ended. But the Godstone dungeon wasn't completely over. Next, it would be the challenge time for ordinary professionals. The Godstone dungeon would remain for a month, and the military would continue to manage it. Other professionals could also participate in the Godstone dungeon challenge. However, for ordinary professionals, the Godstone dungeon was too difficult. Generally speaking, it was unlikely for anyone to succeed. But this time was different. After everyone had left, Shishingen arrived. As the pinnacle of human knight-type professionals, Shishingen had worked tirelessly after successfully changing professions, almost to the point of desperation. At this moment, he had reached level 46. In such a short time, without resources or support, reaching level 46 was not easy. He entered the Godstone dungeon with determination. Guys, this novel is uploaded by Audiobook Novels. Please support me via Patreon or consider buying a novel from our collection.
Every novel listed in the description comes with permanent access to the audiobook on Telegram. You pay once, and if the novel is still ongoing, you'll receive all future updates automatically. No extra cost. Choose your novel from the description, then DM me on Telegram, WhatsApp, or Discord. After payment via PayPal, Ko-Fi, or Patreon, you'll get instant access. Simple, secure, lifetime listening. Guys, make sure to like, subscribe, and hit the notification button. Your support means a lot.